Glancing forward, he froze, seeing many people in the room. A guy in a blue suit and glasses was looking at him, an elderly man sitting next to him. Then the teacher looked to the side and saw a dark-haired man in a printed shirt who folded his hands in front of his face, on the fingers of which there were many gold rings. Eugen, with the beast in his arms, smiled nervously. As he smiled as his fear-resistance skill activated, he thought that he felt a lot of pressure. His brother glanced to the side and introduced the hunter to Han Eugen. A man in a classic suit and sunglasses approached the guy and asked if he could hold his hand for 1 minute. The teacher asked why this was necessary. With a surprised face, he began to extend his palm to the man while a blue light glowed above his hand. He said he needed to test his skills before negotiating. Hearing this, Eugen's face immediately changed and his eyes narrowed in shock. He waved his hand, pushing the man away from him, and indignantly asked how he could so carelessly grab an unmarried man. He cursed in his own head, annoyed at the fact that a professional appraiser had come with them. He recalled how he was afraid that he would definitely reveal his L and S class skills. He recalled how he was afraid that his brother would lock him in a cage and tie him around the windows and legs. He understood that something similar would await him if these people found out that he had the skill not of taming, but of influencing. When the man began to approach the frightened guy, Peace began to growl with a displeased look. The appraiser said that he needed only 1 moment and urgently asked for a hand. With a loud roar, the animal suddenly jumped out of the owner's hands, which greatly frightened the man. He landed on his paws and stood in front of the teacher, making a loud hiss. The people in the room watched in surprise as Eugen tried to calm the cub down. Sitting at the table in a blue suit was the president of the Hanshin Guild named Park Ninju, and the white-haired president of the Hunters Association. He assumed that the fiery lion recognized that they wanted to use the skill on his master. Minju noted that although he is a cub, which he should be Eugen, squatting, turned around when he heard the voice of a man approaching in. The girl said that she believed that this ardent defense of her master was enough to be regarded as proof. A tall, long-haired girl with broad shoulders rolled a chair up to the guy, noting that she couldn't even make an impact with her suppression. Guild leader Breaker Moon Huna smiled softly and asked the beast tamer if this is true. Eugen put his arms around Peace as the girl pointed to a chair and asked him to sit down since they couldn't force such an important person to stand. The guy looked at the head glowing with joy and noted what a large physique she had. Huna enthusiastically noted that she did not know that the head of the abyss had such an older brother. The teacher sat down on a chair with Peace in his arms with a nervous smile, wondering if all S-classes are like this, and will Yerim one day also become taller than him. The head looked thoughtfully at the horned flame lion and noted that when he grew up, he would be on par with the S-class boss in the dungeon. The cub on its owner's lap looked back at her shyly. Huna touched the back of the chair with her hand and turned towards Yuyan, who was busy with documents. She asked him if they would give them as kittens if they ever showed up. The head of the abyss looked up at her and smiled, saying that they definitely wouldn't get it for free, but they could exchange it for a baby riding monster with resistance to cold. As Eugen and the beast listened in surprise to their conversation, the girl smirked and suggested that he wanted them to get a monster mount for Yerim. A loud, indignant male voice asked if he was getting too impudent. Yuan turned and looked towards the man in the printed shirt who slammed his fist on the table. He stated that the abyss had already taken all the animals in the market, and had 7 monster cubs and 1 high-level one. The head of the MKC Guild, Choi Seok-hoon, looked at him with indignation and asked how he dares to demand an exchange in such a situation. He slammed his fist down hard on the table when the head of the abyss said that you could always get one from the dungeon and trade it. Choi furrowed his brows and bared his teeth, saying that he was literally asking to give it to the Guild of Mounts, provided that they wanted to acquire them themselves. He asked if he had turned his nose up too much because of his brother. The man jumped up from his seat and pointed his finger in the direction of the teacher, shouting that they should have negotiated with his brother as an independent person. He asked how they knew that he was not only independent in words. He stated that since he and Eugen were brothers, it would be of. Closing his eyes, the guy leaned forward when Huna intervened in the conversation and asked the man to stop. He said that he has exclusively partnership relations with the guild. He looked up at Choi and said that they were helping him only because he couldn't handle everything on his own, and even this meeting happened only thanks to them. The head of MKC pursed his lips in puzzlement when the guy added that if he only planned to help his younger brother with raising mounts, then there would be no point in coming here. Eugen scratched the pleased piece, adding that he also has a certain limit on how many monsters he can raise at a time. He stood up from his chair and moved his hand to the side, saying that if they could agree, then their guilds would be among the first in the whole world to acquire mounts, just like the Abyss. He smiled broadly as the fiery lion walked on his shoulders and asked, "Isn't this a significant reward for these negotiations?" He noted that it is great for him to see his dear clients here. Ignoring his words, Choi crossed his arms and sank into his chair. Eugen thought that he didn't seem so creepy on TV, and he even fangirled over him for a while since he was a member of the national soccer team before awakening. The guy was surprised when a finger was poked into his cheek. He turned his head and saw Hyuna, who with a smile on her face held his shoulder and said that she saw that he not only had a good skill, but he was also very talkative. The teacher was embarrassed when the girl took his chin and moved closer to his face, saying that she was starting to like him. She said he has a rising star in the form of a younger brother and also has a cute kid. She asked if she would get it all in addition if she received it, and then asked if he. While Yuan stood behind them, blazing with rage, Eugen repeated that he had no intention of joining anywhere, and he was not for sale. Hyuna asked, "Is he really not selling even to his own brother?" The guy thought that now that he saw her up close, he realized that she was a beauty, after which he waving his hand, he pulled away and smiled shyly, saying that he could only make an exception for his precious brother if he became the best in Korea. After these words, a male voice asked again. Eugen turned his head and looked at the man in the light suit. The blond man with yellow eyes who was touching his chin with his hand was the head of the Jupiter Guild named Sung-yoon. He asked if it looked like his guild could buy it right now. The teacher with the animal in his arms was caught with a puzzled face. He imagined the blonde stretching his hand forward, with energy shining around him, and thought that the Jupiter Guild was now the strongest in the country, and not only strong as a guild as a whole, but its leader was also the strongest hunter. The guy, dripping with sweat, looked at the carefree face of the head and wondered why he had only remained silent all this time and decided to speak right now. Eugen put a wide smile on his face and stuck his index finger up, thinking that if he agreed, there would be chaos here. He said that this was an exception only for his brother. The three guild heads looked at him with surprised eyes when the guy said that everyone else would have to become at least the best in this world. When the atmosphere around was restored, Hyuna ran up to the guy with a satisfied face and slapped him on the back, causing him to bend over in pain. She laughed loudly. Noting his confidence, the girl noted that he would rather die than go anywhere. While he was trying to come to his senses with a gloomy look, and Hyeon was waving her hands in front of him, Peace hissed back at her. She noted that both Han brothers appear to have tenacity and independence. At that moment, the teacher imagined himself as a small shrimp among the bolting whales and thought that he was experiencing great tension. He mentally noted that if it were not for his suppression of fear, he would have died long ago from these intimidations. An image of the four fully armed heads he had met today appeared in his head, and he thought about what he had heard, that S-classes were all crazy due to the fact that their path often crossed with death. He wondered how they managed to exude such pressure even when they don't take their smiles off their faces. Due to pressure, he presented Yuyeon as an object of bullying, mocked by powerful people. He tried to understand how his brother had survived among them all this time. Eugen stood with a confused face not far from the head of Minju and thought that they definitely offended his brother because of his young age. The guy in the blue suit said that now he understood why this newcomer was so insistent on creating his own guild. He noted that he apparently wanted to follow. Raised with Peace in his arms turned to him and with a smile on his face noted that this was not at all the case. All the people in the room froze with surprise on their faces when the guy said that his brother was much kinder than himself, and even kinder than everyone in this room. He saw the atmosphere in the conference room immediately darken, and everyone present grimaced in shock. The fiery lion yawned loudly, and his owner opened his mouth in confusion, and his eyes widened when he was asked a question. Is he serious now? Eugen wondered if he really said something wrong. He remembered how little Yuyun ran home from school and thought that he could not even dream of a better younger brother. Meeting Eugen at the door, the child hugged him tightly as he was about to leave. The boy with an embarrassed, joyful face handed him an envelope decorated with a beautiful red bow and congratulated him on his birthday. The beast tamer thought that even when he was very small, he cared for him a lot. Memories with the child changed to a young man with a bouquet of flowers, who offered his brother to take a photo together, and then to a high school student who scored excellent on all tests and was going to enter a medical university. Blushing from the memories, Eugen lowered his head and closed his eyes, thinking that although he could not devote himself entirely to taking care of him, since he worked a lot after the death of his parents, he began to tell everyone that Yuyun is kind, obedient, tries not to lose heart, and listening to all these words, everyone present fell into a stupor and shock and lowered their heads. They started laughing loudly and imitating him when the guy asked what he said wrong. Shaking into a quiet chuckle, he said that he was wondering why the Abyssal Chief was so polite today, but now he understands. Eugen saw that even the head of Jupiter was laughing. Hyuna pointed her finger at Yuyun, who stood calmly on the side, radiating kindness, and loudly declared that this crazy person was just showing off in front of his brother today. She smiled puzzledly when she turned her head to see the angry teacher clenching his hands into fists, and loudly indignant that Yuyun was being humiliated just because he was the youngest. The girl noted that he was just a typical older brother. Minju and the head of the Hunters Association smiled widely, only calming down their laughter. The old man said that there was nothing wrong with that he was kind to his family member. The guy in the burnt suit asked him to wipe away his tears before saying something like that. Irritated by the situation, Eugen grimaced offendedly, extending his hand to Hyuna, who was fighting him with a piece of paper. She noted that she had had enough time to unwind and now was the time to move on to the next stage. The teacher wondered what problems they all had with his younger brother. He thought he understood that since he became the head at such a young age, he couldn't be nice to everyone. But while the Han brothers were studying the documents, Luga waved her hand and looked at the others present, noting that they were having very lively negotiations. While Eugen held the piece of paper, she asked him to tell him if there was anything he wanted to fix. He began to read it with round eyes. A few lines stated that 5 guilds were working to ensure the safety of Han Eugen and his mission, and that each guild was limited to receiving 1 monster every 2 months. He asked what kind of task he was talking about here. The girl in the head of the association looked at him in surprise. He asked what kind of task he was talking about here. The old man replied that he would need a place to raise animals, so they decided to rebuild a building specifically for this purpose. The teacher covered his face with his hand, hiding his tears of happiness, and mentally thanked Simeon. The 5 heads of guilds present signed an agreement, which had several basic provisions: security, priority for orders from 5 guilds. The Abyss does not participate in the financial issue of the construction of the building. Han Eugen will be considered the full owner of the building. Yu Hyan handed the sheet to his brother and noted that only his signature remained. When he saw his face with a stupid, crooked smile, he asked what happened to him. The pleased and embarrassed teacher began to massage his cheeks, noting that he was so nervous that his muscles were cramping. He imagined a map of South Korea, excited that he would own a building in the center of Seoul. He again imagined himself to be a shrimp among whales, only this time the honey that was with them was friendship and peace, and he thought that he was quite ready to fall before his dear customers. He imagined how he and the heads would cut the ribbon at the opening of a luxurious high-rise building, and thought that this would be his personal building, which would be under the patronage of the 5 main guilds of the country. He imagined Myung working inside with chalk on his hands and Dr. White, thinking that he would definitely build a workshop there and try to persuade the woman to continue her research there. In his mind, images appeared of 2 presenters handing him a microphone, asking Eugen, the 25-year-old owner of the building, to reveal the secret of how he managed to become the richest man without any education. In response, holding a glass in his hand, He laughed and said that there was no secret, and everything was simple. The teacher in an expensive suit, a raised glass and piece on his shoulders, said that he did his best to please his dear customers. While he sat in the real world, lost in memories, confused and with his hand raised, a hand was touched on his pension just by renting out premises. He looked up and saw Hyun walking past him. The girl waved her hand and said that today was fun, but they had to go. The guy responded by wishing them a good trip. The blonde looked at him with a soft smile on his face and said that he would keep his condition as an exceptional person in mind. Eugene looked back at him with his mouth slightly open. When most of the people had left the room, Yu-yeon walked up to his brother. The teacher said that he was so immersed in his thoughts that he did not notice how it all ended. The head of the abyss looked away and asked him not to promise attention to what the other heads said about him. When the joyful Eugene touched his back, he added that at least he definitely didn't do anything that could disgrace him. The elder brother laughed, noting that there was nothing wrong with the fact that the head of the guild caused a scandal a couple of times. With a joyful smile on his face, he took peace into his hands and praised him for holding it for so long. He looked away contentedly and thought that the most important thing was that everything was successful. Returning to the hostel closer tonight, he thought that peace had suddenly become beautiful. He saw a lush table on which there were liquid dishes, salads and many snacks. The guy enthusiastically asked what the reason for this feast was. While he gazed at the food in fascination, Myung-woo, wearing an apron, continued to serve his dishes. Eugene asked if today is a special day. The guy with long hair replied that he just decided to cook more dishes today. With a slight blush on his face, he smiled softly, noting that his friend deserved special treatment. Eugene, with a satisfied face, began to gobble up the food with a spoon, the other saying that today was not his day, but a small agony pleasure. He picked up a pickle with chopsticks and noted the fact that Myung-woo didn't have many things with him. The guy with long hair agreed with this fact and asked why he was interested. He suddenly froze with a stunned face when he heard his friend's words that he should be ready to pack his things at any moment. With his mouth slightly open, he tried to utter a word. Without paying any attention to this, Eugene began to chew the cucumber with appetite, saying that sooner or later a new building will be built nearby. He spat out the entire contents of his mouth when Myung-woo suddenly fell to the floor and began to cry, noting that he was being kicked out after all. Rising from his seat, the teacher turned his arms, looking at his friend wiping away his tears, and indignantly asked how could he even think of such a thing. The guy with long hair replied that he knew it would all end this way. He tried to wipe away the tears from his face with a sad face, saying that even though he was kept here, he was still a useless F-class. Eugene asked him not to cry, noting that he had exactly the same class, but the guy screamed that they were still completely different. He recalled how, on their first meeting, his friend helped him solve a problem with high-level hunters and noted that he did it without even blinking an eye. He then remembered the joyful faces of the two brothers, noting that he had given sound advice to his guild leader, who was an S-class. The teacher looked at Myung-woo with a confused face, who hung his head and said that he, in turn, could not even open the only level 10 skill. Eugene thought that you were sleeping because he was a cheater. He knelt down in front of his crying friend and spread his arms to the sides, asking him to stop. The guy with long hair said that he was just a non-entity. He smiled softly with wet eyes and began to take off his apron, saying that he really had better move out of here. The teacher was shocked by what was happening and froze with his hand raised and his mouth wide open. With an angry face, he began to pull the departing Myung-woo by his clothes, shouting that he would not leave here anywhere, at least because he had nowhere to go. The guy with long hair replied that although it was true, he couldn't afford to continue being a waste of time. A shocked Eugene, with a gloomy face and sweat pouring down his cheeks, loudly shouted that he was not a waste of time at all. Looking at his drooping friend, he saw an inactive skill and mentally noted that the owner should obtain this SS grade skill after sharpening 10,000 blades. He thought that this was one of the foundations of his safe old age. However, if he told the truth, no one would believe him. He imagined a picture of him trying to stop his friend leaving, saying that he has SS class potential, but he asks him not to console him and is sold forever. Eugene thought that he shouldn't reveal his skill mindlessly anyway. He reached his palm towards the sleeve of Myung-woo's t-shirt, but it froze in the air. He hung his head and with a sad face noted that he really did not have any right to hold him by force. The guy with tear-stained eyes also lowered his gaze to the floor when his friend began to say that he would not like to force him to try even more than he suffered now. He said he was very sorry now. Yujin, with a soft smile on his face, looked away with his mysterious gaze and said that only today he learned one very, very useful information. These words showed surprise on Myung-woo's face. Grabbing his almost crying face, the teacher began to act out the scene, trying to push his puzzled friend away from him with his second hand. He emotionally exclaimed that no matter how valuable she was, he could not force him to listen if he did not want to. The guy with the long hair asked what kind of. He reached out his hand to Yujin as he turned away and thoughtfully touched his chin, saying that he was only going to tell this to a friend, even though he shouldn't have. Myung-woo, in a state of confusion, asked him to just tell him about it. The teacher with an interested face turned to the guy and asked him if he really wanted to find out before he left. He began to tell what he heard from Haein, that there was one training that allowed awakened ones like him to discover a special skill. He thought that his friend would be more willing to believe if he mentioned an authority figure. He apologized to Dr. White for using her name a little, but noted that he would definitely pay it back later. A dark-haired woman sat in a dark room, littered with various literature, and looked at the burning computer monitors. Han closed her eyes and stretched tiredly. She looked at the screen sweatily and noted that all preparations were now complete. She noted that she was very interested in whether this would really help to get an answer, while the girl, sitting at the table, leaned her chin on her hand. Shadows thickened on the walls behind her. A pile of sharp knives lay on the table. Yujin noted that this training was perfect for Myung-woo. Myung-woo looked with incomprehension at the main character, who dumped a bunch of knives out of the bag onto the table. Yujin told Myung-woo not to tell anyone where he learned about this training. Especially Han. Myung-woo understood Yujin's message and asked what he should do with these kitchen kain. Myung-woo picked up one of the knives and frantically began to examine it. As the main character looked at Myung-woo with excitement, Yujin noted that Myung-woo had a passive skill related to weapons. So he asked Myung-woo to sharpen those knives. Myung-woo was slightly embarrassed by this proposal. Myung-woo's slender fingers held the knife and sharpened it on a special whetstone. The main character watched with interest as Myung-woo began to sharpen the knife, and a blue window with a skill label appeared near him. Yujin understood that if Myung-woo continued to sharpen knives like this, he would be able to gain the skill. A window appeared with a scale of 1 out of 10,000. Yujin noted with delight that everything worked out and the sharpening was counted. Yujin looked at Myung-woo, who raised his knife into the air and stared back desperately. The protagonist noted that he had heard that it was possible to gain equipment skill by sharpening blades for a long time. He also added that, moreover, Myung-woo will be guaranteed a cool skill through which he. Yujin frowned sarcastically and raised his hand to his face, covering his lips from prying eyes. Yujin noted that he was speaking in all seriousness and explained that this would not be an easy test. Since Myung-woo would have to sharpen as many as 10,000 knives, Yujin said that it would be very good if. Myung-woo opened his eyes excitedly, rejoicing at this news, because in this case, 10,000 knives would not be a problem. Myung-woo took the knife in his hands and looked gloatingly at Yujin, who raised his hands in front of him. Slightly frightened by such a reaction from Myung-woo, Myung-woo sarcastically noted that Yujin could count on him, ironically explaining that Yujin would not even have time to blink an eye. Myung-woo enthusiastically raised his hands up and closed his eyes joyfully. He grinned and remarked that he would work hard and make sure to repay Yujin for his kindness. The main character raised his eyebrows and scratched his nose. Yujin thought sarcastically about his kindness that Myung-woo mentioned. Realizing that his very existence was already an investment in his nose, Yujin thought sarcastically about his kindness that Myung-woo mentioned, realizing that his Haein research laboratory. Haein looked at Yujin in amazement. Crossing her arms, she was very happy that Yujin was very pleasant to talk to. Haein sat at her desk opposite Yujin with her arms crossed on the table and her head resting on them, smiling maliciously. Haein noted that the main character knew a lot about dungeons, asking him that he could get all this knowledge from independent research. Hyan was all beaming and suggested that you held a pen in her hands and drew different animals in her notebook. She noted that everyone around them claimed that the dungeons were unpredictable. Hyan pointed her pen at Eugen, who raised his hand to the side in displeasure. Hyan noted that because of this factor, people do not want to study dungeons in detail, because no one hopes to find any kind of pattern. Eugen replied that he was only guessing for now because there wasn't enough information. Hyan frowned sharply and raised her index finger up. She agreed with Eugen's words, noting that it was because they were such a small country that they had a few dungeons. After speaking, she convulsively covered her mouth with her hands, and Eugen immediately laughed. Hyan sharply apologized for her words, realizing that she could be severely punished for such behavior. Eugen understood Hyan's words perfectly and told her not to worry. Hyan's office was bright and cozy. The main character said that they could collect more statistics if they were able to explore more dungeons. Hyan noted that this was exactly what they were talking about, wondering why most countries didn't allow foreigners to explore the dungeons. Eugen immediately widened his eyes and looked ahead in shock. He began to think that he would have little choice but to join a foreign research group. Hyan looked to the side thoughtfully, lightly touching her face with her fingers. Eugen understood that this is why Hyan would leave for the USA in the future. The protagonist imagined how Hyan, in the company of other professors, walked forward along with scientific documents. He assumed that in 3 years Hyan would open the principle of forming dungeons together with his team, and the United States would receive a bunch of royalties from other countries. Eugen would really like Hyan to be able to reveal this principle while in Korea. It was already getting dark outside and the clear silhouette of the moon was showing. Hyan placed the pie on a tray on the table. Eugen realized that it was buckwheat mud. The main character sat on his chair and looked at Hyan holding her pie on a tray near the window. Hyan noted that buckwheat mug and rice wine on the last night of the lunar month for Dokibai. Eugen asked about Dokibai. Hyan frowned slightly and looked sarcastically towards the main character. Holding wine in her hand, she explained that it was the famous teleporting hunter, asking Eugen if he had ever heard of him. Hyan began to tell a story about Dakibai, who looked like an assassin in a blue cloak with black ribbons. Dakibai, as the name suggests, is an unusual hunter who wears the Dokibai outfit. This hunter never revealed his name, age, or gender even over the next 5 years. Payan recalled the moment when the plane caught fire in the air and was about to fall. Payan noted that the only thing known about the hunter is his special teleportation skill. People on the plane panicked and screamed in horror, realizing that their plane would soon fall. But the silhouette of a hunter, who glowed with a bright blue aura, arrived in time to the plane. Hyan continued that thanks to this skill, Dokubai could go anywhere he wanted. Hyan noted that the hunter became famous for saving people from dungeon breakouts and natural disasters. The mafia group was sitting at their table with a bunch of money on it. Hyan said that at least this skill gave him elusiveness and at the same time threat. One of the mafia gang, lighting a cigar, looked up in surprise. Suddenly, a glowing silhouette of Dakibai appeared out of thin air, causing the mafia gang to immediately open their mouths. One of the mafia guards raised his gun and was about to shoot the hunter in the back. Dakibai, wearing a red mask, deftly dodged the bullet flying towards him. The hunter began to spin in his blue aura, reflecting the fiery sparks from himself. The hunter's glowing eyes through his red mask looked furiously at the mafia gang with pistols. Dokubai came face to face with one of the mafia gangster in a black suit with a beard. The hunter deftly flew into the air and placed his foot on the gun of the mafia bandit, who was frantically holding it. The hunter illuminated the entire space with his aura. Standing on the mafia guard's gun, Dokubai knew that they were afraid of his abilities. The hunter smiled sarcastically and brought his finger closer to his mouth. He addressed the bandits, calling them gentlemen with many secrets and adding that they remembered once and for all. The hunter noticed that his bag contained many secrets and he was not going to reveal any of them while he was in danger. Suddenly, Dakibai disappeared and all the mafia thugs looked at the remaining blue aura that was already evaporating. The luminous pattern in outer space reflected the essence of what was happening initially. Dakibai was difficult to catch due to the specifics of his skill, but in the end there was not a single group left whose secret he did not obtain. And in the end, all these people became the guarantors of his safety, and Dakibai himself continued to travel freely and independently around the world. Hyan finished her story and delightedly sprinkled fried buckwheat on Eugen. Hyan thought that Dakibai might have picked up all sorts of things about dungeons. The main character was chewing food with a malicious grin as buckwheat crumbs flew at him. Hyan noted that she searched the internet for Dakibai calls, to which Eugen asked about the internet. The protagonist raised his hands in front of him and watched as Hyan happily scattered buckwheat around the office. Hyan began to imagine what she would ask first when they met. Eugen tried to stop Hyan, saying that there was not a real Dakibai there and thought that it would be easier for Hyan to. Suddenly, their office became dark and the entire library was shrouded in darkness. The silhouette of the moon could be seen through the window. They realized that their electricity had been cut off, thinking that the traffic had been knocked out in the first place. Eugen took out his phone and turned on the screen, which was shining in his face. He was about to turn on the flashlight on his phone. The main character threw a puzzled look towards Hyan. Hyan at the same time was holding her phone in her hands and looked in surprise at Eugen, who addressed her. Hyan looked at Eugen in horror and closed her mouth. The teacher did not understand why Miss Hyan had such a gloomy expression on her face. Suddenly, the silhouette of a monster appeared behind the dazed Eugen and was about to place its hand on his shoulder. Eugen still didn't understand what was happening around him. Hyan immediately fell to the floor, clutching her head, when Eugen turned back and screamed in fear, seeing the silhouette of a monster in front of him. Hyan was lying unconscious on the floor and foam was coming out of her mouth. An embittered Eugen ran up to Hyan and picked up her body. He didn't understand why this happened, trying to call out to Hyan. Eugen sweatily looked at the notification window, which stated that fear resistance had been activated. Eugen understood that he needed to calm down, because in their world there was nowhere for ghosts to come from. If only monsters could exist. Looking like an exaggerated show, Eugen thought it was a joke aimed at surprising people. Eugen furrowed his eyebrows and looked up furiously. He realized that it was the same Dakibai and he told him to stop. Dakibai glowed with its magical aura and landed on the floor where Eugen was sitting with Hyan's body, lifting sheets of paper into the air. Dakibai tried to calm the situation and said that Eugen was not angry. Dakibai put on his red mask and looked at Eugen through it. Dakibai said that he only came because they themselves wanted to meet him. The main character worriedly held Hyan's lifeless body and looked at Dakibai. The hunter understood that his appearance was too much, noting that his plans were not to make Han faint. The protagonist looked at Dakibai in amazement, who felt guilty and told Eugen not to be angry. Various cards with its characteristics and active skills appeared near the silhouette of Dakibai. A notification came out that the object was under the influence of a code word. Eugen realized that he had the opportunity to raise Dakibai. The hunter put his hands on his belt and watched as Eugen desperately looked back at him, holding Hyan's body in his hands. Eugen knew that Dakibai was an independent hunter who could move anywhere freely. Eugen raised Hyan's head closer to him. Eugen knew it must have been tempting. The main character rested his hand on the floor. He understood that if he received Dakibai support, Hyan would not need to go to America. The protagonist realized that this was his chance. Eugen frowned sarcastically and looked at the hunter sarcastically. He said that he is not afraid of such pranks and told Dakibai to stop doing it. The hunter immediately became very angry and spread his arms, seeing how Eugen mocked him with a malicious mockery. Dakibai noted that Eugen was lying, as he personally saw that Eugen was shaking violently from fear. Eugen said it was just unexpected. The hunter raised his hands up in outrage, exhaling heavily as Eugen grabbed his back. The hunter noted that Eugen was still scared, calling him a coward. The main character replied that he was not afraid, noting that he would not fall for such a childish trick. From the side, Dakibai continued to sigh languidly as Eugen smiled sarcastically. Eugen knew that Dakibai was very fond of pranks, who was willing to risk his life just to prank others. Eugen looked at the hunter enthusiastically. Resting one hand on his knee, the protagonist proposed a bet to Dakibai that the hunter would try to scare him very much. Eugen felt that Dakibai had finally met a worthy opponent. Hein lay in the room and began to come to her senses, humming slightly. Hein jumped up abruptly and remembered Dakibai in horror. Hein looked ahead at Eugen worriedly, adjusting her glasses when he replied that the hunter had left. The main character sat next to Hyen's bed and anxiously waited for Hyen to wake up. The protagonist looked to the side with a sarcastic grin and covered his mouth with his hand. He mentally mocked Daki by calling his clothing style crap, adding that the blue clothes and red mask looked ridiculous, like something out of a coloring book. Hyen's chamber was brightly lit by the light coming through the curtains on the window. Eugen grinned in delight as Hyeon sighed in relief. The main character noted that there was silence around, which definitely meant that Takibi had left. Hyeon apologized for her behavior. Hyeon looked ahead animatedly. She called the situation pitiful, saying there was still a lot she wanted to ask. The protagonist looked in surprise at Hyeon, who said that inside the country she had hit a wall, so she really hoped to somehow break through it, but it would be very difficult. Eugen crossed his fingers and lowered his hands in front of him. He turned to Hyen, saying that he could help her. Hyen looked at Eugen with delight and admiration, who held his hands out in front of him. Hyen thought that Eugen would go to graduate school. Eugen was immediately taken aback by Dr. Hyen, saying that he meant that he could become her informant. Hyen looked at Eugen sadly. The main character held his hands up in front of him and smiled. He recalled her saying that the biggest problem was that the data collection was not enough. The protagonist noted that he already had another way to obtain information. Eugen noticed that they had a bed, which he made with Dokibai in Hyen's office. The hunter was lying imposingly on the table, crossing his legs. When in front of him, Eugen spread his arms to the sides. Dakibai was pleased with this proposal and asked what they would argue about. The teacher said that if he gets scared, he will obey the hunter, and if he doesn't get Dakibai, well. Dakibai began to laugh sarcastically, pointing his finger in Eugen's direction. He smirked because the pathetic F class was going to make him, the great hunter, a subordinate. Eugen looked up at Dakibai expectantly. The hunter noted that if the contract was for 3 years, even though he was the elder brother of the Abyss Chief, then Eugen would have to work for him for at least 20 years to make it worth it. The main character looked at Dakibai mockingly, raising his eyebrows. He understood that Dakibai knew a lot about him. Eugen, with his eyes closed, extended his hand and presented Dakibai with a blue glowing contract. The main character added that he didn't care about all the factors, so he was ready to draw up a contract in response. Dakibai tried to stop Eugen, telling him that everything looked suspicious, because the great hunter looked at Eugen with a puzzled expression, tilting his head to the side. Dakibai flew closer to Eugen as he humbly held the contract in his hands. The hunter was wondering what Eugen was hiding in himself that he decided to take such a reckless step. Dakibai replied that it was all unlikely that class have had some kind of incredible skill, and suggested that Eugen would use. The main character became angry and frowned forward, anticipating his victory. He knew that Dakibai had no idea about his skills, because his resistance to fear made him invulnerable to any suppression and intimidation skills of legendary class and below. A ghost icon appeared in space. Eugen knew that he would immediately win the moment Dakibai agreed to the pair and the bet. Dakibai, with his head bowed, opened his mouth and looked towards Eugen, who said that he sincerely had an ulterior motive. The hunter was very interested to find out what Eugen was hiding within himself. The protagonist timidly put his hand behind his head and looked at Dakibai with admiration. Holding the contract in his other hand, Eugen noted that it was all because Dakibai was incredibly cool. Eugen recalled the moment when Dakibai saved an entire plane from crashing. Eugen noted that he greatly admired Dabai's accomplishments, as he had saved people countless times. He also recalled the moment when Dakibai was dealing with the bandits and put his finger to his mouth, telling the mafia about the secret bag. Eugen noted that this also sounded very cool. Dakibai looked at Eugen in surprise as he lightly touched the back of his head. The main character answered shyly that it was as if he didn't even lose anything, because if he wins, then there will be a common victory for everyone. The magnificent hunter smiled with delight. The protagonist noted that even if he loses, he will become a subordinate of the great hunter Dakibai himself. Dakibai, in such admiration of himself, spread his arms to the sides and rejoiced. Floating in the air, he laughed and appreciated Eugen's words, saying that he noticed everything correctly because you couldn't find anyone cooler than him. Dakibai hung upside down in the air and looked mockingly towards the main character. Dakibai found Eugen funny, because if he simply begged to be taken as a subordinate, he would only cause laughter. Dakibai added that Eugen provoked him into signing the contract with his bed and noted that he liked. Dakibai floated in the air and looked sarcastically towards Eugen. Holding his hands behind his head, the main character looked back with delight and said that he was very confident in his victory and said so in advance. Dakibai replied that he agreed to this bet and noted that he would make 3A. Blue glowing paper with a contract written on it floated in the air. Dakubi explained that even if Eugen doesn't get scared once, he will become his #1 subordinate. The protagonist sat in Hyen's room and told her this story with enthusiasm and a raised hand. Eugen noted that he could not reveal his method of obtaining information, but added that he would provide enough information for Hyen to continue her research in Korea. Eugen moved his hand to the side and continued to reassure Hyen. He said that he was not used to steaming too much. Hyen looked at Eugen in amazement and was slightly puzzled as she touched her chin. The main character informed her that if she found the principle of forming dungeons using his information, he would simply share the profit that he would receive from it, asking her if she was satisfied with this act. Hyen looked forward as Eugen looked slightly displeased and clenched his fists. Hyen thanked Eugen, but added on her own that there were no guarantees that these studies could yield any results. Eugen noted that no one but her could handle this matter. Hyen broke into a shy smile, straightening her hair as the main character placed his fingers at his temple. Hyen noticed that Eugen embarrassed her with such words, but the main character himself said that this was not just flattery. At that very moment he became suddenly puzzled by the date. He stuck his index finger up, suggesting an alternative. Eugen frowned slightly and continued to point his finger menacingly. He mentioned Hyen, a new class dungeon that was found in Ikanjonji province. Eugen added that this dungeon will either have coastline or slime. Hyen looked at Eugen in amazement, her eyes wide as he covered his mouth with his hand. Hyen didn't understand where he got this information from. Eugen replied that he stole information from the future. The protagonist leaned back from his chair and was about to stand up. He noted that if this were the case, he urged her to seriously consider his proposal. Eugen stood over Hyen's bunk and put his hands in his pockets. Looking at her happily, he replied that he was putting forward exactly this theory, since he was very confident in it and assured that Hyen should not worry about the results of her research. Hyen looked to the side with concern as the main character was about to leave the room. Eugen then told Hyen to ask her uncle to bid in the auction for the rights to this dungeon. Eugen left the office and stood in front of the door, leaning his back against it and exhaling with relief. The main character closed his eyes contentedly and clenched his fist, raising it in front of him. He knew that everything was supposed to be fine and nothing bad would happen because he gave her too much information. Eugen found himself at home and light leaked from his window onto the dark street. He realized that he only had to play with Dakibai for a week. Dakibai, in the form of the ghost of a scary grandmother, laughed sarcastically, joking about the color of his pants. Eugen was playing with peace when Dakibai looked out his window as a ghost. The main character noted that even his pet would not pay attention to such outdated ghosts. Dakibai's first attempt fails. The protagonist walked into Myungwoo's room and was holding a large box. Eugen noted that he returned and asked Myungwoo if he was in the room. Suddenly, the scary hands of Dakibai appeared from the closet, who intended to grab Eugen by the leg, who added that he had purchased dull knives at a flea market. At that same second, Dakibai jumped out of the closet and grabbed Eugen by the leg, who immediately fell from dropping the box. Dakibai ironically joked that Eugen would give him back his legs. The protagonist became very angry and sighed heavily, waving his fist towards the ghost of Dakibai. Eugen said that Dakibai was meant to scare him and not kill him, to which Dakibai immediately apologized and noted that he didn't know Eugen would fall so easily. The protagonist noted that Dakibai Dokibai's second attempt failed. Under the cover of night, dark clouds gathered and a heavy downpour began. Yujin woke up and went to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator to take a bottle of water. As soon as Yujin poured a mug of water, a scary scarecrow appeared with drops of blood. Yujin smirked slightly. Yujin sarcastically pointed his finger at the scarecrow. He noted with irony that Dakibai gave it his all for the last attempt. Suddenly the main character turned his gaze to the side and said that he would not do such a thing. Yujin looked back in fear and saw the scary ghost of Dakibai reaching towards him. The terrifying ghost looked creepy and Yujin realized that it was a continuous attack. The protagonist held a mug in his hands and looked mockingly at the ghost. The fear was neutralized. Yujin noted that it still looked a little creepy. Suddenly, Myungwoo leaned into Yujin from behind, to which the main character turned his gaze in surprise. Myungwoo grabbed the knife and raised it into the air. Myungwoo anxiously looked back towards Yujin, holding a knife in his hands. Yujin was slightly surprised and realized that it was Myungwoo, and Dakibai got very scared and thought that Myungwoo was a ghost. The protagonist looked mockingly towards Dakibai as Myungwoo stood nearby holding a knife. Myungwoo said he couldn't sleep, so he decided to sharpen more knives. Yujin noticed that Dakibai himself was scared. Myungwoo widened his eyes and looked in horror at the corner of the room, seeing the ghost of Dakibai there, who himself was afraid of him. Myungwoo fell back unconscious and foam came out of his mouth, to which Yujin looked dumbfounded, trying to call out to him. Ghost Dakibai spread his arms out to the sides and was confused. Dakibai's third attempt was unsuccessful, and he lost. Ghost Dakibai widened his eyes and opened his mouth. He realized that he had lost. Yujin was next to Myungwoo's unconscious body and looked back towards Dakibai, who was waving his arms in anger. Dakibai noted that his subordinates still scolded him terribly for signing the contract without permission. Yujin asked about Dakibai's subordinates, adding that he should have thought C. Dakibai floundered on the floor as Yujin barely listened to the hunter's screams. Dakibai understood that his subordinates would bury him alive, realizing that it was better for him not to return home and it would be better to stay here. The main character looked back at Dakibai with displeasure, who continued to behave inappropriately. Yujin told Dakibai to stop acting like a child. Noting that he is no longer little, Dakibai responded in tears that he was over 100 years old. Yujin told Dakibai to stop joking. Myungwoo was lying on the bed unconscious and had a bruise on his face from falling. Dakibai noted that he was not lying, because he is a great hunter. Dakibai Yujin noted that this was just an image, wondering how Dakibai could actually exist. The protagonist placed his hands on his belt and towered over the silhouette of Dakibai, who was pointing his finger. Dakibai added that the underworld and the awakened could exist. Noting that his younger brother could breathe fire, Yujin humbly replied that it was all because of the system. The main character looked thoughtfully at Dakibai, realizing that he was not lying after all. Yujin looked at Dakibai, who had descriptions of tables with his characteristics and skills appearing in front of him. Yujin wondered if the existence of Dakibai and ghosts made any more sense than the sudden appearance of dungeons and awakened ones. Yujin thought that Dakibai must have been in a war. Dakibai took off his black mask with a sad expression. The main character asked Dakibai whether he was human or not. Yujin looked at the hunter with anticipation and surprise. Dakibai noted that since they had a bet, he would tell about everything, mentioning his boss Kim. Dakibai transformed into his normal form and glowed with his bright aura as he spread his white cape. He replied that he was over 100 years old in total and at the same time 3 years old. The main character widened his eyes and looked at Dakibai in amazement, realizing that he was 3 years old. The blue magic core of the system shone brightly. Yujin remembered that exactly 3 years had passed since the first appearance of the dungeons and system. Dakibai flew closer to Yujin, who was pointing his finger at him. The protagonist asked that Dakibai was born on that very day along with the system, to which the hunter noticed the correctness of Yujin's thinking. The clouds floated past an old small hut located near a stream. Initially, Dakibai are creatures born from the infusion of a soul into an old object. Dakibai's clothed body sat in the water, bowing before her. Dakibai, in the body of a guy with long hair, looked up and raised his hand in front of him. Dakibai recalled that the power of the dungeons imbued and awakened him. Dakibai raised his head up and saw a glowing white door in the sky. This power of the underground interrupted his 100-year sleep. The main character looked at Dakibai in surprise. Yujin thought that it all sounded meaningless, but it still explained Dakibai's ability to teleport. Glimpses of the system floated in the air. The protagonist noted that the power of the system in some sense connected different dimensions. Dakibai floated in the air with a mischievous grin, crossing his arms and legs. Yujin felt that it was strange to realize that this was the real Dakibai in front of him. Yujin looked to the side thoughtfully, lightly touching his chin as Dakibai became slightly angry. Yujin knew that Dakibai's name was Yun Yun, and noted that if one of these words meant his last name, then the name must mean wheel from the Chinese word Yun, adding that in that case, Dakibai's home. Yujin turned around and began to leave the room when Dakibai followed him in the air. Yujin noted that Dakibai was wrong. The main character grabbed a black folder from the table, noting that this was the boss of Dakibai. The main character looked sarcastically back towards the hunter. He noted that he had a special task for Dakibai's subordinate. Dakibai immediately became sad. Yujin didn't understand why Dakibai had that expression on his face. Yujin watched humbly as Dakibai became hysterical and rolled on the floor, waving his arms and legs. Dakibai didn't want to admit being forced to do something, especially if it was something boring. The main character noted that subordinates should not behave this way. Yujin took out a piece of paper and looked at it. Reading out the tasks, he noticed that Dakibai needed to explore the dungeons of other states, and he wrote down for him everything he needed to know. Dakibai continued to lie on the floor and looked displeasantly towards his new boss. The protagonist noted that foreigners are usually not allowed into dungeons, and the skills of stealth and teleportation that were supposed to work in this area would be appropriate here. Dakibai looked at Yujin tiredly, resting his head on his hand. Dakibai said that it was possible, but did not understand why Yujin needed it. Inspired and delighted, Yujin grabbed his hands and squeezed, breaking into a smile. Yujin proudly noted that this was all to make Dakibai an even greater hero. Dakibai gleefully imagined Yujin's plan when he became famous, and he became a star all over the world, and clothes and accessories with his image appeared. Yujin added that if he collected the necessary information, they would be able to uncover the principle of dungeon formation and reduce the damage caused by dungeon gusts. And this all meant that they would receive research aimed at saving the world, and Dakibai would become a worldwide hero, since he got this necessary information. Noting that his fans and the biography of the great Dakibai would begin to appear. Dakibai snatched the task list from Yujin's hands and enthusiastically went to complete it, to which Yujin smiled mockingly. Dakibai realized that such an offer could not be missed and began to carry out the assignment as quickly as possible. Dakibai looked at the list of tasks and locations in surprise. He understood that he needed to go to other countries. Noticing that it was too far away, Yujin looked back at Dakibai with confusion. He asked that Dakibai had to use his teleportation skill for this task. Dakibai noted that over such The main character carefully looked at Dakibai's skills. Yujin realized that the hunter could not yet overcome such greater distances, noting to himself that a certain skill was not even on his list. Yujin came up with a new plan and, looking at Dakibai, tried to call out to him. The protagonist looked forcefully at Dakibai and told him that he loved him. Yujin realized that he would have to train and raise Dakibai until a certain skill manifested itself. Dakibai looked at Yujin dumbfounded with his confession of warm feelings. Yujin moved his palm to the side and enthusiastically told this theory, which he himself read on the internet. Dakibai was puzzled and looked in numbness at Yujin, who continued to say that a true Dakibai should be familiar with love. The main character looked at Dakibai with shining eyes and extended his hand to him. He noted that from now on they will have to greet each other this way. Yujin once again confessed his love to Dakibai and told him to try to confess his feelings to Dakibai. Frantically opened his mouth and tried to. Dakibai was unable to say these words and immediately disappeared, saying that he was leaving behind a thick green cloud. Yujin ironically noted that he was sorry. The bright sun was already hiding behind the clouds floating in the sky. Eugen noticed that he was counting on his dear subordinate. After this, events moved to the city. Joyful Simeon and Hyan ran towards the main character, trying to call out to him. Eugen held peace in his hands and looked in bewilderment at the joyful Hyan and Simeon, who were running towards him. They shouted that Eugen was right in his theory. Encouraged, Hyan and Simeon rejoiced and threw Eugen's body up, which made him unhappy. Simeon noted that they had indeed encountered a slimy dungeon. The enraged Peace bared his teeth and was ready to rush to the defense of his master. Simeon explained that he had no doubts when he placed the bet, but did not expect that they would hit the whole jackpot. The main character alarmedly shouted to the guys to put him on his feet and noticed to his uneven young company, along with other guys from the Abyss, represented themselves for Eugen. Simeon noted that thanks to Eugen, the Abyss Guild received treasure. The guys from the guild talked among themselves, realizing that this was an extremely expensive raw material, and from now on they would not eat. Simeon and Hyan looked at Mr. Eugen with awe and warmth, raising their hands in front of their chests. Simeon broke into a wide smile and ironically wondered where such a wonderful person as Eugen came from. The main character felt that this sounded extremely burdensome. Hyan raised her hand to her chest and looked at Eugen with enthusiasm. She replied that she accepted Eugen's decision and would work as hard as she could. Eugen was extremely happy to hear this and thanked Hyan for his indulgence. Simeon looked at Eugen carefully and was about to join his colleagues' words. He said that they should install a tracking sensor for security reasons on Eugen. The main character was extremely dissatisfied with this statement. The protagonist looked angrily at the leaders and put his pet in front of him. He told the leaders to stop talking nonsense and shouted to his pet to rush to his defense. Simeon extended his hand towards Eugen and noted that they couldn't just abandon such a valuable talent. Simeon and Hyan watched in amazement as Eugen ran away from them. Eugen shouted after him that he only knew how to train magical beasts. Eugen looked at the leaders from afar and glared at them while clenching his fists. Eugen noted that he would not buy their flattery, as he intended to live a quiet and peaceful life. The leaders looked at the protagonist in amazement as they stood next to each other. Eugen realized that his prediction was correct only this time, and from now on everything will be different. So he decided that he would not accept the role of a trickster who would pretend to know something. Eugen realized that the misunderstanding was only getting worse. The bright and interesting labyrinth at the show was illuminated by powerful spotlights. The announcer spoke about the task. It is necessary to find a way out of this labyrinth for the animals. Toys and hoops littered the floor of the labyrinth and were reflected from its mirrored walls. The announcer said that the maze had mirrors and toys to distract attention, noting that even cats and dogs took at least 3 minutes to get out. Peace's paws appeared from the maze. The fiery lion flew out of the maze with delight, sticking his paws out in front of him and tearing the ceremonial blue ribbon in honor of the victory. The announcer wondered how long it would have taken Peace, and at that very moment he triumphed. Peace flew out of the maze before he even finished high. The host and assistant watched with glee as Peace jumped into his master's arms and they were entwined in a tight hug. The announcer announced that this was a new record, as expected from a high-level monster with his impressive intelligence. The main character praised his pet. The protagonist was about to let his pet go when he was on a show called These Are the Hunters of the World, and cameras were pointed at him and the audience was watching. The announcer asked the audience to loudly applaud Peace and his master Eugen. The main character broke into a satisfied smile and closed his eyes. Holding his pet in his hands, he thought about what kind of TV show this was. He recalled the moment when Simeon showed him a golden card with the name of a TV show and invited him to go see it. Eugen was then sitting at the table and frowned with displeasure as Simeon handed him an invitation to the show. Eugen did not understand why he had to go there, to which Simeon confidently replied that it would be better to make Eugen recognizable. Simeon looked to the side thoughtfully and touched his protruding chin. He noted that no matter how carefully they hid information about Eugen, it would still spread all over the world and it would be better to just make sure that everyone knew him anyway. The main character realized that it was easier to hide something in plain sight. Eugen hugged his piece to himself and, with a tear in his eye, realized that although he agreed, it was not the same. The main character scratched his joyful pet piece on the cheek and this made him all glow. Eugen felt that he didn't like all this because he didn't have any good memories of appearing on television, but could only gather negativity around himself. The announcer and the audience were touched by the incredible pet Eugen. The announcer noted that he had never seen such an adorable monster before, adding that seeing this cute monster up close was the best part of his television career. Eugen looked down at Peace sarcastically and closed his eyes. Eugen released his pet to the floor and Peace began to dance, to which all the spectators looked on with admiration. Eugen immediately thought that the TV show was the best thing ever. Eugen reclined on a comfortable chair with his pet as the TV show writers exchanged papers, noting that they should have taken a short break. Eugen broke into a bright smile and beamed, realizing that he had shown his pet in all its glory. Two girls approached Eugen with glee and started talking about the fact that he had started a page on social networks for his pet. Eugen thought that the world should seem cute not only to him, because the real crime against humanity is to hide your cute pet. Eugen imagined himself as a star along with his pet, basking in the glory and having many followers on his pet's social networks. He thought about actually making an account for Peace, releasing a personal clothing brand and an album of music, realizing that Peace would become a star by the time e.g. Eugen ironically noted to himself that he could then gain some fame as a manager and tamer of magical beasts. The protagonist threw his hands behind his head and leaned back on the chair, breaking into a satisfied smile. He sarcastically noted that if the guys want an autograph, then let them stand in line. One of the girls noted that she was the first in line. It was Hyuna, and she closed her eyes sarcastically, lowering her head in front of Eugen. The main character looked up in surprise, his eyes widening when he saw Hyuna in front of him. Hyuna joked that Peace would have to use her paw print as a signature. A bunch of spotlights from the ceiling shone onto the stage. Hyuna greeted Eugen, calling him the brother of the Abyss Guild leader. Eugen looked back towards Hyuna with displeasure, and his pet was also extremely frightened by this appearance of Hyuna. Eugen knew that it was the head of the Crusher Guild and asked her what she was doing here. Hyuna replied that at least 3 A-class hunters and above had to be present when filming. The main character looked at Hyuna in surprise. The dark-haired head of the Smasher Guild extended her hand to him, emitting a bright aura from herself. Hyuna wanted Eugen to take her hand and stand up. Eugen closed his eyes and lowered his head, resting one hand on his knee as Hyuna continued to reach out to him. He felt her strong aura. Hyuna was a little confused as to why Eugen didn't want to take her hand. Hyuna grabbed the back of her head with her hand and looked at the main character in bewilderment. Hyuna jokingly asked Eugen that she should have delicately picked him up like a bride. The protagonist nervously replied to Hyuna that he didn't need anything like that. Eugen awkwardly shifted his gaze to Hyuna. The main character told Hyuna that everyone was looking at them and asked her to make sure there were no misunderstandings. Hyuna took the protagonist by the shoulder and approached him. Smiling widely, the protagonist looked at Hyuna in panic. His mouth wide open, the head of the guild told the main character that it makes no difference to her, because he will raise her baby. Eugen told her that these were the misunderstand. Hyuna stood behind the main character, holding his shoulders. The protagonist turned his head away, exhaling heavily. Hyuna told Eugen that she liked him, inviting him to join her guild. The main character harmfully told the head of the guild that they should offer him the best conditions in the world. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, looked straight ahead. Eugen told the guild leader that he had nothing to fear since his brother was also S-class, adding that they were all human. Hyuna smiled contentedly, looking at the main character. Hyuna squeezed the protagonist's shoulder, and a bright light began to emanate from her hand. Peace widened his eyes when he saw what Hyuna was doing. The guild leader told Eugen that it sounded great, but there was something that bothered her. Yerim ran into the studio with a joyful smile, holding drinks in her hands. Yerim shouted to the main character that she had brought him some drink. Yerim widened her eyes at what she saw. A black barrier began to form around the main character and Hyuna. The main character looked fearfully towards Yerim. Yerim frowned and extended her hand, rushing to help the protagonists. The head of the guild winked at Yerim and raised her finger to her mouth. Smiling maliciously, Hyuna told Yerim that she would borrow the main character for 5 minutes. Hyuna kept her hand on the main character's shoulder, covering herself and him with a barrier. Peace bared his teeth and raised his fur. Looking towards the head of the guild, the protagonist noticed that Hyuna created a barrier with the airflow. The main character held Peace in his hands and looked displeased at Hyuna, who was smiling sweetly. At that moment, Ryujin didn't understand what was happening. Hyuna told the protagonist that she used a simple soundproofing skill, adding that one of her people will definitely explain themselves to you. The main character lowered his eyebrows, slightly gloomy from such actions. He thought that this was not such a simple skill. The head of the guild crossed her arms over her chest, looking at the protagonist and smiled maliciously. The main character noticed that Hyuna's skills were at a serious level, and that even Yerim's class did not have time to react. Hyuna told Yujin that they could talk in private. Yujin smiled in confusion, scratching the back of his head. Peace looked at the head of the guild in disbelief. The protagonist asked Hyuna what secrets she wanted to discuss. Hyuna told the main character that this is not a secret, and it is not customary to gossip openly, noting that we will be talky. Yujin was stunned by what he heard. His mouth parted. Hyuna gazed at the protagonist, smiling slightly. Hyuna told the main character that he doesn't know his brother very well, and that worries her. The head of the guild narrowed her gaze, lowering her eyebrows. The main character became wary, looking irritably at Hyuna. Hyuna told the protagonist that she hasn't said anything yet, but he's already reacting like that. The head of the guild smiled sweetly, closing her eyes. Peace, baring his teeth and sticking out his claws, attacked Hyuna. Hyuna told Peace to calm down because she had good intentions. The head of the guild walked towards the main character, tapping his heels on the floor. Hyuna told Yujin that she did not intend to sow seeds of discord between them. Hyuna placed her hand on the protagonist's shoulder. The main character turned his gaze to his hand, looking at it with apprehension. Hyuna leaned over slightly. Grinning mischievously, she told the main character that he should take a closer look at his younger brother. Hyuna recalled the moment of signing the contract, where she laughed with Seaquam as the main character imagined his little brother as a kind angel. Hyuna told Yujin that she laughed her head off during the contract because she was overwhelmed. Hyuna lowered her sad gaze to the floor. The head of the guild told the protagonist that since this was the situation, she could no longer ignore it. Hyuna imagined an image of Yun standing with his back to her. Hyuna seriously asked the main character if he really trusts Yun and considers him a kind younger brother who was able to lead the guild only thanks to his skills. The protagonist recalled a photograph of him and his younger brother. Hyuna noticed that an obedient younger brother, born in poverty and deprived of his parents, is not even written about in children's fairy tales, since it is too unrealistic. The protagonist looked at Hyuna with displeasure, his mouth wide open. Peace watched the head of the guild unkindly. The protagonist wanted to object to Hyuna, but she interrupted him. Hyuna told Yujin that he thought he was just like an angel descended from heaven. Hyuna smiled wickedly, putting her hand to her face. The head of the guild slightly widened her eyes, looking at the main character with irritation. Hyuna told the protagonist that little did he know that angels don't go over other people's heads to raise their own guild. Hyuna remembered the image of a not yet matured Yun, splattered with blood. The guild leader told the protagonist if she should tell him how his brother lived as a hunter. Hyuna recalled the past when she was at the gala. Hyuna said that after awakening, she had to retire from the sport and eventually rose to the rank of guild leader. The guild leader was wearing a beautiful dress, awkwardly interacting with other people. Hyuna said that there was no way she could have started running a guild if up to that point she had only been involved in sports. Noting that she and Sayakam had to snuggle up with large companies and play the role, Hyuna looked in surprise towards the source of the noise. Yun stood with clenched fists in front of the man lying on the floor. Hyuna added that there was also Yun from the abyss. Yun looked at the man with an indifferent gaze. The people at the reception watched what was happening in shock. Yun turned around and walked to the side, away from people. And at some point there were even rumors of an assassination attempt on him through poisoning. Hyuna said she was naive at the time and rushed to the scene to try to stop it. The door was wide open. Hyuna shouted to the people there that they had lost their sense of proportion after the world began to go crazy. Hyuna burst into the building. Looking furious, Hyuna said that no matter how much of an eyesore he may be, Yuyun is just a child. Hyuna looked at what was happening in shock. Hyuna told Yujin that at the time she felt it was too cruel to threaten the life of a child who hadn't even received an ID yet. Hyuna saw that the entire building was on fire, and the bodies of people were burned. People lay burned on the ground. Hyuna thought that a monster had appeared there. Hyuna turned around in shock at the source of the sound. The man screamed, asking for help. Hyuna saw Yuyun looming over the man. Yuyun loomed over the man, stabbing his weapon into the floor. The man told Yuyun that he would never do that again and swore that he would never touch him again. Hyuna watched Yuyun's actions in horror. Hyuna said that it was an unequal massacre. Hyuna approached Yuyun carefully and slowly. She asked him if he was okay. Yuhyun turned sharply towards Hyuna with an angry look. Yuhyun swung his weapon at Hyuna with all his might, emitting a bright yellow light. Hyuna blocked Yuhyun's bloody weapon. Hyuna furrowed her eyebrows and smiled maliciously as she looked at Yuhyun. She told Yuhyun that she was a fool for worrying about him being just a child. Yuhyun widened his eyes and looked at Hyuna with a mad look. Hyuna told Yuhyun that he actually just turned out to be a baby monster. Hyuna told the protagonist that the incident was hidden by a gas leak and subsequent explosion, and all the people involved in that incident were gradually, one by one, destroyed. The main character listened to Hyuna's story with dumbfounded eyes and a slightly open mouth. Hyuna told Yujin that the same forces that controlled them from the shadows ended up kneeling before Yuyun and allowing the abyss to consume them. The protagonist lowered his head in confusion. His mouth parted. Hyuna looked at the main character with her arms crossed over her chest. The guild leader told Yujin that it's hard to believe, but that's what S-classes are like. Hyuna looked at the protagonist with a serious face. She told the main character that she heard that the two of them had been separated for a long time, and asked if he had noticed that Yuyun was no longer the same as he was before awakening. The protagonist turned his head away, looking to the side in frustration. Hyuna put her hand on Yujin's shoulder. The guild leader told the protagonist to think it over carefully. Hyuna leaned towards the protagonist's ear, looking at him seriously. Hyuna told the protagonist that the person she saw all this time was not at all like the person he knew, adding that Yuyun is a monster and can pretend to be an innocent younger brother. Hyuna presented a photo of Yujin and Yuyun, where half of the photo was burned and Yuyun's dark side was visible. The guild leader told Yujin that who knows when he will show his true colors to him too. Hyuna turned her head to the side, looking at her pants pocket. Hyuna told the protagonist that it was too dangerous to be around Yuyun. Hyuna took her phone out of her pocket. When she saw that Yuyun was calling her, Hyuna noticed that what had happened had already reached the ears of the head of the abyss. Yujin sat with his head down. Under Hyuna's gaze, the guild leader asked the protagonist what he would do, noting that if he preferred to stay away from him, she was ready to help. Yujin drooped slightly, his mouth slightly open. The main character said that his younger brother apparently also broke down in such chaos. The protagonist snatched the phone from Hyuna's hands, which surprised her. Yujin answered the call and put the phone to his ear. Yuyun was surprised that his older brother answered the call. The main character stood with a serious face, his mouth slightly open. Yuyun asked his older brother if he was okay and if she said something strange to him. Yujin thought that his monstrous little brother was climbing, getting his hands dirty, and walking over the corpses. The main character rolled his eyes in displeasure, opening his mouth wide. The protagonist told his younger brother that Hyuna talked nonsense to him behind his back. The main character thought that he didn't care, even though he really became strange. Hyuna closed her eyes, turned her head away, and sighed heavily. Yujin thought that he knew perfectly well how this world worked after spending 5 years of his life in the depths of the dungeon, adding that he could not say that there was not a drop of blood on his hands. Yujin remembered a moment from the future when his little brother died in his arms. The main character looked at Hyuna with a sly smile. Yujin didn't understand what kind of older brother would disown his younger brother after going through something like this. The protagonist told Yuyun that he underestimated him. Hyuna pursed her lips and looked at the main character seriously. Yujin told his younger brother that after hearing everything, he might as well gossip behind Hyuna's back, even though he is technically standing in front of her. Hyuna furrowed her eyebrows and opened her mouth wide, looking at the pro. Yujin thought that the dark affairs of Hyuna that in for years the whole nation would know about. Hyuna abruptly snatched the phone from Yujin's hands. The main character began to tell his younger brother that on the 2nd of April at about 5 o'clock in the evening at the convenience store Siesik in Gyeonggi province, how unexpectedly he was interrupted. Hyuna clenched her phone in rage, breaking it in half. The head of the guild blushed all over and looked furiously at the protagonist, squeezing her phone in her hand more and more. Hyuna asked the main character how he knows about this, since almost no one knows. Hyuna grabbed Yujin by the clothes and began to shake him. The main character closed his eyes, pouting his lips. Hyuna furiously asked Yujin where he heard about this. The protagonist told the guild leader that he just happened to overhear. Peace bared his teeth, raising his fur, and glared at Hyuna. The guild leader told Yujin that she couldn't even kill him to shut him up. The main character sarcastically told Hyuna to try to kill him if she doesn't need mounts. Yujin knitted his eyebrows, smiling maliciously. He told the guild leader that she shouldn't gossip about his younger brother, adding that why don't they mutually shut up now, even though it would put him at a much greater loss. Kiana looked at the main character with a malicious smile and frowned. The head of the guild let go of the protagonist and grabbed her head with her hand. Drooping from this outcome, Kiana stated that she was deceived by both brothers. The protagonist thought that the public would eventually find out anyway. Kiana snapped her fingers. She told the main character that she thought that he, unlike Yu Yeon, would be innocent, so she tried to hit him. Hyuna looked at the protagonist with a wide smile. The barrier began to gradually disappear. Hyuna told Yujin that since they have him like this, she shouldn't worry about other guilds intercepting him. Yujin looked at Hyuna with a confused smile. Peace narrowed his eyes, watching the guild leader. The protagonist thought that now everyone would pester him like that. Yerim looked at the guys angrily, clenching her fists. Hyuna placed her hand on the protagonist's back, smiling widely. Yerim ran to the guys, frowning. Yerim told Hyuna that she promised not to touch him. Yujin told Yerim that he was completely fine. The guild leader told Yerim that they were just discussing adult matters. Hyuna approached the protagonist's face, looking at him bloodthirstily. Hyuna warned the protagonist that she would kill him if he told anyone. Yerim flew her head into Hyuna. A girl with a ponytail approached the main character, handing him a bottle of water. Yerim asked Hyuna what she was planning to do with the main character. The girl with the ponytail told the protagonist that they would continue filming in 5 minutes. The main character watched Yerim and Hyuna in surprise as he opened a bottle of water. The protagonist did not understand when they managed to become so close, thinking that it was all due to the fact that they were the only S-class women in Korea. Hyuna smiled widely as she wrapped her arms around Yerim. The main character thought that Yerim was going to the Smashers after her contract with the Abyss ended. The protagonist introduced Hyuna, who was holding a weapon and a sign that read Crusher. Yujin thought that the Crusher would soon disappear, noting that Hyuna would not last long in a cramped cage, and the same goes for Saikam, and in 5 years both the Crusher and the ISS would disintegrate. The main character brought a bottle of water to Peace to give him something to drink. The protagonist thought that he should lure Hyuna. Yujin smiled happily as he watched the guys. The main character thought that Hyuna with attacking power would go well with Yerim, and did not understand what the system was trying to accomplish if he needed to raise S-classes. The main character smiled joyfully, bringing the bottle to his mouth. He thought that Yerim would be better taken care of by a female mentor than by some shady guy. Yerim knitted her eyebrows and opened her mouth wide, clenching her hand into a fist. Water began to pour out of the main character's mouth. Yerim told Hyuna that the main character will not only grow up her baby, but also her. The studio was brightly lit by bright lanterns. The protagonist yelled at Yerim to move away from Hyuna immediately as she was a bad influence on her. The main character mentioned a TV show he went to see. The name of the TV show appeared. These are the hunters of the world, capturing the moment. On the TV screen, the main character was holding Peace in his hands and smiling joyfully at him. The protagonist told Peace to listen to his daddy. A line with the inscription appeared on the television screen: Monster Dad Eugen, 25 years old. Yerim smiled widely, looking at the drooping protagonist. Myungwoo walked up to the guys. Holding plates of chopped fruit, Yerim noticed that the protagonist was nicknamed Monster Dad. The main character did not understand where they had taken the animal tamer. Myungwoo told Eugen that he looks great-o. The main character thought that this is how society remembered him. The red bag contained knives wrapped in racks. Myungwoo was surprised that the maintenance department would give him a desk. Eugen looked back at Myungwoo with a smile, holding a bag of knives. The protagonist told Myungwoo that he asked them because he couldn't really sharpen knives in the kitchen all night long. Myungwoo told the protagonist that he was right, adding that they also scared his friend Doki by. Myungwoo smiled awkwardly, looking at the floor. The protagonist looked at Myungwoo with a satisfied face. Eugen told Myungwoo that it would also be nice for him to become friends with the maintenance guys. Noting that they could become colleagues in the future, Myungwoo told the protagonist Th. Myungwoo remembered the moment during the training when monsters attacked him. Eugen agreed with Myungwoo, saying that such activities are not very suitable for him. The protagonist looked happily to the side. He thought that Myungwoo's destiny was to be an SS-class blacksmith, and that he would rather be lost in workshops than in dungeons. There was a sign on the door that said, Maintenance Department. The door opened slightly. The guys went inside, covering their faces from the intense heat. The guys saw huge cauldrons filled with hot liquid metal. The main character noticed that this is the technical maintenance department. Hot liquid metal poured through the pipes. The guys looked around the room with delight. The protagonist told Myungwoo that everything there looks very serious and that he heard that everything there is at least E-class. Myungwoo extended his hand towards the large glowing crystal. Myungwoo asked the main character that this was also some kind of magic stone. A man in a blue scarf ran up to the guys, his mouth wide open. He shouted to Myungwoo that this stone should not be touched. The guys looked at the man running up to them. The man told the guys that they couldn't go there. The main character told the man that HR should have contacted him, adding that his friend should have been allocated a workplace. The man relaxed his face and looked at the guys. The man bowed slightly, after which Myungwoo bowed back. The man told the guys that he had indeed been contacted and that he had heard that Myungwoo had sharpening skills. The main character was surprised, thinking that the difference in physique was striking and whether Myungwoo could really be go. The guys obediently followed the man, holding bags with knives in their hands. The man asked Myungwoo if he knew how to use a sharpening machine. Myungwoo told him that he used it a little when he was a kid. A special work tool caught Myungwoo's eye. Myungwoo noticed that this is a special grinder. Myungwoo happily looked at the grinder, admiring him. Myungwoo said that he saw it on the internet, and that just ask a command, and he will do everything himself. The man told Myungwoo not to touch it since it was their equipment and his workplace was here. The battered door opened easily. The guys entered a dimly lit room where all sorts of rubbish was scattered. An old machine was placed in the room. The man told Myungwoo that he could use it. Myungwoo placed the bag of knives on the table. The main character turned to the leaving men. The man told Myungwoo that he said he knew how to use it, so he would go. The main character asked the man to wait. The protagonist knitted his eyebrows in displeasure. Myungwoo looked at the main character in confusion and grabbed him by the shoulder. Eugen told the man that it was too much to drive someone into such a dump. Myungwoo asked Eugen to stop. The main character widened his eyes in surprise. The workers in that room looked at the guys with displeasure. Myungwoo hesitated slightly, hiding behind the main character. One of the workers said that this is the guy who has connections with the head of the guild. Another of the workers noticed that they don't even let F-class in there. Another worker was unhappy, saying that they had enough to do without high. The protagonist looked at Myungwoo in surprise, his mouth slightly open. Myungwoo told the main character that this is natural, because for them he is someone who was simply pushed there. Myungwoo closed his eyes and smiled happily. He told Eugen that he could now use the equipment and would work as hard as he could. Myungwoo took a chair and brought it to the machine. The protagonist thought that he was ashamed because it was he who brought him there. The main character walked up to Myungwoo, who was holding a dull knife in his hand. Eugene asked Myung-woo if he was sure that everything was fine, because he said that he had not used such a machine for a long time. Myung-woo told the protagonist that he still needs to try. Myung-woo pressed his foot on the pedal from the machine. The guys watched the spinning machine. Myung-woo brought the knife to the machine, sharpening it. Myung-woo brought the sharpened knife closer to himself. Touching it with his finger system, information about the Myung-woo sharpening was revealed to the main character. It was said that Myung-woo sharpened 70 to 10,000 blades. Myung-woo said that it would do just fine. The main character was Hop. The main character watched the happy Myung-woo with a serious face. Eugene thought that this method of sharpening would be more reliable than using an automatic machine. Myung-woo pulled his hair into a ponytail. The protagonist watched Myung-woo with interest. The main character told him to be careful and not get hurt. Eugene looked at Myung-woo in surprise. His mouth parted. Myung-woo sharpened a knife on a machine. The knives began to sparkle after perfect sharpening. The main character watched Myung-woo closely. The protagonist was surprised, thinking that Myung-woo could be like this. Myung-woo was enthusiastically sharpening his knives, looking at them with a serious look. The main character remembered Myung-woo as slightly shabby and pinched. The protagonist recalled how Myung-woo ran away from the monsters in panic. Eugene thought that the Myung-woo he knew always looked scared or depressed. The main character recalled Myung-woo grabbing his back in a panic. The protagonist thought that he had never seen Myung-woo so calm before. Beads of sweat ran down Myung-woo's peaceful face. Eugene put his hand in his trouser pocket. When he heard the ringtone, the main character took out his phone and turned to Myung-woo. The protagonist told Myung-woo that he would need to leave to train peace. Myung-woo raised his gaze and looked at the main character with a smile. Myung-woo was surprised that the protagonist was next to him all the time. Eugene told Myung-woo that while watching him work, time flew by. The main character closed his eyes and smiled widely. Raising his palm, Myung-woo asked Eugene if he spent a lot of time on it and if he should spend it. The main character tells Myung-woo that you shouldn't do this, and they will see each other at home. The protagonist looked at Myung-woo with interest. Smiling slightly, he thought he wanted to watch him some more. The main character presented a fish in a pond. He thought it was a bit like a fish that had nearly suffocated in a shallow pool, finally returning to its home waters. The protagonist thought that even someone like him, who doesn't know a damn thing about such things, could understand at one glance that this was his natural talent. Eugene glanced at Myung-woo before leaving. Smiling happily, he thought that Myung-woo would be fine. Myung-woo was lying in bed under the covers, his head buried in the pillow. Myung-woo sadly shed tears as he put a lot of band-aids on himself. Myung-woo told Eugene that this happened after one day, adding that he really was no good for anything. The protagonist thought that the next day he had to stay home due to severe muscle pain. The gray walls of the room were illuminated by yellow light. One of the workers asked if Myung-woo had arrived. The workers were undressing, having changed into their uniforms. The girl with the scythe asked another worker, reminding him that Myung-woo also borrowed their machine. The working men called Myung-woo a living example of favoritism. The girl smiled haughtily. Looking at the worker told the girl that Myung-woo said he couldn't come because he was sick. The girl said sarcastically that he didn't come just for one day, thinking that he might be pretending. A man in a white scarf stood at the door. The girl said that Myung-woo most likely leaked because the job he was promoted to was not that easy. The man told the workers to take a look at it, adding that if anyone expected an easy job, they could do it. The workers did not understand what was going on. There were sharpened blades on the pallet. In the room near the machine there were boxes with a huge number of sharpened knives. The man told the workers that Myung-woo sharpened 1,000 knives in a day. Myung-woo lay on the pillow, closing his eyes, letting out a small tear. In about a week, there were a bunch of boxes with sharpened knives in the room. The workers watched in shock as Myung-woo worked. Myung-woo was passionate and serious about his work. There were many knives lying around Myung-woo. The main character thought that Myung-woo's progress in sharpening knives was already 56010. There was delicious-looking food on the table. Eugene and Yerem looked at the set table in bewilderment, their mouths agape. Mangwu closed his eyes. Smiling sweetly, the main character said that the whole table simply shines. Thinking that sharpening the blades also raises the level of cooking, Yerim didn't understand what it was all about and called Manhwa, inviting him to live together forever. Yerim furrowed her eyebrows in satisfaction. Raising the spoon to her mouth, the main character was surprised that Yerim called Manhwa after just one spoon of rice. Yerim stuffed food into her mouth with pleasure. She said that she needed to eat a lot, and that she wouldn't get such delicious food in the dungeon. The main character clarified to Yerim that she would soon go to the dungeon. Yerim closed her eyes and knitted her eyebrows in displeasure. She said it had become very boring lately. Yerim imagined herself on the standing monster. Baring her teeth, she told the protagonist that she was only allowed into Class B and lower dungeons due to her being underage, adding that she needed to level up faster to gain new skills and get rich. Yujin looked at Yerim with a serious look. Yerim looked at the table displeasingly. Chewing her food, she asked the protagonist if it would be better if she went to dungeons every day without a break, adding that if she used all the skills at the same time, she could even take on several dungeons per day. The main character pointed her finger in the air, imagining a little man above a sign of health, mana, and an unconscious man. Yujin told Yerim that it is easy to determine when health is low, but replacing mana consumption is difficult. The main character asked Yerim what would happen if she passed out. Yerim looked at the main character relaxedly. Chewing her food, Yujin told Yerim that it would be difficult even with potions and asked how much mana she had. Yerim told the protagonist that she has 100 to mana. The main character smiled dejectedly and closed his eyes. The protagonist thought that he had mana to and equipment plus 29. The protagonist turned his attention to Myungwoo's hands. Yerim told Myungwoo that he could get rich if he went there as a cook, or they could just open a restaurant. Myungwoo's hands were pretty beat up. Yerim told Myungwoo that with his talents, he doesn't have to be a hunter. Myungwoo looked at the protagonist, smiling slightly and raising his eyebrows. Yujin asked Myungwoo if he's been working too hard lately, noting that he spends his days sharpening blades and then cooking. Myungwoo told the main character that he liked it all. The protagonist handed his black gloves to Myungwoo. The main character told Myungwoo to use them. Myungwoo took the gloves and looked at them in confusion. The main character closed his eyes and raised the spoon to his mouth. Myungwoo noted that his gloves are wildly expensive, saying that he told him they were a grade. Yujin told Myungwoo that he hasn't been wearing them much lately anyway. Myungwoo blushed with happiness and his eyes filled with tears. Myungwoo suddenly rushed towards the main character, hugging him. Myungwoo told Yujin that he promises him that this favor will not be in vain, and will never take them off. The main character asked Myungwoo to move away from him and told him to at least take them off in the toilet. The main character thought that step by step. Myungwoo was carrying a box of dull knives. Myungwoo said that it is enough to sharpen about that much after lunch. The workers looked in surprise at Myungwoo, who was hanging over the box of knives. Myungwoo turned his head to the side, wiping the sweat from his face with his hand. Myungwoo thought it was very hot there, noting that a lot of fire was used there. Myungwoo turned his head behind his back, seeing a blue towel. The girl with her hair tied up handed the towel to Myungwoo. She told him that this towel was made of magical materials and therefore retained its temperature. Myungwoo held a towel in his hands and looked at the girl. Blushing slightly, Myungwoo thanked her. The protagonist continued his thought that everything began to form. Myungwoo sat on a stool and stretched up. Myungwoo said that he was completely exhausted. Myungwoo took out his phone and looked at it confused. Myungwoo noticed that it's already very late. Myungwoo pushed the door open with his hand. He walked around the room. Looking around, Myungwoo noticed that everyone had already gone home. Suddenly, Myungwoo shifted his gaze, opening his mouth slightly. Myungwoo saw that big glowing crystal. Myungwoo walked closer to the crystal. Examining it, he was surprised that it glowed on its own. Myungwoo jumped in fright. The man suddenly shouted at Myungwoo not to touch him randomly. Myungwoo turned around and saw a man in a white scarf. The man put his hands to his side and looked at Myungwoo with a serious expression on his face. He told Myungwoo that it was an S-class magic crystal and was worth about 1 billion. A large white crystal emitted a bright light. The woman told Myung-woo that it is very rare for crystals of this size to be completely preserved, adding that they left it aside because they were not even sure how to process it. The man leaned towards the crystal, lightly tapping it with his hand. He told Myung-woo that it was a pity that even a team of such a large guild with all its equipment did not have a single person in its ranks that could work with him. Myung-woo looked at the man in confusion. Pressing his lips, the man told Myung-woo that the F-class could not even dream of such a thing. The room was no longer so light. The man told Myung-woo that he is sure that he is having a hard time due to the fact that he is being accused of cronyism. Myung-woo awkwardly lowered his head, scratching the back of his head. The man told Myung-woo that they are all meritocrats there, so they do not recognize those who get there without going through proper selection, adding that sometimes in life you meet other people. Myung-woo slightly widened his eyes and opened them slightly in surprise. The man added that there are other people who need a special chance to get out of the mud in which they have been crawling all their lives. Myung-woo looked at the man in shock. The man looked intently at the crystal with a serious look. He noticed that Myung-woo had sharpened tools for their workers the previous day and said that he had looked at them and they looked like new. The guy stood in front of a brightly glowing crystal. The man told Myung-woo that he thinks that he has a predisposition for this, and therefore in the future, he must show him that he is not just some thief. The man told Myung-woo that if only he was interested in working with them. Myung-woo opened his mouth in surprise. The man told him that the lack of characteristics could be compensated for by equipment that increases strength. Myung-woo told him that he will try his best. Myung-woo blushed with happiness and smiled widely as he looked at the man. The main character thought that everything was going just fine, until one moment. A refined hand touched the door. Myung-woo turned behind him, looking at the people. The girl in the black suit looked slightly alarmed. She asked if he was Myung-woo. People in black suits walked inside. Walking towards Myung-woo, a man in a white scarf walked towards those people, stopping them with his hand. The girl in the black suit told Myung-woo that he should come with them. The man asked those people what was the matter. The girl put her hand on Myung-woo's shoulder. She mentioned Hunter Yujin. Myung-woo looked at the girl in shock. His mouth parted. The girl told Myung-woo that the main character has disappeared and they are investigating. Myung-woo darkened at what he heard and widened his eyes in bewilderment. Myung-woo did not understand how this could happen. Myung-woo looked at the girl in shock, shouting that Yujin could not disappear. He said that today he plans to stay in the abyss all day. A girl in a suit shook the guy's hand. He said that he didn't see Yujin in contact with anyone suspicious. The girl asked, "What does this mean? That he himself couldn't disappear?" At that moment, Yerim burst into the room, asking what happened to the guy. She looked at them excitedly. She was asked if she wasn't at the dungeon today, to which she replied that she was called when she was already halfway there, and she immediately returned. The girl answered into the headset that the check did not reveal anything. The man in the suit took Yerim away, saying that the head had also returned, to which she asked if there was any news, and Myung-woo looked on in amazement, saying that he would also go, if he can help in any way. The girl looked at the man who asked the guy to stay here. It's safer. He was sorry to say this, but the guy couldn't do anything. Myung-woo looked at them in shock. A few hours earlier, a sigh was heard in the dorm room decorated with house plants. Yujin lay carefree on the sofa with his hands behind his head and said how calm he was. He thought that Yerim and Yuyun were doing well. He had recruited Miss Han, and it was only a matter of time before Myung-woo's skills awakened. The room was a mess. The floor lamp fell to the floor and broke, as did some pots of plants. The pillows were torn, and Peace was diligently tearing up the sofa. The guy thought that now he had absolutely nothing to worry about, except for the sofa that was destroying Peace. The little fiery lion began to bite the hero's head with a growl, and he asked if he was tired of sitting at home, right? The guy sat on the sofa, holding out his hands to the pet, who made an enthusiastic sound when he suggested that they go downstairs and practice. With the beast in his arms, Yujin turned to the guy standing at the door, saying that he was going out for a while. The guard turned around and asked where he was going, and the guy thought it was a little annoying. He remembered that after negotiations, the largest guilds decided to take turns sending him bodyguards. This ploy is probably necessary to keep an eye on him and keep each other at bay. The guy, together with the security guard who said on the phone that they were about to go down, stood at the elevator doors and, using his skill, checked that today it was a B rank from the ISS. Eugen held peace, who was escaping from his hands, and answered with consent when the guy asked if he was going to the training room, saying that he needed the second basement floor. With a meow, the lion pressed the B2 button with his paw to a surprised cry. The guy looked at the pet glowing with pride, admiringly saying that his baby himself pressed the elevator button. Looking at the guy with a smile, he stroked the beast and asked, "Isn't their baby smart?" The guard didn't answer, looking at his phone. The brunette coughed, raising his head and holding the beast in his arms. He thought that yesterday's bodyguard was delighted with peace, but not everyone should necessarily like him. The elevator door opened. An unknown blonde man in a red suit entered and, apologizing, wheeled a large black suitcase on a trolley into the elevator. Nodding with a smile, he apologized for the fact that their suitcases were quite large, to which Eugen said with a smile that it was no big deal. Standing behind those who entered, he used his skill to check them. The man was D rank, the guy standing further was E rank, and the blonde was C rank. The guy thought that, judging by their classes, they were not from the abyss. The man, upon hearing the question that they were not from World's Edge, answered with a smile that they were from Bricks, a sub-guild of World's Edge. There were several large black suitcases in the elevator. The man explained that a lot of armor and other bulky things were pulled out of low-level dungeons as byproducts. He said they sometimes borrow World's Edge training rooms when they need to test them. The strangers looked at the guy with a smile, saying that all the suitcases had already been checked. They were not some suspicious people. With a laugh, the guy answered them that they were definitely working hard. The elevator made a sound indicating that they had arrived at floor B2. With a smile, the strangers said that they would go and wish them luck. The bodyguard and Eugen turned to them, and the guy said goodbye. Holding peace in his arms and licking his paw, the guy thought it was suspicious. Pouting, he glanced sideways at the strangers and thought, why didn't they say that the animal was cute? Entering the hall where there were many exercise machines, the hero thought that why is he anything can happen. Not necessarily everyone he meets should praise his pet. With a smile, he let go of peace and said that they had come. The beast immediately brought him a small rope, making animal noises, to which Eugen asked what he wanted to play first and asked him to wait a little while he prepared. Behind the guy pulling on the glove stood strangers in red suits, one of whom was holding a bottle and the other a rope. The guy didn't finish saying what he needed to do when he turned around and saw these people. The guy looked at the red powder in surprise. The blonde looked at him as he poured this powder from the bottle onto him. The system reported that a guard fruit had been detected. The next notification announced the activation of poison resistance and the neutralization of the item's effect. Peace looked at this in amazement with a rope in his mouth. He growled, trying to cover his nose with his paw. Eugen exclaimed in surprise, turning around at the fallen pet. His mouth was covered with a hand covered in some kind of cloth. The blonde covered his mouth, saying that this powder should knock him out instantly. Why is he conscious? Strangers reached out to him. The man replied that World's Edge had provided him with some item with an antidote effect. The hero recognized those guys from Bricks. He watched angrily as the man brought the rope to him. He kicked it hard and threw it aside, wondering what they were doing here and how they got here. The man with the rope fell on his back and the other one asked what the hell. Eugen hit the blonde man who was covering his mouth with his elbow. The bandit exclaimed that his stats weren't F rank. Eugen looked at the open door into the corridor and thought that he could only get to the door. The bodyguard turned in surprise at the guy who ran out and asked for help, saying that there were suspicious people there. The man punched him forcefully. Eugen coughed in shock at the blow. He fell to the floor, and the man, clenching his fist, turned to the others, asking why they couldn't do everything right. The fake bodyguard looked down at the guy and said that his brother must have given him high-level items, so his equipment should be removed. 3 guys were holding a stubborn brunette, who was gritting his teeth and did not understand what was happening. He was ordered not to twitch. When his gloves were removed, the system notification reported that the leather reinforcement gloves had been removed. The strength was reduced by 25, the current value was for the light fabric belt was removed, and the system reported that agility was reduced by 16, the current value was 5. The guy was amazed to think that MKC betrayed them and sent a spy instead of a bodyguard. Then he ordered himself to pull himself together because he needed to get out somehow. Eugen hung on the villain's arms. The second looked at his equipment in surprise. The blonde looked carefully and asked if there might be an antidote in the earrings. Eugen shouted for him to stop. The blonde ripped the earring right out of his ear, causing Eugen to wince in pain. He thought not. The system reported that the Dark Elf's earring had been removed. His mana had been reduced by 29. The guy was amazed to think how many skills he had previously used. If they took off the earring, his mana would run out. He remembered explaining to Yerem about mana, saying that it was easy to tell when your health was running low, but it was difficult to notice the mana consumption. He then asked to imagine what would happen if she lost consciousness in the middle of the dungeon due to lack of mana. He thought in shock. Eugen went limp in the arms of his captor, who was relieved that he had finally calmed down. The bandits said that he and the beast should be put in suitcases. They had already been checked upon entry, so they would not be searched upon exiting. The guy hanging with his eyes closed mentally cursed and thought that he should have understood everything right away when they didn't appreciate peace. Water was thrown into the face of the guy lying on the floor. He coughed and woke up, raising his head. In shock, he looked at the ropes that tied his wrists and heard the words that he had finally woken up. A long-haired brunette with scars on his face sat in front of him and grinned. While the hero was studying him with his ability, he said with a grin that he was snoring so loudly that he decided to help the guy wash himself. Eugen looked at him silently, water running down his face. He thought he didn't remember Wu Yi's name. Was he from the same guild as the kidnappers? If he is B rank, then he must be either the head or the deputy. The man rose from his haunches to his feet, saying that he was embarrassed to mock the fragile F rank, so he immediately offered to be honest. He grabbed the exclaiming brunette by the hair with his hand. Holding the guy by the hair, the stranger approached him and asked about that fiery horned lion he was training. Did he have the owner's mark? The man demanded to give it back. The kidnapper, holding a cigarette, smiled and told the guy not to hope that someone would come for him. The guy looked at him silently and listened to the words that it was easier to calmly give the sign. He thought that since he needed a sign, it means they didn't kill peace. He remembered how the kidnappers said to put him and the beast in suitcases and thought that if these words were to be believed, then they had to drag him somewhere here too. Eugen looked at the kidnapper indignantly, asking what he really thought he could get away with. If you touch him, the 5 guilds in the association will stand up for him, to which the man, holding the phone in his hand with a smile, replied that it was a matter of time. He showed the guy a phone in which a certain Min Seong was sending a message saying that everything was calm. Every 20 minutes the man asked if he could see it and said that his bodyguard was sending the message. He is still guarding the training hall. No one knows that he was kidnapped. A guy dressed as a security guard stood at the door of the training room, looking at the laughing people. Waving his hands, the kidnapper exclaimed that even if they found out later, how many centuries would it take for them to discover this place? They were in a seaport, where there were many identical metal containers on the ship. The man said that there are 1 million of the same containers in this port, and by the time they try in vain to find them, they will already sail to Japan. Eugen exclaimed in surprise. Japan? Was it all arranged by the Japanese? To which the kidnapper responded with a laugh that no, there was simply an auction there for which they were promised generous sponsorship and half of the amount raised at the auction. The brunette looked at him carefully and thought that everything was clear to him. He thought that since they could not do anything with him on Korean territory, it was decided to sell him to another country. That's why the sub-guild and the bodyguard agreed to cooperate. He remembered the men who tried to put him in the bag and wondered if they would be able to save them in time. Once it became clear that he had been kidnapped, the guilds and association would dig deep to find him, even if they had to involve the Coast Guard. But things will become more complicated once the ship leaves territorial waters. He decidedly thought that he needed to stall for time until that moment at all costs. The kidnapper, holding a cigarette, asked him why not give up and give up the sign. Eugen, bowing his head, laughed, to which the man asked in surprise, "What's so funny?" Looking at him with a smile, the guy asked if he understood correctly that a man had once been shot in the head. Did he seriously think that he would now be scared out of fear and just give a sign after he told all this? The man looked in surprise at the rather grinning guy who showed him his hands with a rope. He stated that the man had just admitted that he was an extremely valuable commodity. He could not harm him, so why be afraid? The guy made an obscene gesture at him, asking if he was smart, and said that they were stupid for not thinking about it. What a shame. His face and his brain sucked. The man took a deep drag on his cigarette. He leaned over and put out his cigarette on the floor. Peace cockily said that even if he gave up the sign, how would he use it? Suddenly the man sharply kneed him in the stomach. The guy fell to the floor and coughed, to which the man said that he clearly did not realize his situation if he spoke like that. The guy, lying on the floor, looked at him and said that he still realized it. The man looked at him angrily. The guy kept saying that he has brains, unlike the fool in front of him, and he has better skills. B-rank fighters like him are an empty place. Even if they assemble a truck like the kidnapper, they are no comparison with him. The man swung his foot in a heavy boot at him. Swift strike. Eugen screamed in pain. The man stepped on his foot with force, pressing him to the floor. Looking furiously at him with an aura of strength, he said that, it's true, his body is very valuable, so it shouldn't be broken. It's a pity that he can't do more with it. The guy thought that the man would continue to go even further, cut him, damage his intestines. The man lifted him by the shirt with his hand, and the hero thought that he needed him to kill him half to death, and he had to spend time finding a hospital or something. The bandit dragged the guy by his clothes to the exit of the room, saying that he would better introduce him to his new friend. Eugen fell and hit his back against some bars. He was sitting in the corner by the cage. The kidnapper approached him and said that they also had a demonic beast that they were raising. The guy looked at the black tentacle that was reaching for his neck. The man leaned contentedly against the door frame and, folding his arms on his chest, heard the scream of the victim, saying that now he was scared. A black beast with glowing eyes and long tentacles peeked out of the cage. Reaching towards the frightened guy, the man explained that this is a dungeon monster, C-rank creek. It hangs poisoning curses on the victim using its tentacles. He continued that the beast causes extreme pain. Just 30 minutes is. The beast looked at him predatorily with a yellow eye and bared its teeth. The man left the room, holding the door, and said with a smile that they would see how such a valuable product would begin to beg for mercy. The guy, wrapped in tentacles oozing a curse, looked fearfully at the man, who said that he was giving them half an hour to have fun. A frightened scream was heard in the darkness of the room. Yerim decisively opened the door. She looked at Yu-Yeon, who stood in front of her, wiping his hands. The girl resolutely approached him, and the guy said that she was the hunter Yerim, the head of the ISS guild, had just called in. With her hands she grabbed the head of the t-shirt. Violently clutching the fabric, she screamed for an explanation. The guild employee looked in fear as Yerim shouted that he said that World's Edge was safe. He said that Eugen would not be in danger here. And now what? Yeon calmly looked at her and said that there was no way this should have happened, to which she screamed, asking how it happened then. The guy introduced a wolf who was looking at other wolves standing below him. He explained that the chance of betrayal by the direct subordinates of an S-rank hunter is negligible, especially if they happen to clear the dungeon together. Just like wild animals follow the alpha for survival, hunters are irresistibly obeyed by S-rank on an instinctive level. The girl held him by the clothes and heard the words that therefore only bodyguards who were directly subordinate to the heads of the guild were allowed to guard her brother. At this she screamed, asking why then he was kidnapped. The guy remembered the short-haired bodyguard and said that it turned out that the wrong guard had come. He said there was a revolution inside the ISS. There was a huge pile of money behind Suwon, with 3 men sitting next to it. The ISS is sponsored by powerful unawakened. Unlike the hunter-centered World's Edge, the internal power structure of the ISS is divided. One of the sponsors found out about Eugen and arbitrarily organized the kidnapping. Seok-won furiously shouts something into the phone, clutching his head next to him. People in suits are also shouting into their phones. The guy said that this also means that the head of the ISS has lost control of the guild after being cornered by the sponsors. He expected the day to come when the two powers would clash. He introduced his brother, who was holding a small flame lion in his arms, and said that he did not imagine that they would cooperate with one of their sub-guilds. He also didn't think they would use low-level hunters who weren't under his command. His brother is F rank, so he really should have been. The girl, still holding the guy by the clothes, asked what the head of the ISS said and where Yujin is now, to which the guy replied that this still needs to be found out. Yun touched the girl's wrist and said that that's why he called her by name. The girl looked at him after hearing the request if she could use her ability. Yerim frowned at him. She, along with Yuhayan and a female employee, stood at the door to the training room, saying that now it's clear why it stinks of blood in here. Is it in this room that she needs to read the memories from the bodyguard's corpse? To this the guy told her that she was right. She needed to find a place. Yerim covered her mouth with her hand when the guy opened the door and said that he had already warned that World's Edge would deal with the bodyguard. A guy's body lay against the wall, completely covered in blood. Yun added that he thinks this is safer than trying to extract a confession. Without looking at the girl, he said that this should be kept secret from his brother, and she agreed, saying that she would not say a word to him. The man was holding a smartphone in his hands, on which the time was 7:42. The man with a cigarette in his mouth looked at the phone screen and said that it's strange why the bodyguard doesn't report anymore. Looking away from the screen, he thought they couldn't have opened them already. He put out the cigarette, but with his foot, next to which there were many more of these lying around. He thought that he didn't care. He would get a sign. He would remain in the black even if the rest of the mission failed. Opening the door to the room, he smiled and asked if they had a good time. Yujin was lying face down on the floor next to a cage that was filled with purple curse haze. The kidnapper asked what was going on. Stepping on the guy's hand, he said that this curse does not even allow him to cut off his eyes and ordered him to get up. The guy stood up, to which the kidnapper laughed, asking that he didn't even have the strength to move, and asked what he was muttering there. There was a beast sitting above the doorway right above the man and reaching out with its tentacles towards him. The guy told him to wait, calling him by name and Kai. The man asked what he was saying and felt a black tentacle touch his face. He jumped back in shock from the monster that had jumped to the floor and was stretching its tentacles towards him. The beast wrapped around his wrist, and the man angrily asked what was happening. The beast has already wrapped its tentacles around his face, while the villain says that this cannot be. Yujin stroked the monster's head with his hand, to which he made a tender "cannot be." The beast stood right behind him with one of its tentacles extended towards the man, to which he shouted that he had been told that Yujin could only tame cubs. The brunette looked at him with a grin, saying that he himself should know that he should not reveal all the details of his skill, and then gave Enkai the command to attack. The kidnapper cursed, sitting opposite the guy sitting calmly by the cage, tried to pull his hand away from the grip of the tentacles and said that he was not informed about this. He clenched his teeth, saying that no one said he could do that. Yujin looked at him with a smile and asked that he didn't expect that an ordinary F rank could do something like this. In fact, he can do a lot of things. Half an hour ago, he sat with his hands tied on the floor of the cage, hiccuping in fear, looking at the monster. He winced, thinking, what kind of abomination is this and what kind of tentacles does he have? He looked at the beast with its flaming eyes and wide-toothed mouth and thought that resistance to poisons was good, but could he resist it in a direct attack? With a cry, he rose to his feet. A blue knife materialized above the guy's palm. He thought it was good that he could use the inventory. Pieces of cut rope fell. The monster looked at him carefully. The brunette held a knife in his hand, looking at the beast standing at a distance, and wondered if he could withstand 30 minutes against the S rank. The guy looked at the monster in surprise. He watched in surprise as the beast backed away, crawling away from him, and thought that he was retreating. What came over him? He was definitely scared, aka F rank. The system reported the activation of the Dragon Slay and Rochida's predator properties. The next notice announced a doubling of all effects before Creek. The guy looked at them in surprise. He remembered the silhouette of a menacing three-headed dragon and thought that this was because of the title of Dragon Slayer. He remembered the red Dragon Slayer symbol, which he received as confirmation of killing a first-class dragon alone, and the yellow Rashida's predator symbol, which doubled all skill effects when fighting Rachidas and dragons of the same species. The hero thought in amazement that since he received this title for killing the king of poison and cursed dragons, it affects dragons of the same species. The guy with a knife in his hand looked at the clearly frightened beast in front of him. The monster growled, looking at him with a yellow eye. The guy looked at the beast and said that it had no attacking skills, but since the effects doubled, then the effect of education should also double. He unclenched his fingers, throwing the knife from his hand. The beast watched as the knife fell out and fell to the floor with a clang. A blue bubble materialized above the guy's hand. He affectionately addressed the beast, saying that Kai was a good boy. He showed the dragon the vial, asking if he wants something tasty. This is a finely ground S-rank magic stone. Eugen looked at the frightened kidnapper and said that he couldn't explain the details, but I must say that he was either lucky, or they just got along in character. He stroked the monster that approached his face and said that thanks to the kidnapper, he really was able to make a very good friend. The guy pointed his finger at the man and ordered in Kai to attack. The beast, opening its mouth, flew at the man. He managed to escape screaming, saying that it was useless to attack him with these tentacles. He winced, looking at the black footprints exuding the smoke of a curse, and asked how he dared. He screamed in pain when the guy suddenly attacked him from behind, stabbing him in the arm with a knife. Eugen forcefully pressed the weapon into the enemy's body, to which he shouted, "What is he doing?" He managed to push the guy away, who fell backwards onto the floor along with the knife. Eugen stood up, saying with a grin that even a knife would do against a B rank weakened by poison. He grabbed his injured arm, clenching his teeth in pain and cursed. The beast opened its mouth, emitting a curse, when the guy ordered to attack it again. The kidnapper extended his hand, in front of which a golden flash appeared, and shouted that he didn't care. It was a C-rank monster. A cold weapon appeared in the man's hand, and he shouted that he would defeat him with one hand. He stood with a round weapon in his hand in front of the attacking monster, and then he slashed at his neck with force, leaving a bright mark from the blow. The defeated monster fell to the floor next to the man, splashing black blood. The kidnapper turned to the guy and looked at him, laughing, saying did he really think he could do anything with him. He looked angrily at the prisoner with a grin. Eugen sat next to the beast's body, touching its body with his hand, and heard the man say that no matter what trick a low-class beetle attempted, it was nothing against B rank. He laughed, saying that the guy would pay for what he did to him. The man felt in surprise how the world around him swayed. He fell to his knees, screaming in pain, pierced by a curse. Coughing and trembling, he stared at his palm in shock. I looked at the dead animal and thought, what's going on? He wondered if he really killed him, because the curse of the beast was a class below him. Eugen stood confidently next to him, wrapped in tentacles oozing a curse. The system reported the activation of the last retribution skill. The skills and abilities of the Inkai monster are transferred with double strength. Eugen's eyes glowed yellow like a monster's. The system reported that the Rashida's predator skill had been activated, and all the effects of the last retribution skill had been doubled. The man fell to the floor in front of the guy's feet, who said that since the skills had doubled twice, he would be in a lot of pain. The kidnapper gritted his teeth as he looked at the guy and heard him say that he was just doing to him exactly what he was doing to him, so it was self-defense, right? Eugen looked at him with sparkling yellow eyes and asked if he should have touched someone who just wanted a peaceful life. Grabbing the man by the forehead, he lifted his head up. Holding his head and wrapping his tentacles around him, Eugen said that now he will ask questions and asked where they are keeping his little piece. The man bit his lip and called him names. Gritting his teeth, he asked what he was and called him a monster, saying that he would find out and kill him. Eugen calmly looked at him and said that it looks like he won't tell until the very end, in which case there is no point in saving his life. The man looked at him in alarm, feeling black blood running down his face. The guy was squeezing his head, bleeding black, and the system reported that the viscous poison skill had been activated. Looking at him, Eugen apologized, saying that his skills, especially the last retribution, should not be revealed. He removed his palm, from which poison was still dripping, and asked why they needed to kidnap him. He hoped that in this life he would not have to kill anyone. Instead of a head, there was blackness on the body burned by poison. The body fell to the floor. Eugen, with tentacles coming from his back, left the room, saying that he would prefer to leave his body intact, but they have a girl who can read information from corpses. Eugen was holding a piece of the torn-off door handle in his hand. He looked at her carefully. Closing the door to the cabin, he thought that he could not control his strength because of the last retribution. All his stats increased several times. He raised his head, exhaling, and thought that this buff would last a week, and before it would end in an hour. When he returned, he would need to carefully hide it so as not to get caught. He extended his finger, activating the menu, and wondered what useful anicaps skill he had. A system window opened in front of him with round images of skills: wall lizard, thorn trap, viscous poison, scratch, intuition of the weak, and another one in which he held his finger. He read the description of the level D wall lizard skill, which stated that it was about merging with the environment to hide the presence of the wearer. The guy thought that the stealth skill was ideal for hiding the weak. Intuition skill, level C, made it possible to sense creatures stronger than the wearer with him. He doesn't have to worry about running into high-class hunters. Thane shot through my injured ankle. The guy stood, looking anxiously at his throbbing leg, and thought about how painful it was. He raised his finger to the image of the lizard and said that thanks to his elevated statuses, it didn't hurt so much that he couldn't walk. From his step, a blue glow spread across the floor with a lizard in the center. He looked around his body, which was surrounded by blue flashes and became as if transparent. A transparent guy emitting a blue glow stood in the middle of the corridor and said that it was time to go look for peace. In one of the cabins there were 3 men in red suits who kidnapped him. They laughed and said something, and one of them asked what time it was. Blue transparent tentacles rushed towards them. The blond man anxiously held the phone in his hands and asked if they could get out, to which the second one answered him that the ship would soon, but did not finish. The tentacles grabbed the stricken men by the heads, dragging them from their seats. The guy walked along the corridor, and bandits with their necks entangled and tentacles were sticking out of the cabins, screaming, trying to relieve the pressure and saying that there was something around the neck. A man in sunglasses and an orange jacket sat in the cabin. He put his feet up on the table, holding a smartphone in his hands, and was very surprised. Eugen kicked down the door to his cabin and, hearing the question of who he was, calmly replied that he was the victim of their kidnapping. The guy entered the cabin with papers and bottles lying around, saying that it looked like the man who was left held the most important position. And the man jumped up in surprise, asking how he got out. With a grin, the man reached for the green box, hearing the guy say that it was none of his business, and the question, "Where is the fiery horned lion?" The guy fell silent in surprise at the open box flying at him, and didn't even finish the sentence about what would happen if the man resisted. He looked at the wall behind him, where there was a smoking tent. The man stood opposite him and said that the guy was lucky to get out. Being F rank, he should have thought about escaping. Why rush in here fearlessly? The man materialized a weapon, saying that the flame lion was securely locked. He even had the key. What would he do now? The man held his axe forward, saying he advised him to surrender. He began to ask if the guy was already sorry, but a blow to the face from a blue tentacle made his glasses fly off and silence him. He tried to get up in surprise, and Eugen pulled tentacles towards him, ordering him to give the key and tell him where the beast was. The kidnapper stood up and tried to ask what he had done, but the guy hit him in the face again. The man wondered if it was some kind of object. Was he really hiding his skills? Then asked him to stop. The beaten kidnapper wiped his broken face and asked how the guy got caught in the first place. Eugen scratched his neck boredly, replied that it was none of his business, and ordered him to give the key. A man entangled in tentacles lay on the broken floor, which was covered with cracks, and moaning in pain the guy turned to him and said that he himself did not want to harm him like that. The man looked angrily as the guy picked up his axe from the floor. A symbol of poison appeared above the axe that Eugen was holding in his hand. With a wide smile, the guy said that this is not his only skill. He gave a choice to either obey him or... The axe in his hand became covered with a black slurry of poison. The man screamed heart-rendingly as a drop of poison fell next to him. He trembled, telling the guy that he would give the key, the cage in the center of the compartment, to which the brunette smiled widely and extended his hand, saying that great, let him give it here. The man sent him a yellow sheet with pictures of thorns, saying that there was a contract ahead of him. Eugen read the magic contract, hearing the man's words that he first guarantee his safety, he will give the key, and let the guy promise that he will not attack him. He took the sheet in his hand, bringing his pen to it, and said that he would add a clause that the man would not tell anyone about it, to which he happily agreed. The kidnapper watched as his hands were freed from the tentacles. Turning around, Eugen with the key in his hand said that he would go and get peace, and let him take care of it. The man frowned, looking at him angrily. The guy looked in surprise at the clothes on the changed hand of the man who was about to attack. Swiftly he grabbed Eugen by the neck. The man squeezed her with his hands, laughed evilly, saying that the guy believed it and now he can't attack him anymore. The scroll with the contract shimmered with gold. The bandit said that there was a strong curse on this contract. If he attacked him, he would be blinded for violating the clauses of the contract. Eugen held the contract with his fingers, lowered his head, and listened as the man told him that he needed to be careful. However, how could a newcomer who had hardly ever been to a dungeon before know? With one movement, the guy tore the contact sheet in half to a surprise sound. The fragments of contact flashed purple. The kidnapper looked at it in surprise. Holding the guy by the neck and not understanding what was happening, a system notification announced the activation of the curse of blindness for destroying a contact. The next notice stated that the curse of blindness, Eugen grabbed the guy by the hand with which he was strangling him and, looking with the yellow eyes of the monster, said that he was sorry to disappoint him, but he was not a beginner. He was the most experienced here. In the middle of the purple darkness, a loud scream was heard. The guy stepped into a puddle of black and purple poison saying that he knew it. Turning to the huge puddle, he said that in any case he was not going to save his life. The guy said that no one would have thought that he did it, right? More like some kind of internal conflict. He walked past the unconscious men in red suits lying in the cabin, thinking that let them stay. They did not see him use the skill. He was sure that World's Edge would take care of them when they came to rescue him. He stopped, remembering. His shadow appeared on the floor of the room next to the killed beast. He lay with his tongue hanging out, and the guy called him by name. Eugen sat down next to him, putting his hands on his torso, and thought that if he left him like this, he would simply be stolen for materials and sold. A purple glow appeared from the guy's palm. The guy's eyes glowed yellow with vertical pupils. A red crystal appeared in front of him, surrounded by a bright glow, and Eugen said thank you to Enkai. A closed cage appeared. A fiery lion was sleeping on a rag in a cage. Eugen told him that he had come. Opening the cage, he went inside and asked if he was still sleeping. The guy looked to the side, thinking that he would like to immediately get him out of here, but this would only lead to more suspicion. He picked up the small beast, which had its tongue hanging out, asking if he would wait here for the others with him. Sitting on the floor of the cage with a sleeping pet on his lap, Eugen laughed, saying that he sleeps with his tongue hanging out. Now everything is fine. He won't even have time to wake up, and they will already come for them. Peace slept peacefully in his arms. Eugen looked at him with a smile. He sat leaning towards the beast and said that he was very glad that everything was fine with him, even if he didn't dare die before him. People were running along the corridor. The girls standing next to the guy with glasses shouted that they had found him. A guy was sleeping in a cage on the floor next to Peace. The girl shouted that in the center of the first compartment, there was the hunter Eugen and a fiery horned lion. The guy was sleeping, hugging his pet, and the rescuers were shouting to break into the cage and call the head. A system sign appeared in front of Eugen, warning him of the approach of an awakened S-class. The guy who had just woken up assumed that it meant Yuyen's presence. At that moment, he just entered the room where he saw Yuhyen hugging Peace. Yuhyen called his brother. He helped him up and, hugging him, the brunette worriedly asked if everything was okay and demanded that he open his eyes. Yuhyen was surprised and asked him if he had come to save him. Frightened, Yerim and Seonhan opened the bars of the cage and joined them. They asked their uncle if he was okay. Yuhyen asked about the presence of wounds and whether he was able to stand up or not. Embarrassed, Eugen thought that literally everyone had dragged himself to him. Holding onto his brother, the brunette stood up with Peace in his arms, causing beads of sweat to start dripping from him. He assumed that its value had jumped during this time. Eugen had so little strength that he could not stand on his feet and fell onto Yuyeon in front, who managed to catch him excitedly. The guy called his brother, to which he only muttered something incomprehensible. The pupils were worried about their uncle's condition, so they attacked him with questions, which made him feel uneasy. Seonhan loudly asked him where he was injured. Interrupting him, Yerim clarified who dared to do this to him, after which, looking at his uncle, Yuyeon said that he would call a heal. They embarrassed Eugen with their concern, so he raised his hand and smiled, thereby hinting to stop. The young man said that he was fine and could go. At this moment, Yuyeon, not paying attention to this, picked up his brother, embarrassing him. Eugen closed his eyes nervously, letting out tears, but decided not to resist his brother. Yuyeon clarified whether the healer was left waiting outside. Having heard a positive answer, he demanded to call in. Listening to all this, the teacher thought that his kind younger brother was worried about him, but still proud of his elder. Meanwhile, a black, darkened car quickly drove up. Sitting in the car, Eugen saw Yerim placing her palm on the glass. She said that she would rush over as soon as she finished inspecting the scene and other matters, finally asking him to get a good rest. Smiling, the guy said okay, thanking her. Next to the teacher, who was thinking about something, Yuyeon was sitting in the car. The guy believes that when examining the scene, Yerim is going to use the whiteness of the body, which should not be entrusted to a child. Interrupting his thoughts, his brother informed him that they would first go. Eugen was so surprised by what he heard that he opened his mouth. He, holding a sleeping fiery lion in his hands, became agitated, which frightened his brother. The guy asked him why he needed to go to the hospital, because the healer had finished treatment. Yuhyen, looking at him, replied that it was still impossible to know for sure, adding that he would also in. Sweat began to flow through the teacher's body right down to his hands. He believes that it is impossible to go to the hospital, since everyone will find out about the increase in stats that occurred due to the last retribution. While they were driving, Sun-sik came outside the window. The teacher asked if it was possible not to go to the hospital, surprising Yuhyen with his question. Beads of sweat were running down his face again, and he grabbed his chin. Eugen said that in the hospital he would have to face strangers again. He is also worried that he will be knocked out again during the examination. His brother put his hand on his shoulder, calming him. Yuhyen asked him for forgiveness and said that he was stupid, after which he asked the driver to go home. The alarmed assistant immediately replied that he would turn around now. The brother began to restlessly examine every part of Eugen's body, which confused him. He asked if he really didn't have any pain, laughing with embarrassment. The guy replied that he was fine. Yuyeon came so close to him that the teacher's face turned blue. The guy, sniffing, said that there was definitely something unclean here, since he smelled of some kind of damp reptile. Hearing this, the guy thought that he was in terribly sensitive. Sneak. A system sign appeared in front of Eugen about activating the stealth skill. He told his brother that the smell was just damp because there was a port there, which meant he would need to go wash himself right away. Believing him, Yuyeon reported that he no longer seemed to smell. This long day has come to an end. Seokwon, holding his hand in his pocket, watches the city at night. In case he were removed from security for a while, so this is only natural. Upon entering the building, everyone is checked with a metal detector after all. The screening of visitors has become much stricter. A particularly significant innovation is that guild heads now provide information about the bodyguard each time they are assigned. There were several guards standing in the dark corridor outside Eugen's room. He saw the dirty cell bars in front of him. He sits on his knees, not understanding what is happening. Holding a jar filled with magic crystals in his hands, the guy looked at someone. He poured them onto his hand, showing them changing from purple to blue. Eugen fell to the floor in front of a man wearing a purple jacket. Frowning, Wu spun around, noticing the tentacles. Lying on the floor, the guy stood up and saw that the man was fighting. Eugen continued to look sadly as blood splashed in all directions. Frightened by what he saw, the guy suddenly jumped out of bed, he thought, looking at the passage of the room. Eugen, not understanding what was happening, assumed that it was a dream. Peace was sleeping curled up on his bed. Drops of sweat began to flow down the brunette's face due to excitement. Holding his head, he said that he saw in Kai's memories before his death due to the skill. Eugen bowed his head and grabbed his knees. After a while, he opened the refrigerator, which contained bottles of water. The guy realized that he had managed to get out of the habit, although he had often gone through this before. The brunette decided to drink water without leaving the refrigerator. He wondered how much time had passed since time had been turned back. The young man looked upset at the floor, brought his hand bones closer to his face and wiped his lips. Eugen remembered that low-level hunters died often and a lot. He sits in front of the TV, holding his head on his bed when people suddenly burst into his room and took him to the hospital. The guy only drank out of shock for more than a week. The brunette assumed that Yuhayan had clearly called them then. Eugen turned to leave the kitchen. He believes that this will not happen now, since S-classes are not dying. On his way to the room, something attracted him. In front of him was a room with a made bed. Seeing this, Eugen wondered where Manhwa went since he was awake again. Boxes filled with unsharpened blades lie on the floor. A man works at a machine in a workshop. Despite the fact that his hands are already tired, he continues to sharpen the blade, supporting it on both sides. Manhwa is so focused that he doesn't pay attention to the beads of sweat running down his face. He sharpens his knives so that they shine. The man took the next blade in his hand. Looking at it, he said that it was 9,980. Manhwa smiles, despite being very tired. The man hit the table with his fist so that the things lying on him flew in different directions. He leaned his hands on the table, continuing to look at it. Near his hands lies a sharpened blade, the end of which is wrapped in cloth. Looking at him, Manhwa called himself wretched, because he doesn't understand what good he is if he wastes time on this. He was so upset that he wrinkled his forehead. After all, at that moment the man remembered that he was doing the same thing, even when his friend was in danger. Manhwa believes that this is all he can do. He remembered that he could not do anything then while everyone was trying to somehow solve the problem. The man stood behind them, attracting attention. He shouted that he could help too. At his words, wary Yeraman Samayong turned around. The man in the suit asked him to stay, because it would be safer, adding that Manhwa won't be able to do anything. The guy was shocked by his words, so he opened his mouth. The man said that, just in case, he made inquiries about him, thanks to which he learned that he had no points of contact with the hunter Eugen. Manhwa was left alone in the room, not knowing what to do. The man in the suit said there was a mistake. Then he asked what he could trust with a complete stranger. After hearing all this, Manhwa realized that he was truly nothing to them. Putting his hand to his face, the man said that he not only couldn't do anything. He hunched over the table in the workshop, saying that he was nothing of himself. The phone began to vibrate from my brother's call. Yuhayan, still in his pajamas, picked up the phone. He asked him what was the matter. The guy moved the phone away from his ear when Eugen shouted that Manhwa was missing again. He answered his brother, who was standing nervously in the kitchen, that perhaps the missing men had gone out somewhere for a short while, but the guy said that nothing like that could happen. He believes that he definitely ran away from home. There was mushroom soup in the open slow cooker. Looking at it, Eugen assumed that Manhwa had cooked it and left, so he was serious. The guy was embarrassed after Yu Hyan asked him about the soup. He told him that Myungwoo would definitely not be back for a while. A man with a backpack walks along a crowded street imagining this. The guy added that the missing person could be kidnapped by some scoundrels. Myungwoo lowered his head because he was upset because he realized that he was ashamed to see Yujin. Remembering the moment when his loved one was kidnapped, he thought that there was no help, but they also treated him in such a way that it seemed to him that he was not really a friend. The man approached the subway, near which there were many people. He realized that he had left thoughtlessly, since he had nowhere to go anyway. Myungwoo raised his eyebrows in surprise before noticing that his shoelace had come undone. The man bent down to tie his shoelace. While trying to do this, all his things fell out of his open backpack. Myungwoo looked blank as he realized he was a complete loser. At that moment, guys approached him with bruises all over their faces. The girl told the boy to look. She was attracted by the badge Myungwoo had dropped, and she noted in surprise that it was a pass to the abyss. The guys began to scream loudly, which attracted the attention of those around them. While the man sat with an incomprehensible face taking the pass, the girl asked him if he was an abyss hunter at the same time. The boy, spreading his arms to the sides, exclaimed that he dreamed of entering her. Myungwoo, embarrassed, began to shake his head around as people heard that he was an abyss hunter. The girl asked what class he was and how far he got in the dungeon. She also asked if he knew Yunun, who skillfully shoots fire. Making a face that looked like he was about to cry, Myungwoo admitted that he was only an au pair at the Abyss Dorm. The man became embarrassed when the children looked at him blankly. The girl assumed that he was not awakened, but having received a negative answer from the man, she clarified what skills he had, to which Myungwoo replied that this is a buff for F-class weapons. The kids almost broke his heart when they said it was a bad class. Looking at the girl in the purple jacket, the boy said that F-class hunters are useless. According to his mother, she agreed and added that they could not go to the dungeon, and also did not earn money. Tears began to flow into Myungwoo's eyes as even children consider him useless, who has no prospects. The man realized that even in the eyes of others he looked hopeless, with a crappy class, which would not be helped by gaining the skill for sharpening knives. In his head, a system sign appeared in front of him, which said that he had received a useless garbage skill. Myungwoo imagined his friends judging him with his hands in his pockets. Yu Hyan said that he was no help after the man called Yujin by name. He just smiled, saying that there was nothing to be done. Looking at him, the smiling guy apologized and said that he was so useless. Myungwoo, left alone with his hand outstretched, became hysterical. Those around him did not understand what was happening. When they saw him lie down on the ground, the man shouted that everything would be exactly like this. The worried boy asked what was wrong with him. The children felt so ashamed that sweat started running down their faces. The boy asked if he was crying. Myungwoo continued to cry, calling his future bleak. The man looked at the children with a downcast face as the girl accused the boy and then asked what they would do now. Myungwoo was even more moved when he heard the boy offer to help him. Taking him by the hand, he said that they had one way by which a man could gain a good skill. The children began to try different options. First, the girl dipped Myungwoo into water with a basin. Then she pushed him and the boy from the second floor, which is why the man turned blue with fear. The girl grabbed his hand and ran so that he could barely keep up with her at this time. Myungwoo realized that this was not help, but torture. He wondered what was wrong with him that even small children bullied him. His eyes widened when he saw what awaited him next. In front of him was an 8-lane road. Pointing his finger at her, the boy said that now it was necessary to go to the wrong place. Hearing this, Myungwoo opened his mouth and asked what. The boy decided to go first, but the man grabbed him by the t-shirt, shouting that he should stand there. Left on the sidewalk, the child became angry at his antics and asked what he was doing. The man shouted at them, asking why they were only doing something dangerous. Seeing that the boy was upset, the girl, placing her hands on his shoulders, replied that they were helping. Myungwoo felt awkward when she said that a good fighting skill can come from being in danger of a person's life. Hearing this, he understood the reason for the appearance of his only skill in the past. Holding his chin in his hand, the man told the children that this was what happened to him when he woke up. At this moment the girl was delighted, exclaiming that she was right. Thoughtful, Myung-woo lowered his eyes and said that this was still too much. The children, not knowing what to answer, looked at him. Not so many cars were passing on the 8-lane road. The man asked them if they really do this kind of thing every day, confirming his guess. They replied that they needed to cope with at least something like that in order to become a hunter. Myung-woo became worried, holding out his hands and said that it was dangerous, and then suggested that they study, to which the boy asked who was given this education. While the girl stood behind him with her arms crossed and her eyes closed, he said that everyone does this because they can't feed themselves by studying. The man thought about it when the boy said that it was best to become a combat hunter. A bead of sweat ran down Myung-woo's face. He realized that although the world had changed, everything remained the same, since the hunter's craft simply replaced his studies. At that moment, a loud sound was heard and black smoke appeared behind the man. Frightened, Myung-woo turned around with the children. The whole city was filled with smoke. Citizens were notified that a dungeon had been broken through, asking them to urgently evacuate the nearest shelters. Looking at the message on his phone, the man realized that it was very close. Myung-woo became excited as he saw the joyful children start running away from him. The boy shouted that they could wake up if they went. Stomping his foot hard, the man said that it was forbidden to go there. All the people began to run away from this place, but the children were not at all embarrassed by this, and they walked towards their goal. Myung-woo, following them, shouted that it was too dangerous. The monster had large purple limbs. Leaving a web behind him, he climbed out through the portal and growled loudly. A helicopter with reporters in it flew over the destroyed part of the city, which was blazing with fire. They said that they were broadcasting live with the sister of the dungeon breakout. As huge purple spiders climbed over broken cars and clouds of buildings, they said that the entire city center was covered in cobwebs and spider-like monsters had been spotted. The young man with a camera sat on the edge and filmed what was happening, while next to him a guy with a microphone said that a gate had opened in the building of an abandoned shopping center, but due to the fact that they were not discovered in time, the operator started up, and his mouth and eyes opened wide from shock. He said there was something down there. He moved the camera in that direction and captured a guy and two children taking the road. She, with frightened eyes, tried to escape from the spiders that were everywhere. A helicopter was flying over the scene, and the reporters said that there were people who had not yet evacuated. Continuing to run, they looked around, meeting the eyes of the monsters and shouting that they were very scary and disgusting. Later they saw several spiders who had managed to wrap people in cocoons from their web and tried to understand what they should do in this situation. Clenching his hands into fists, the terrified Myung-woo continued to run with the crying children. Without breaking his pace, he exclaimed that they should try not to cross paths with them at all costs, otherwise they would die too. The girl turned her head and indignantly asked what was wrong with them, since they came here to rise and not to be afraid. Their eyes widened in horror when a black shadow flashed to the right. A huge spider, waving its long legs, jumped at the trio. As Myung-woo clutched his head in horror and the boy began to hide behind him, the girl stepped forward with a confident face and spread her arms to the side. She exclaimed that fear had no place here, until two of her comrades screamed loudly, asking for help. Her comrades screamed loudly, asking for help. Frowning, she began to wave her arms blazing with bright flames and exclaimed that she was using her super fantastic S-class fist of truth. The spider looked at her with his 6 eyes, puzzled. With one swing of his paw, he threw the child aside, breaking the wooden fence with her body. The girl in the wreckage sat on her knees, pressing her hands into the ground, while her brother called loudly to her. She looked at her open palm with a blank look. Ignoring the boy's questions about her condition, she asked why nothing worked out for her. While she sat on her knees and looked at her hands in horror, the dark figure of a large monster hung over her. She nervously began to say that this should not have happened. When the spider struck a powerful blow, Myung-woo managed to grab the girl under his armpit and dragged her brother by the hand, shouting that they urgently needed to run away from here. He saw the undestroyed staircase upstairs and said that they should go there. The frightened boy ran ahead while Myung-woo behind him held his sister in his arms, exclaiming that as soon as they got up, they would call for help. The child turned to him and asked if he was okay and could he go up to the roof with his sister in his arms. The guy, sweating and with round eyes, tiredly exclaimed that he would do it. He turned his head to the side in surprise when the girl buried herself in his shoulder and asked him to leave her. She looked down with upset eyes, from which flowed a copious stream of tears, and asked to leave her, since she had failed anyway. The guide, breathing heavily, looked at the child with stunned eyes when the girl said that she had managed to wake up and received an F class. The boy with a frightened face turned around and pointed in the direction with his hand, loudly asking to look there. Turning his head in that direction, Myung-woo saw a spider approaching the stairs. Hugging the girl tightly, he, almost crying with fear, shouted that they needed to quickly get to the roof. He tried to take a step, but his legs were shaking, and he muttered that he had no more strength. The girl clutched the fabric of her t-shirt tightly on her shoulder, saying that it was all because of her, and that she wanted to be left here. While the spider, making eerie sounds, looked at them with its red eyes, she noted that the guy would be able to get up if he left her. She said that since she was only in F class, she was already doomed, especially without combat skills. Having closed her eyes, she continued to cry and scream that she was not worth being saved at the cost of her life. Hearing these words, Myung-woo with a sweaty face looked at her with a puzzled look with round eyes. He bent down and set the tear-stained girl on the steps. Opening his backpack, he took out a knife, the blade of which was wrapped in fabric. The children looked at him in fear when the guy, baring his teeth, began to go down the stairs with a weapon in his hands. Looking at his trembling palms with a knife in his hands, they asked what he was going to do. Putting a smile on his face, the crying Myung-woo turned to the children and said that he would hold off the monsters while the two of them had to climb to the roof. The girl began to jerk forward, but her brother began to stop her. Grabbing her by the shoulder, she indignantly asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. The guy exclaimed that he couldn't do otherwise, because they were still very young children. The girl with a sad face opened her mouth in surprise when he quoted her words that she was doomed and asked him to leave her. She looked at the back of the guy who asked her to never say that again. Remembering the smiling face of her friend, she began to say that if you have a lot to do in life, you don't have to become a hunter. He exclaimed that life was worth living. He lowered his beaten face and said that the two of them should therefore quickly run upstairs, call for help, and only then return. The girl looked at the guy with frightened, tear-stained eyes and touched her brother's palm when Myung-woo asked them to hold hands and run as fast as they could. He stood at the bottom of the stairs, threatening the spider with his knife, while the boy with a confident face grabbed his sister by the back and dragged her upstairs. Although Myung-woo was terrified, he tried not to show it, and therefore turned his face towards the children. With trembling lips, the girl screamed that they would definitely come back for him, after which she asked him to wait and not die. The guy, who only felt worse from her words, closed his eyes, from which tears were flowing profusely, and mentally asked her to stop. Clutching the knife tighter, he ran towards the monster with a tear-stained face, thinking that he thought too much of himself. But in fact, he couldn't even hold a candle to himself. He thought that this little child was saying such things that he himself did not notice how. He screamed loudly when the spider hit him with its paw, after which the guy flew to the side. He broke through the glass with his body, and fragments flew in different directions. Myung-woo fell headfirst from a multi-story building, thinking that he was truly nothing. He stared ahead with empty eyes while his hair fluttered with the air, and thought that such a non-entity like him would have the same ridiculous end. He saw his friend running after him along a tall building. The guy mentally thanked Yujin, noting that apparently his death was already close, since he saw him before his eyes. Clenching his hands into a fist, the teacher quickly continued to run. Myung-woo thought about how happy he was to see his friend at the last minute of his life. Yujin, with a frightened face, extended his open palm to his comrade, approaching a guy with long hair who was shocked by what was happening. He held his hand and loudly asked him to quickly grab it. Myung-woo looked at his friend with surprised eyes for several seconds through tears. He closed his eyes and began to cry loudly, wondering how he always succeeds in everything. The teacher grabbed the guy's wrist. Holding hands, the two of them quickly flew down, and Manhwa thought that Eugen really always succeeds. At the place where they touched, there was a bright flash of light. The guy with long hair noted that he didn't remember much from that moment. The spider squealed loudly, showing its mouth with sharp teeth. Waving his hand, Eugen directed the long black tentacles that protruded from his back at him. When Manhwa, who had been clinging to his friend all this time, saw them, he was very surprised, and his lower jaw moved down. When the teacher, pushing off the ground with his feet, ran forward, the guy with round eyes asked in fear, "What is this?" Eugen, who took his comrade in his arms, grimaced with irritation when he asked in horror where the tentacles on his back came from. The teacher replied that he seemed to be hallucinating, so he should not pay attention to it. Manhwa indignantly asked how he could do this. His face darkened as Eugen knocked him out with a blow to the neck, not allowing him to finish the question of whether he had always had this skill. He replied that he did not need to know this, and it would be better to sleep. The guy with long hair thought that all his memories ended at that moment. He jumped up, sweating and with round eyes. The battered Manhwa was lying on the sofa in the living room, covered with a blanket. All this time, he asked in bewilderment how he ended up in the hostel. The voice on the TV suggested moving on to other news. When he looked at the screen, they showed a boy and a girl he already knew, who were sitting in an ambulance and crying bitterly. The reporter noted that the lives of the rescued children were no longer in danger. The guy with frightened eyes turned to the side. In front of him he saw Eugen in home clothes, standing with a tray in his hands on which stood a brazier. When the teacher began to put the tray on the table, his friend began to rise from the floor and say that he remembered that he saved him. He asked where he got those tentacles from. Eugen calmly asked what tentacles we were talking about, simultaneously noting that the guy was probably not fully awake. He grabbed his friend by the collar of his white t-shirt as he muttered in confusion that he didn't remember it at all. The teacher began to shake the guy with long hair in anger, indignantly asking what he was thinking. Exposing himself to such danger, he shouted that they were lucky to get into the live cameras. Otherwise he had no idea what would have happened to them. Manhwa responded by saying that he understood. Eugen looked at him with a dissatisfied look with frowning eyebrows, exclaiming that he had again come up with all sorts of nonsense and ran away. He asked if he had any idea how scared he was. Manhwa, with black eyes, looked back at him, pursing his lips. When he suddenly started crying, he was very surprised. A guy with long hair with a soft smile on his face wiped away his tears while his friend asked why he was crying and if any wound was bothering him. The guy responded by saying that everything was fine. At that moment, he thought that he felt as if all the fog that had shrouded his heart had finally cleared away. The two of them sat on the floor and Eugen's eyes widened in surprise when Manhwa asked him if he would still be friends with him if after sharpening 10,000 blades he got a useless skill. The educator with a gloomy face grimaced, frowned, and indignantly asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. The boy with long hair's eyes widened in fear as his friend, who was enveloped in a dark purple aura, rose from the floor. Clenching his hands into fists, he asked in a creepy voice whether he really ran away from home because he was worried about such nonsense. The satisfied faces of the workshop employees appeared in his head, and he began to say that the guy was doing a great job even without skills. He said he heard he was offered a job by the maintenance department. Eugen lowered his head, touching his comrade's shoulders with his hands. He said that besides, he should be the one asking about such things. He looked away in embarrassment and said that it was because he could no longer eat anything other than his food. With his mouth slightly open, Manhwa looked at his friend with a puzzled look while he asked him not to turn away from him. At the moment when he becomes very successful, he asked if he could come over and make him snacks sometimes. The guy with long hair smiled widely, closing his eyes as Eugen replied that he would pay him for it and wouldn't be picky. He happily replied that he would fulfill his whim and from now on he would cook as much as he wanted. He thought that he finally understood. He looked at the wooden boxes of his warehouse workspace, thinking about what he didn't need. Approaching the already familiar machine, he thought that there was no need to be sad and nervous. Wearing black fingerless gloves, Manhwa tied his hair into a ponytail. Sitting down at his workbench, he touched Murakami's sharpening wheel. He began to press the pedal with his foot. Sparks flew in different directions when he brought the blade to the disc, thinking that all this time Eugen. The guy smiled softly, indulging in his memories. He looked down with overgrown stubble and bruises under his eyes. The system showed an emblem of a whetstone, and a notification stated that the registration of the awakened Manhwa was successfully completed. He sat on the floor of a dark room, surrounded by scattered things and garbage, clutching his bloody wrist and looking at the system notification. He read the information about activating any grade skill called grindstone. He recalled waking up in a tiny, dark apartment. Recalling the bloody utility knife lying on the floor, he said it happened while he was cutting his wrist in an attempt to commit suicide. He will be able to obtain a certificate of receipt in his name, and the voice said that this is his payment of 1,000,001 for registering a hunter. He stood opposite the man at the reception desk with sad eyes and looked at the document. The employee said that he was very sorry, but such a skill would not be used, so he should try to find his calling in another field. Wei Yongwu thought that although he had awakened, his life had not changed in N. Putting his briefcase on the side of his stomach, he went outside, shielding his face from the scorching rays, thinking that he had not seen the sun for a long time. Lowering his eyes, he began to take out a white envelope from his briefcase, thinking that with this money he would pay off the debt, pay the rent, and then. He recalled that initially he did not have any special expectations. At this moment, nearby, a smiling Yerem was answering questions from journalists. Myungwoo stepped aside, thinking that, apparently, some high-level hunter had appeared, since there was such a crowd here. He thought it would be better for him to leave through the back entrance. He knew he was never the main character. Taking further steps, he began to step on the black viscous liquid. After a while, the guy holding his briefcase entered her knee-deep, thinking that he was living without anything or anyone. He knew that he couldn't do anything and was only wasting oxygen on himself. He reasoned that maybe his life had been shed a little more because of this awakening, but beyond the point of living for sure. The unknown man suddenly grabbed his arm. Myungwoo saw in front of him the face of a puzzled, dark-haired guy whose cap had fallen off his head. He remembered his contented, smiling face, thinking that he had met him at that very moment. When Eugen brought him to the Abyss dorm, he recalled that at first everything was very strange. Averting his frightened gaze with trembling lips to the side, he wondered whether he really should try and whether he really deserved it. He, with a pole in his hands, after the first training competition, looked back at the smiling Eugen and Yerem, next to whom stood an indignant Yuyun. He reflected that he cared as much as he was grateful. He thought that, unlike the teacher, he could not do much and would never be able to begin to resemble the head of the Abyss or Yerem. Remembering the many boxes of dull blades in his warehouse, he reasoned that even while sharpening all night long, he never dreamed that he would be able to acquire some cool skill. He suddenly remembered the expression on the face of a crying girl who screamed loudly, asking him to leave her, because she was not worth saving at the cost of her life. Then he was very puzzled by her words. Continuing to hold the child's body in his arms and run, he thought that this was not true at all. He recalled that it was only after hearing these words from the mouth of a small child that he realized how wrong he was thinking. He thought that he now understood that Eugen from the very beginning. A moment appeared in his mind when his friend broke his contract with the bandits, and he thought that he had never despised him for his class. Then a memory arose of how the teacher, holding a rod in his hand, protected him during the battle in the training dungeon. The guy mentally noted that he had never forced him to get used to unequal battles. He recalled how the two of them walked along the corridor with blades for sharpening and thought that only so that he could again do what he liked, and he noted that so that he could devote himself entirely to what he was good at. For now sparks flew in different directions during the contact of the blade and the disc. He realized that all this time, with his free hand, Nyang wiped away the tears that formed, thinking that he realized that all this time. When Eugen's broadly smiling face appeared before his eyes, he thought that he believed in him even though he didn't believe in himself one bit. He placed the sharpened blade on the table, thinking that this was why he was no longer worried. Then he took another blunted tip from the pile nearby and mentally noted that he finally saw a path to the future for himself. When his sharpening progress reached 9,997 10,000th, he mentally addressed Eugen, saying that he wanted to become stronger. The guy thought that he wanted to be strong not in what he or Yerim were strong in. Progress showed 9,998. He noted that he wanted to be strong in what he was best at. The enchantment scale rose to 9,999. He thought that he wanted to become strong in his own way. When the next sharpened blade flew into a pile with the others, progress reached 10,000. Manhwa, whose eyes reflected a bright blue light, cried quietly. Kneeling on the floor, he raised his head. Looking at the skill upgrade icon, he thought that he wanted to do this in order to repay his friend for the faith that he had given in. The system notified me that I had received an SS class skill called Goldforge Master. A loud, frightened scream was heard in the workshop. Two employees looked with surprised eyes at the dumbfounded girl, who was pointing to the side. They asked what was wrong with her. The girl tried to tell them about the magic crystal. She pointed with a trembling hand to the empty stand where it was kept and exclaimed that apparently someone had stolen it in the middle of the night. The two men gave her a mocking look and grinned, asking if she hadn't heard yet. They noted that they would soon talk about this in the news, but now the stone is with its owner. Around the silver trident with a crystal in the center, a blue light burned. Irene, surrounded by drones with new weapons in her hands, towered over a large lake. She noted that, as expected from S-class equipment, the color and appearance are completely different. The girl was looking down at the lake, and an earpiece with a microphone was stuck in one ear. She said that the first round of testing of the farm and ice tree spear, handcrafted by Manhwa, is now beginning. Looking around the spacious body of water, colored with green fields, she said that her goal was that lake. The girl smiled contentedly, squeezing her weapon with her other hand, and noted that now is the time to try it. She sat with a wave, and a huge icy power quickly headed towards the lake. In an instant, a huge piece of ice appeared on its surface, passing onto the crystal. Irene, with pleasant surprise and a smile on her face, covered her eyes from the sunlight, noting that they were very confused, and that with such a level. Suddenly her blue eyes opened wide in confusion. The girl saw that a piece of ice broke away from the surface of the water and began to increase in length. She wondered if her skill was really capable of this. The screen showed a close-up image of an ice flow, and a voice noted how clearly the effect of enhancing the S-class ice attribute was visible. Simeon, with a smile on his face, pointed his hand towards the farm and ice tree spear, which was currently in the hands of a man wearing sunglasses. He said that based on the results of the inspection, the weapon was given an S-class, and the South Korean Hunters Association also certified that the creator was Hunter Manhwa. A blond man in a business suit and a microphone in his hand sat in the hall and asked what is the maximum level possible for creation. Manhwa sat in front of the screen wearing a red formal suit and his hair pulled back. He replied that he had no limit on the level of equipment he could create. Eugen, with a satisfied face, was also sitting in the hall at this time along with the surprised Seong-hun, and holding a drink in his hands. His friend also added that it would only require a level of skill above the SS class. Shouts of admiration were heard throughout the hall, and the man noted that. The teacher smiled softly as he frowned and asked if Manhwa should now have security guards as well. Eugen laughed and asked not to worry about it. Looking at his friend's joyful face in the spotlight, he asked if he looked more impressive. Seong-hun agreed with these words, saying that compared to how he first saw him, he definitely looks much better now. The man opened his mouth in surprise when the guy sitting next to him said that thanks to the creation of equipment, Manhwa's stats had risen, and now they were about C-class. The man indignantly asked how this is even possible. Eugen smiled widely as Seong-hun stroked the back of his head in puzzlement and said that this was the first time he had heard that stats could rise like that. The guy answered a little nervously that this was apparently some kind of special case. Looking forward at the podium with the corners of his mouth upturned, he said that no matter what, Manhwa was indeed admired. A few hours ago, a loud cry of surprise rang out in the dorm room. Eugen, with his arms and legs outstretched, looked at his embarrassed friend, who was holding a silver spear in his hands. He asked loudly, did he really create this as soon as he gained the skill? In response, he only said that it happened that way. Manhwa waved his palm with a satisfied smile on his face, and a bright light appeared above it. He said that in the pile of materials there were just the right ones. When he spread his arms to the sides, the teacher with round eyes saw an airy whirlpool in which there were many different materials, from stones to the bones of monsters. Manhwa said that this is a spatial storage unit containing a ton of S-class and SS-class materials. Eugen's eyes, wide with shock, darted from one object to another while his friend told him that it was attached to the skill, to the ice branch from here and the magic crystal from the workshop. A book suddenly appeared in his hands, which the guy with long hair began to leaf through with interest, telling him that to simplify production, he had also been given an encyclopedia. The teacher was deeply indignant in his thoughts that there were so many attachments to one skill. He exclaimed in his heart that he was given only one line of description and a stupid code word for his L-class skill. Manhwa turned around and looked at his friend, who lay down on the sofa in sadness, thinking that this is some kind of discrimination from the system. A guy with long hair asked if he wanted to see his forge. Hearing this, Eugen turned around with interest and asked again. Sitting on the sofa, he looked with surprised eyes, as his friend put his hand forward, as a result of which a golden seal formed in that place. Manhwa said that he thought this skill was just called Golden Forge for looks. Turning to face the teacher, he smiled softly and extended his hand to him, saying that only those people who had received his permission could enter it. Eugen, with a surprised face and a drop of sweat on his cheek, began to extend his hand, noting that in this case there was no need to be afraid of the invasion of thieves. The thought flashed through his head that they were now as if they were in a film or a novel. As he touched his friend's hand, a subdued yellow light began to flicker around him. As he went through teleportation for a while, he thought about how Manhwa is now the main character. The guy with long hair looked contentedly as his friend covered his eyes from the bright light after they were inside. A moment later, Eugen's eyes widened in surprise. With a look of shock on his face, he began to look around the huge, bright room with open-work carved walls. He looked at one of the wooden windows, the frame of which depicted skillful patterns, and indignantly asked whether this wood would catch fire from the fire in the forge. Manhwa replied that he was also surprised by this at first. When they went deeper, the teacher leaned over and began to examine the forge in surprise. He asked why there is no fuel, but it still burns. Suddenly, the fire in front of the guy's face began to grow, and was reflected in his shocked eyes. Eugen jumped back in fear and screamed loudly when he saw the outline of a face in a huge piece of flame. The guy with long hair laughed when the teacher pulled him into a corner and began to cuff him with his hand away from the creature, loudly asking him to move even further. Manhwa replied that now he will be stronger than him. Looking at the outline of white eyes in the flame, he said that it was the spirit of fire. The teacher asked again in surprise. They both stood in front of the forge, and the great fire spirit crossed his fiery arms over his chest. He greeted the owner and said that his name was Isnuar, and that he was born from the last breath of the creator. Manhwa smiled softly, and Eugen's lower jaw dropped in surprise. He said that he had seen this in games before. The guy with long hair said that Ismur helped him create weapons. Looking at the fiery face, he began to say that the previous owner of the fire had prepared everything so that he could easily master the basics of manufacturing. The teacher asked who the previous owner was. Turning to his friend, he saw a bouquet of flowers in his hands. He asked if there were other hunters with the crafting skill, noting that he seemed to be the first. Manhwa hung his head and said that he didn't understand, but that's all that was left. When he first entered the forge, he saw a large bouquet of bright crystal flowers, next to which lay a note. He said that there were only these flowers and a card with a message. Seeing it in the guy's hand, Eugen approached with interest and asked if he could read it, noting that it was the first time he had seen such letters. The guy with long hair replied that for some reason he understood what was written. Holding a note with hieroglyphs in his hands, he began to read a greeting and a wish to the air for the blessing of flame and iron. Dragons flew among the destroyed ancient buildings, and Eugen began to think that sometimes traces of a certain civilization are found in the dungeons. And although the ruins are similar to their world, the elements are completely different. He noted that this is why everyone says that there was another world somewhere. In one of these abandoned buildings, in a well-equipped forge, a man stood with a sledgehammer in his hands, and nearby a spirit of fire was fiddling with a vat of flame. The guy wondered whether the owner of this forge lived in the past of this other world. He asked if he really left all this for the next generation skill owner. Standing between the current owner of the forge and the spirit of fire, he lowered his head thoughtfully. Touching his chin, he thought that in this case the system Manhwa interrupted his thoughts by saying that he was giving it to him. Eugen, removing his hand, gave him a surprised look. The guy with long hair, holding the flowers, smiled softly, noting that he received all this thanks to him. Closing his eyes, he handed the bouquet to his friend, who froze with a stunned face. The guy said that from now on he would always follow him. He added that if he wants independence or decides to stay in the abyss, then he will do so too. Eugen, with his mouth slightly open, looked at the flowers in surprise while his friend said that if it weren't for him, then still. The teacher in his thoughts began to rejoice and swim in a pile of money, thinking that everything was going according to his plan. He mentally noted that Hein had transferred to him, and Manhwa had decided to follow voluntarily, and he could live off the money without any worries. Suddenly, Eugen sank sharply, and his face became gloomy. The guy with long hair froze in surprise when his friend abruptly ordered him that he didn't have to do this. The teacher lowered his head and began patting the back of his head with his hand. He said that he did not have to take care of him. He looked away shyly, without removing his hand, and said that, to be honest, he had been hiding something for a while. Manhwa stood in front of Eugen with flowers in his hands while he looked away. Feeling awkward, he said that they didn't actually know each other before. Eugen put his hand behind his neck, still not looking at him and nervously answering, adding that he had made a mistake and they had never met before. An awkward situation arose between them. The guy in the green shirt spread his arms to the sides, trying to explain himself to his interlocutor, apologizing to Manhwa, whom he interrupted. Eugen raised his hands at face level with the back to his opponent, still frantically trying to apologize, urging him not to worry about himself. Manhwa looked at the young man. It was clear from his face that he was confused. The main character at this time was thinking why he was doing this. Because he saw that Manhwa had finally matured, because he brought him for the sake of the skill, also sincerely rejoicing that he had bloss. Approaching and touching the door, the guy was in a black suit with the same backpack on his back, clearly intending to enter. Such a picture appeared before Eugen's eyes while he was thinking that it was really better to let Manhwa go than to keep him by force. The guy drooped, looking at his interlocutor, still with flowers in his hands, who did not know what to say. The dome of the building shimmered beautifully from the sunlight while the long-haired youth asked the F-class representative about his skill, which should give him more influence than any other guild. Eugen responded hesitantly but positively. The sun's rays shone on Manhwa's face, which calmly answered his interlocutor that under such circumstances, you cannot worry about anything for a long time. Next, he hands the bouquet to the main character with the words that he should still accept it, otherwise the flowers will burn. Against the backdrop of bright flames, the long-haired guy with a sparkle in his eyes declared that he would try to do whatever he wanted, not caring about Eugen, doing as he saw fit. Surrounded by paparazzi and wearing a red suit, Manhwa held a spear in his hand as Park Yerim approached him. She picked up the Farmini ice tree spear. Eugen and Seong Han sat among the guests on red chairs in business suits. The young man was clearly worried, holding a glass of drink in his hands while a man in a black suit looked at him. As it turned out, Manhwa was supported by the Abyss. He decided to give the hunter of this guild his first. The young man in the purple suit closed his eyes, upset, asking himself why he did this, because he could have gotten a bag of money. Park Yerim happily raised her spear hand while the long-haired guy stood behind her and applauded her, not far from Seok Samayon, who soon gave the two of them his word. Yujin looked at them a little upset. While the man in the black jacket focused his gaze on him, the main character praised the creator of this spear, really noting that now he can be left alone. Several powerful spotlights from the ceiling of the building shone directly onto the stage. Seon Han asked the young man about Yu Myung-woo's plans, whether he would be independent or work with him. Yujin did not give an exact answer, but suggested that he would be welcome everywhere. The whole trio stood on the stage, not far from each other, and it was clear that the long-haired guy was happy with everything while the girl willingly carried on a conversation with the man in glasses. The main character rested his head on his hand and looked at them thoughtfully, not understanding why Yu Myung-woo would stay here if he could find a better place. Seon Han looked at him indignantly, unable to find words for the young man's expression that despite his friendship with the long-haired guy, they were not that close and had not known each other for very long. He turned to Yujin, who was calmly drinking his drink while his interlocutor tried to express his guess. At that time, the girl, sparkling with happiness, with a microphone in her hands, thanked the hunter for the new weapon, smiling widely. The main character suddenly chokes on his drink and spits, hearing words of gratitude from Park Yu-rim addressed to himself as well. Yu Myung-woo also took the microphone and chimed in, adding that everything worked out thanks to the young man. Several powerful spotlights were directed towards Yujin as the hunter thanked him. Sincerely acknowledging the enormous contributions of both the guild and the F-class himself, the entire hall turned their gaze to the main character, who was hiding behind the seat, who in panic was trying to hide H. Seon Han smiled a little, looking at the young man. He, in turn, blushed from such attention, not understanding what he had done to deserve it, while the man thought that the guy really didn't understand how much he meant to them. Everyone present in the hall began to fuss, starting to whisper among themselves. Yu Myung-woo smiled lightly as he was next to the girl who praised him for such words, because their purpose was to show Yujin's value, thereby guaranteeing him some security. The glass multi-story building sparkled in the sunlight. Several days passed very calmly. The main character was looking out the window with his hand in his pocket, also holding a snack in the other. There was no reason for him to go out. Although security had been strengthened, Yu Myung-woo was always in his forge and often brought snacks to the young man, which he was content with. However, peace has been rather down and out of sorts lately. The guy knelt down next to the animal, which was lazily lying on its side, inviting it to take a walk, to which the animal did not react. The young man took his pet in his arms, clearly worried about his condition, not understanding why he was so exhausted. Standing up and placing the animal on his shoulder, the main character assumed that its abduction could cause him such damage. Walking out into the corridor, a girl with long blonde hair noticed them, paying attention to them, while the hunter tried to cheer up peace. The blue-eyed girl looked at them enthusiastically, asking if they were heading to the training hall, and took the initiative to see them off. She turned out to be the bodyguard for today. Her name was Kam So-yeon. She was in a class huntress, recruited by the head of Jupiter from England, who was a tall and rather handsome man, blonde. Possessing special talents at the age of 19, Sung Hyun-yi himself recruited her personally. She and Yoo Hyun were shown on the news, filmed from behind. As they headed to the conference room, the main character assumed that she would be a suitable passion for his brother and was already calling her daughter-in-law in his thoughts. The dazzling blonde crouched down in front of the beast, extending her index finger, smiling broadly at him and showing all her friendliness to get acquainted. She turned and, looking at the main character, pointed towards the elevator, clarifying their route to escort them. Yujin was glad to see the girl and hoped that he would get along with her the same way his younger brother should. A small screen above the entrance to the elevator showed them a red one and the same down arrow, indicating that the elevator would go in the direction of the sign. At this time, the girl started a dialogue, mentioning the recent abduction. The girl and a guy with a pet in their arms entered the elevator. Kam So-yeon expressed her joy to the guy, calling him her last hope. The main character asked what she meant. The blonde raised her index finger in order to attract the young man's attention, talking about what she had SS class. Yujin gasped in surprise. This was a dragon rider skill. A huge flying lizard, with green scales and a red belly, paws, and wings, was the most indomitable of all monsters. The girl fantasized about how she was cutting through the sky on horseback with a black dragon, whose crests resembled iridescent crystals, however. Finding a dragon even for a class is almost impossible, but if she had such an opportunity, she would be able to move from dungeon to dungeon more freely. With her hands on her cheeks, the girl sighed in disappointment next to the young man, said that she could not use her skill. The guy tried to maintain the dialogue, calling her position very burdensome. Despite this, scientists in special protective suits tried to hatch the eggs themselves, recording data about them. Kong Soyen relied on the skill of the main character, saying that in the dungeons controlled by Jupiter you can sometimes find dragon nests, and if you manage to hatch them, then CW. The girl clasped her hands together, holding him close and smiling widely just at the thought of her own pet. Eugen was touched by the girl, still hugging the animal to himself, thinking about how cute his younger brother is. Having arrived, the girl happily exited the elevator, while Eugen fell off his feet after her words. She said that she would do everything to protect the young man, because he would have to raise her baby, which is why the guy fell, because the words did not sound very appropriate. Trying to get to his feet with the pet on his head and catch up with the girl in front, the main character asked why she put it that way. The girl looked at him and replied that that's what everyone says. Eugen sighed displeasantly, with his pet on his head, remembering Moon Hyuna, from whom such phrases came, to which the guy promised to cause trouble for her. The huge training hall, equipped with everything necessary, did not impress the animal, which lay down on the floor, stretching its paws to the sides. The guy knelt down in front of him, trying to understand what was going on, and the blonde was nearby. Peace meowed displeasantly, not reacting to his owner. The young people looked anxiously at the animal, which had caught its claws on its owner's t-shirt and did not want to do anything. Eugen tried to remove the animal from himself, jerking in different directions in every possible way so that it would come unstuck, while the girl watched everything and considered it a very funny sight. Touching his chin with his hand, Kong So-yeon came up with an idea on how to safely walk with the monster. The young man, who was still wearing peace, looked at the girl with hope, not believing his ears when she suggested they take a walk in another good place. Overjoyed, the girl took out her phone, causing the guy to panic when she suggested a garden on the roof of the guild building, mentioning that the head might be there. The guy tried to stop the girl, but didn't even have time to finish. The man put the phone to his ear, promising the huntress to send a car. Sun-yoon sat on his chair, legs crossed, in front of a huge aquarium instead of a wall, telling them to pull up at any time. Leaning back in his chair, the head of the guild examined the aquarium, adding that he needed to prepare to meet his dear guests. The garden, huge and beautiful in its splendor, was illuminated by sunlight, literally sparkling. A blonde and a brunette, holding their pet in their arms, walked through the garden, while the young men marveled at the existence of such a place right on the roof of the Jupiter building. The red-haired animal noticed the butterfly and looked up, surprised. Then he meowed loudly, looking at his owner, and said that it was safe here. The girl put her hands on the shoulders of the guy, who was trying to convince the pet that it was safe here. The blonde kisses Eugen on the cheek, trying to convince the animal that she poses no threat to them. The guy moved away from the girl in embarrassment while she calmed the animal inside himself. He was indignant, saying that this was impossible. Peace noticed blue flowers behind him, while his owner did not understand the girl's action, assuming this was due to her foreign origin. The animal became interested in them and, with sparkles in his eyes, began to look at them while the girl and the guy watched him. Approaching the flowers, the pet began to sniff them, while the blonde asked whether he had seen such flowers before and whether he liked them. The next moment, the animal jumps and destroys the flower bed with its strength, scattering the flowers to the sides with streams of wind. Kong So-yeon was very pleased with the pet's energy, but his owner did not appreciate this act, beginning to apologize for the mess. The girl touched her jacket, looking dreamily towards the building, fantasizing that their pets could play together, while the young man looked at her and was interested in the breed of the dragon. The dome of the building sparkled incredibly under the sun's rays. The blonde happily answered that a third-class flying dragon, dark and spiky-winged, should hatch. These dragons are the strongest, and they are completely covered with durable black scales and have huge spikes on their wings. Kang So-yeon touched her cheeks, moved by just the description of the dragon, while her opponent didn't understand what was cute about it. The girl's eyes sparkled with happiness, and the young man became nervous, wondering why she was so pleased by the fact that there was poison on the tail of this lizard. With a smile, closing her eyes, she looked at the young man and asked him to look into the garden more often in order to brighten up the situation. Eugen smiled at the blonde, agreeing with her words. While his pet continued to rage, he looked up at the sky, at the shining sun, wondering when was the last time he walked like this, had not been given such a luxury before returning. Peace, with flowers in his mouth, contentedly approaching the young man, while he was thinking about how he could be in the garden more often. The young man sat down in front of the animal, scratched it behind the ear, and took the flower, sitting in front of it, while the girl was touched by the pet's peculiar gift to the owner. At this time, the week's intuition skill was activated, which is an ability that determines the approach of a hunter of a higher level. The girl turned around in alarm, asking Sung-hyun what brought him here. The main character was clearly wary and nervous. The head's hand touched the beautiful purple flower, and he himself replied that he could not help but come. A tall blonde man dressed in rather cozy clothes looked at the huntress, calling the young man an important guest. He is quite popular because he is the head of the leaving guild of the country. He is surrounded by a huge number of paparazzi, and he himself has influence not only in Korea, but also abroad. Before he disappeared for several years, he was undisputed #1. Now the table was covered with various cakes and goodies. The guy was clearly in shock. Looking at the table, he panicked even more when the blonde left him alone with the head of the guild. He himself calmly poured the tea, which surprised the young man most of all. The man warned him to be careful, because the tea was very hot. Eugen drank tea, looking incredulously at his opponent, who was just about to hand something to his pet. The winged dragon bone was quite long, but it looked strong. Peace first looked at this item. He literally went crazy from the mere presence of the bone. The man said that usually all high-level carnivorous monsters like these bones. The brown-haired man looked at his animal, which was basking with this bone, licking it, falling to the ground. The guy was sure that Peace was delighted. The main character closed his eyes, tasting the cookies, thinking that the head of the guild was not so bad. The next moment he shuddered. He was still holding the bitten cookie in his hands. Eugen began to eat, looking at the friendly face of the man, thinking that his long-haired friend made better snacks. He, in turn, noticed that the brunette looked quite healthy and was happy about it. The young man replied with a smile that everything was fine, and he was uncomfortable that the blonde had come to see for himself. Sung-hyun, he smiled wider, covering one of his hands with the other, placing his elbows on the table, reinforcing everything with the phrase that it was his responsibility because the guy still has to raise the baby. In response to these words, the main character once again mentally threatened the G. The blonde lowered his palms onto the table, which were half fastened into a lock, noting the importance of his spoken words. The men looked at each other as they sat at a beautiful table in the garden. The head of the guild noted the guy's skills, as well as the fact that he is under the patronage of the only blacksmith in the skills, as well as the fact that he is under the patronage of the only blacksmith in the world. And the blonde continued, raising his palm at chest level, noting that the other guilds would like to talk to Eugen. The blonde took a closer look at his opponent, reinforcing his words about his influence on other people. The brunette looked warily at the man's palm, listening to his offer to try. The young man awkwardly looks away, putting his hand behind his neck, trying to politely refuse him, because he understood that he was asking him to take advantage of his position, and noted for himself his bad temper. Each of them tried to carefully insist on their own, searching for more and more arguments and compelling reasons. The main character was sincerely surprised and removed his hand from his neck when he heard words about the possible appearance of a second high-level monster for the purpose of protection. The blonde gasped in surprise, asking if his brother really hadn't told him about this. A silver fork broke off a piece of the berry dessert, adding that the ISS would pay for everything, because they were guilty of the kidnapping, otherwise they would have faced unpleasant consequences. Soon Hyan raised his hand with a fork stained with dessert and looked sarcastically at his opponent, noting that his younger brother could have shared such information. He lowered his hand and looked innocently at his interlocutor. The brunette looked away, seeing that everything was fine, because the blonde thought that he was speaking like a blacksmith. The guy remembers how Yun was talking about something with Sayak Simeon, while he himself was standing not far from them with pets in his hands. He noted that his younger brother really didn't tell him anything. He just waved it off when the guy asked him about the progress of the investigation. The blonde put down a cup of tea, saying that lately he hasn't understood his younger brother Eugene much. He was clearly surprised when the head of the guild asked about his influence and the opportunity to create his own guild, in no way inferior to others. Peace continued to play with the dragon bone while his owner was convinced that he could create his own squad of monsters, due to a number of reasons. The brunette became nervous, touching his cheek with his finger, but the man calmly answered his concerns about the illegality of such activity, that for now it could indeed be illegal. He began to pour himself more tea, smugly declaring that laws are something for the state and society. A stream of tea flowed into the general mass, forming a whirlpool, where various monsters and destroyed buildings were clearly visible. The blonde's stories made the guy feel uneasy because he said that the dungeons were only temporarily under their control, but the quantity and complexity of the meaning was not permanent. He believed that in about 5 years everything would change, and they would need any additional strength. Eugene frowned and tensed at the words of the guild head that he could become the source of eternal high-level power. Sung-Yoon smiled carefreely, taking the cup in his hands, advising his interlocutor to definitely talk to his brother. The next moment, his gaze became cold as he took a sip of tea. This bothered the main character, but he didn't understand what was wrong, as if the blonde was talking down to him, neglecting him and trying, and then his thoughts stopped. And so, a newly glazed multi-story building, sparkling in the sun. Yu Hyan was interested in his brother. The girl, sitting on the sofa, wearing a sweatshirt, turned to the brunette in a suit who was at the table, sharing her suspicions. Park Yu-rim put her hand to her chin and thought about it as she recounted what she saw in the memory. Sitting in front of the dead body of a BRICS member, she used the whiteness of the body. In the memory, the man, along with his accomplices in red clothes, wrung their hands behind the brunette's back, indignant at why he was conscious. Then one of them suggested that the Abyss Guild had supplied the guy with some kind of antidote. Yu Yeon tensed after listening to the girl, because she said that his older brother does not have items with an antidote effect. Imagining Eugene turning around and looking back rather ominously, he listened to the girl who suspected the brunette's older brother of hiding something important. The windows of the building sparkled at sunset. Eugene thought that Jupiter had decided to assign an rank bodyguard to him on the way back. A guy with a gloomy look rode next to Hyuni, who smiled and said that he was obliged to personally take in. The guy looked at his lap, where Peace lay next to the flowers, and thought that the bodyguard was on his own mind, after which he wondered whether it was normal for an S-class to move around so freely. He turned to the driver and with an awkward smile said that he was very grateful to him, but this would not give him additional preferences. He suddenly stopped and watched in horror as the man quickly reached out to him. The blonde quickly fastened his seat belt. The hero listened in fear as he said with a smile that since he was in F-class, he had better buckle up. Holding his hand up, the man grinned and told him to consider this as payment for not helping during the kidnapping. The guy held Peace and timidly, with a smile, said that it was nothing, thinking at that time that the man was creepy. Their car was driving along the road. The guy said that, in any case, it was all in CS's fault, to which the man agreed. Looking at the road, he added that, however, the guy visited him in person. Holding the steering wheel with one hand, he continued to say that in addition it revealed that the MCS was so rotten that it would be better to uproot it as soon as possible. Hyuni looked out the window with a smile. Eugene looked at him in surprise. The sun created glare in the windows of skyscrapers. The guy remembered that the MCS would fall earlier than they should have. Looking out the window, he added that, however, they were the first of the main guilds to fall before he returned in time. Eugen looked at the driver. Looking at the man who was illuminated by the sunset, he thought that even before returning he knew little about this man. The guy put his hand to his mouth and wondered if he should use the sprout skill. He turned his gaze to the smiling Hyuni, thinking that he wanted to look at the international first place stats window after all. There was nothing wrong with it. He wouldn't pay attention to just one glance. Then he added that he would activate the skill and take a look with one eye. He glanced carefully towards the driver looking towards the steering wheel. He decided that he would pretend to look at the billboard. He activated the sprout skill, thinking that he would not read everything, only part, and that he should not dart his eyes. Hyuni interrupted his thoughts by grabbing the guy by the neck. The bouquet fell from Eugen's lap. The car continued to move. The guy held the animal in fear and wondered what the hell happened. The skill of resisting fear was activated, and the guy thought that he was now on the verge of death. He turned pale and looked down with wide eyes, thinking that he would die if the man squeezed his neck even a little. The man watched the road with a calm smile. Sitting with his hand on his neck, the guy fussily thought about how the man noticed him, because he didn't even have time to activate the skill. Peace jumped up and started growling at the driver. The guy looked up timidly and said that he believed the man was accompanying him as a bodyguard, before asking if he was going to follow in MCS's footsteps. The blonde looked at him with a smirk. He let go of the guy's neck. Removing his hand, he said that he did not understand what he was talking about, because none of them had done anything. The driver looked at Eugen with a grin. The guy held the angry animal with an awkward smile while Hyuni asked him if this was so. The guild's skyscraper reflected the sun's rays. The man mentally said that the damn kid has excellent sense of smell. Simeon and Cyan Seonghan stood near the entrance. Hyuni appeared from the car, smiling and saying that everyone had come out to meet them. He walked up to the passenger door and, opening it, the guy flew out of the car like a bullet while the man called him a dear client. Eugen, with Peace in his arms, fearfully stood next to Seonghan. Hyuni said that he was very playful. The man wanted to give him the forgotten flowers, but Simeon blocked his way and, asking what he was doing there, said that his sudden visit without warning was very problematic. Standing in front of him, Hyuni called him by name. He raised his hand slightly and said with a smile that he should have been notified that an Atlas or higher hunter was coming, to which the head replied irritably that he knew that was not the problem. Simeon adjusted his glasses and said sternly that hunter guilds are kind of military groups, and Hyuni is well aware that S-classes are extremely rarely allowed into other S-class guilds. Eugen listened silently as the man said that Hyuni knew very well what had already happened in such cases. The guy wondered why he personally took him then. Suddenly the guy looked at them in shock. He looked at the smiling Hyuni, realizing that he was deliberately pissing them off for fun. The blonde pulled out one flower from the bouquet, saying that there was no need to be so harsh. He stuffed the flower into the irritated Simeon's pocket with a smile, adding that he took it upon himself to guarantee Eugen's safety. The head watched in fury as Hyuni walked past him, put his hand in his pocket, and told the guy that with the bouquet he would like to give him a gift. He opened a box containing 2 red earrings and said that they were a small gift and that they increased monostats and contained a B-class shield, adding that Soyeon would often work with them from now on, and then asked him to take care of her. Eugen looked at the gift in surprise and thought that an item with a skill was difficult to get even for several 100 million won. He was suddenly shocked by Hyuni's words that he didn't see the earrings on him and thought he had lost them during the kidnapping, and Eugen wondered when he noticed it. The man said with a smile that this gift may seem like too much, however, the greatest effectiveness can only be expected from such overkill. Hyuni opened the driver's door and, smiling broadly, said that he looked forward to a long and close cooperation. The morning sun illuminated the bathroom. The guy's hand was rested on the table next to the empty earring box. Eugen looked at himself with new earrings, his face in the water. He turned around and called Peace to launch the rockets. The animal burst into the room enthusiastically. He jumped at the guy, but a shield appeared in front of him, which he hit. Eugen caught the stunned animal and said with a smile that the shield works great. Suddenly the guy sniffed Peace, saying that it smelled strange, after which he added that the animal had played a lot today and needed to rinse off. Eugen happily ran to the bathroom, throwing up his pet. Peace sadly sat under the stream of water with foam on his head. The guy poured water on him from the shower head and, while washing the pet, said that he was glad that the animal had regained its energy, and besides, Eugen acquired an item that increases the mana stat, adding that it was a good trip. Eugen remembered Simeon yelling at him and thought that he didn't want to go to Jupiter anymore. Simon angrily looked after Hyuni and said that he was impudent and that if their leader came out then everything around would turn into a sea of fire, and Eugen said with a smile that he was just going too far. The men turned to him irritably, saying that he was not joking because it was impossible to predict how everything could end if they crossed paths, and said that once the head was arrested after his visit to one of the guilds. After hearing this, the guy asked in shock what happened to his brother. Coming out of his memories, Eugen looked down in frustration, asking himself what his brother had been doing all this time. He thought that, in addition to everything else, he needed to impose the effect of education on 50 equally dangerous people, adding that he wanted to grab the system by the screw. Peace began to shake off the water, splashing everything around. Suddenly the animal jumped out of the bath screaming. The guy fell back in surprise and told him to stop. Eugene caught the pet in the air, asking where he was going, then calling him a bully. Looking at Peace, he said he needed to dry off. Suddenly he noticed that instead of a pet, he had a toy in his hands. Dekubai watched as he turned around in annoyance at the wet animal and asked when he learned the body replacement technique, after which he said that it was a gift from him. Eugen looked at the joyful spirit who was waving to him and said that he had come. Dekubai came down from the windowsill holding another toy, and Eugen asked if these were Japanese toys, to which the guy replied that they were, but they were not sold as a peace toy, but as a fiery horned lion toy, after which he added that, whatever you call a rose, it will still smell like a rose. The spirit circled in front of the guy, naming the price of everything. The headband with ears cost 1,650 yen. The 50 centimeters toy cost 6,050 yen, the backpack cost 270 yen, and the 30 centimeters toy cost 3,850 yen. Dekubai flew up to the embarrassed guy and, putting his ears on him, said that after the show the guy became famous throughout the world, to which Eugen replied that he did not particularly observe the reaction of the internet. The spirit handed the tablet into the guy's hand. Eugen asked what was going on with his work and whether he was having fun all the time, to which Dekubai answered in the negative, asking who he took him for. He sat down next to Peace while the guy looked at the tablet, telling the animal that he was a real fiery horned lion. Eugen admired the fact that the spirit really had everything filled, adding that he was much more efficient than he expected, so he asked why there was no information about the dungeon. Dekubai put his head on his hand and said that he could not enter them. Eugen looked at him in surprise and asked why he couldn't get into the dungeon, to which the spirit replied that he didn't know why, but every time he tried to get into the dungeon, he was thrown out. The guy listened to this in surprise, asking himself if it was because the spirit had the power of the dungeon, after which he thought that the dungeon could not be pushed into the dungeon. He put down the tablet and thought that if Dekubai is essentially the same as the dungeon. Without finishing the thought, he called out to the spirit. The guy abruptly hugged Dekubai, startling him, and called him his love, causing the spirit to ask what the hell he was doing all of a sudden. Peace poked his paw at the toy with interest while the guy said that he was showing love. The spirit tried to break free and told him to unhook, to which Eugen replied that he should not be harmful, but hug him and teleport away. While hugging Dekubai, he looked back at him slyly. It was night outside the windows. Dekubai nervously asked why he needed to teleport, and the guy told him to listen to his superiors, and that he would not get rid of him if the spirit did not listen. Dekubai sadly resigned himself. Suddenly they were in the air. Eugen looked down in surprise, and the guy said that he would only do it for a little bit. The headband with ears fell on the night city. The guys were floating in the air above the city. Eugen looked down in surprise and thought that this was exactly the same feeling as when passing through the dungeon gates. An image of a shining gate appeared in his head. Dakibai pushed off from the air that glowed under his foot. Step by step, the spirit with the guy in his arms teleported through the air above the city. Eugen looked around. Before the next jump, he began to think that, to be more precise, each such teleportation is a movement through a kind of dungeon. A man with glasses sat behind the wheel of a car, and aura glowed above his hood. Suddenly Dokibai appeared in front of him with a guy in his arms, which scared him very much. Eugen apologized. The guy looked at the night sky, thinking about what was just like his last trip to the dungeon. The system window malfunctioned and the guy happily finished his thought, thinking that the system window was changing. The frightened driver watched as the guys jumped into the teleportation portal. Eugeo thought that the system was sending him messages when he was in the dungeon, and therefore, if he used the power of Dokibai, he might be able to talk to the system normally. The guy sitting in the arms of the spirit pointed to something with his hand with a smile, and said that he needed to do this a few more times. The spirit looked exhausted and said heavily that he could no longer do it. The guy took Eugen by the waistband of his trousers, saying that when he holds someone like that, he wants... Without finishing the sentence, he knocked the guy over his back and hit him on the ground, shouting the name of the fighter, Serum. Dakibai hovered in the air above the guy lying on the ground and said embarrassedly that he couldn't help himself. Eugen asked if he was really trying to stick to his role as a spirit. Dakibai, looking at the guy who was stretching his shoulder, asked if he was hurt. The guy with a nervous smile thought that he couldn't imagine what would happen without the shield. He swiped his finger through the air to open the system window, adding that there should have been enough time for the system to send him something. A notification window opened in front of him. The acceleration of Peace's growth was activated, and in the skill description the letters were highlighted, which formed the inscription "Go to the dungeon." The guy looked at this irritably. He did not take his eyes off the system window and thought that first there was a typo, now a change in the description of objects, after which he wondered if it was possible to simply open the chat, as it was in the dungeon. He remembered the moment when he received unknown notifications and thought that, based on the contents, until he entered the dungeon, he would not even be able to find it, after which he wondered if it was possible that they simply could not do much in his world. The guy placed his hand on the spirit's head as he nervously asked if he should be given the potions. Eugen removed his hand and said with a smile that everything was fine and he just needed to check something, and that thanks to Dokibai it was possible. As he walked away from the spirit, he looked back at him and said that he could go, and that if anything was needed, he would call, after which he thought that he had no choice but to return to the dungeon. The guy smiled sarcastically, raising his hand, and said that the spirit did a great job, calling him his favorite. Dakibai looked at him in confusion. The image of his grandmother appeared in his imagination, and he wondered why the boss looked so much like the grandmother who owned the house in ancient times. The night sky hung over the city. Dakibai said that he would see the guy off and offered to teleport him home. The guy agreed, thinking that this is how the spirit ended up under the influence of upbringing. The light was on in the guy's room. He looked at the message on his phone that showed the location of the winnings and said it was nearby. Eugen, looking in the mirror, put on a black hat, saying that no one would recognize him that way. He picked up the dark glasses and thought that it was time for him to move forward, because this is the only chance while the little black man's skills are still active. He put on his glasses and covered his face with a mask, adding that he was just quickly running into the dungeon for a small conversation, and mentally turned to the system, thinking that he was already on his way to it. There was a plant with large leaves in the corridor. Suddenly Eugen appeared around the corner. Step by step, he tried to walk secretly along the corridor, leaning against one wall or the other. Sitting behind a large flower, he held the leaf at face level and thought that this was the first stage. He activated the stealth skill Wall Lizard, after which he activated 2 more skills to strengthen it 4-fold, the final retribution and the Rashida's Predator. The guy hid his presence and, sitting opposite the elevator with security, thought that it would be very suspicious if the elevator suddenly went to a floor to which no one had called him. The elevator doors opened slightly. A man in a white robe came out of the elevator with a cart full of food. Eugen quickly slipped inside while he said that he was carrying lunches, adjusting his mask. He looked at the guy through the closing door and thought that he had come at this time on purpose and that his skill had been strengthened fourfold so that he could not be afraid of being detected even by a. Eugen held onto his hat as he stood in the corner of the elevator next to a crowd of workers. The elevator reached the first floor and the door began to open, and the guy continued to think that besides, stealth skills are inherent only to monsters, and Dokibai is the only known monster with such a skill. Eugen looked around as he exited the elevator, thinking that no one would suspect that someone could leave or enter using a stealth skill. He looked at the arched metal detector towards which a man in a suit was heading. Eugen rushed away while the man stood in the frame with his hands raised and was examined by a female security guard. The guy flew at their feet at high speed, thinking that all he had to do was get out of there. While he was running away from there, the girl told the man that the alarm had gone off and she needed to look at him, to which he said in surprise that he seemed to have laid out all his equipment. Clouds floated across the sky, and the guy mentally apologized, adding that after the skill ended, he would behave lower than grass, quieter than water. The multi-story building was surrounded by a blue barrier. The guy stood in front of the front door and, trying to catch his breath, said that the road here alone was more difficult than the dungeon itself. He stood at the console to enter the code and, looking around, was glad that no one was watching the F-class dungeons. The door opened and the dungeon gates appeared behind it looking at them. The guy thought that he was just quickly going to talk to the system, after which he would return back to the hostel. He started counting on his fingers, saying that he had taken items and a lot of potions with him. Eugen then took out the gate stone, saying that he would take that to just in case. He remembered the moment when Yun gave him this item, and, clenching it into his fist, he thought with relief that he had done the right thing by taking it, and mentally thanked his brother. Looking up at the gate, he turned to his brother, thinking that he might just come here and immediately return to peaceful life. He stepped into the dungeon, and the gate shone blue. The guy ran in the shade of the tall treetops. Looking around, he said that this was supposed to be a forest dungeon, but everything looked more like a jungle. The monsters watched him from the tree branches as he accessed the system. There were many shining eyes watching him from the shadows. Eugen said that the system could at least guide him to the right place. The monsters jumped at him with a roar. The blue energy whip cut the monkey. The whips that grew from the guy's back cut down the monsters one by one. While he wondered out loud if it would take the system some time to find him again. The guy walked away towards the bushes. The whips continued to wriggle, and the corpses of the monsters fell to the ground. The guy ran through the forest past the monkeys, cutting them apart, keeping his hands in his pocket and trying to shout to the system. Extending his hand, he activated the viscous poison and began to accumulate the dark substance in his hand, saying that he had already arrived. Jumping up, he threw poison at the monsters, shouting for the system to finally show itself. He stepped on tree roots, shouting to the system. Having climbed the mountain of corpses, he raised his hand to his mouth and shouted for the shitty system to finally answer him. Eugen lowered himself and began collecting magic stones, indignant that at this rate he would simply clear the dungeon, adding that, besides, F-rank stones were practically worthless. Suddenly he fell back in fear because of the system window that appeared, and exclaimed that the system scared him. In the system window, using lead style, it was written that it was not their fault. The guy scratched the back of his head incomprehensibly and wondered what this meant, that it was not their fault. The guy looked at another window that appeared, not having time to finish the question about why it was written like that and what they were talking about. In the window that appeared there was a description of the wishing stone. The guy asked what they had this time. He thoughtfully said that he remembered the wishing stone, after which he asked what it was for. Suddenly, before the guy's eyes, the line about the ban on resurrecting the dead began to disappear. He kept his eyes on what was happening and wondered why it was being erased. Suddenly, in place of this line, the system wrote an apology and an awkward emoji. The guy looked at this incomprehensibly, asking why they were apologizing. This message was repeated in the guy's head when suddenly he realized something. He, on his knees, grabbed his head and screamed, asking if the ban on resurrecting the dead was a bluff. He put his hands between himself and shouted at the system in rage, saying that it was not for nothing that it seemed strange to him last time, because how could it happen that you cannot resurrect the dead, but you can turn back time? Symbols appeared on the system window showing that the system was ashamed, and the guy continued to shout, asking why she deceived him, and then insulted her furious. He asked if she was hinting that she could not tell, and if she could only communicate with such symbols. He took out the gate stone and, again insulting her, told her to look at it. He raised the object above his head and angrily shouted to the system that he could easily deal with even a high-level monster, so that it could speak calmly. He fell silent and silence hung in the air. Suddenly a response from the system appeared, and the guy said in surprise that this was what he meant. Before he could finish speaking, he looked in shock at the windows that appeared. System windows appeared in the air one after another, and he asked in shock what it was all about. While they appeared in the air, the guy asked to slow down. She told them not to get angry, because they understand how unpleasant it is and that they want to tell him everything, but direct contact will cause certain consequences, and that the stronger the intervention, the easier detect him. Then the system said that additional preparations were needed, because if too much information came up, he would be in danger, and then asked him to carefully prepare for a week. Eugen read the inscriptions in surprise, asking why they took so much time, a whole week, and if they were asking him to return a week after preparation. The guy thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin, and, thinking that by then the effect of the final retribution would end and he would again be a simple F rank, he said that he would have to look for another way. Suddenly, a crack appeared in space while the guy was thinking that the more messages they sent, the more dangerous it would be. Eugen looked in fear as the space in front of him became covered with a web of cracks. The space at the crack burst, throwing the guy who covered his face with his hands. The system window began to glitch, and looking at this, Eugen thought that he was in trouble. Shielding his face from the shrapnel, he wondered aloud if it was because the system had sent so many messages. He watched as the energy swirled in the rift and asked in horror if something worse would appear now than last time. Suddenly, energy splashed out from the rift throughout the area. The guy continued to cover his face from the light, thinking about what was blinding him. He lowered his hand, holding the gate stone in it, and wondered if a monster worse than La Cheetah's would really appear. The guy looked in surprise at the white lump that appeared on the ground, around which dust settled. With a shocked expression, he thought it was a dumpling. The ball turned out to be a small chick he was trying to roll over to his feet while the guy was thinking whether it was really a monster. The chicken couldn't turn around and squeaked, which is why the guy mentally called him Cutie. Eugen watched from the bushes as the chick ran on the ground, deciding that he should not let his guard down, because although he looked cute, he could actually turn out to be a ferocious monster. He used the sprout skill on the fleeing chick, and information window opened, in which only the fact that he was a Frank was visible. Other information was blurred. The guy thought that it seemed to him that this was an ordinary monster, even taking into account the system errors, after which he wondered. Suddenly Eugen opened his mouth in surprise. He saw how the chicken wanted to eat the magic stone and shouted that this stone was very poisonous. The next moment, Eugen quickly grabbed him and moved him away from the stone, shouting at him not to eat him. The guy immediately began to sweat and thought in confusion that he had picked him up. He looked at the chick, which lay in his palms, and thought that it was very soft and cute. Suddenly the chicken began to squeak, flapping its wings. The guy looked at him pitifully and asked him not to cry, saying that if he ate it, his stomach would hurt. There was another monster sitting on a branch behind Eugen, looking at him as he asked the chick if it was feeding on mana stones. Suddenly the monkey rushed at them from behind. The guy's web cut its jaw. The monster dropped dead, and the guy told the chicken that he wouldn't let it get hurt. He looked back and saw dozens of eyes looking at them, after which he said that they had come again. He lifted the chick to his face and asked him to sit still while he collected food for him. The dungeon gate opened in the air. The guy stood in front of the corpse of a huge turtle and scratched his head, saying that in the end he got all the way to the boss. An image arose in his imagination of him fighting monsters and the chick running after stones, and Eugen said that it swallowed all the mana stones that fell out over and over again. He held the chick on the finger of one hand, and in the other he held a large crystal of mana, and, calling him a glutton, he asked if this was enough for him. Suddenly, the chicken with a greedy look jumped onto the stone in the guy's hand and began to lick it, while Eugen said in shock that he was eating again, and that he would not fit into the chicken at that moment. A system window appeared. The guy tore the chick off the stone, shouting to him to why. In front of the guy, an icon for the Miracle Novice achievement appeared in a system window saying that he managed to successfully complete an F-class dungeon alone with F-class stats and skills, using less than 3 items. Eugen read the inscriptions. The chick jumped out of his hand again while he thought about what they give for a single passage of the dungeon. Suddenly he noticed in surprise that this was an S-class achievement, asking out loud whether the S-class title was given for an F-class dungeon. The description of the achievement stated that a distinguished novice hunter had completed an F-class dungeon alone with low stats, and the reward was doubling the rewards received from the dungeon. After reading this, the guy collapsed to the ground next to the chick gnawing on a crystal, and said that doubling the rewards is an excellent reward, but when passing low-level dungeons they do not give good rewards, and the effect of the last reward will soon end. The chick with a full belly was burned off its feet. Eugen stood up upset, asking if ranks in dungeons of other classes are given for solo completion, adding that now he can pass the D-class dungeon. He took the chick in his arms, looked confidently in front of him, and thought that even if this was not entirely fair, he needed to go through some more dungeon and see what they would give there, after which he asked to give him something good. The guy looked at the chick and exclaimed, asking if he had swallowed a cobblestone, and whether he was a bird or a pig. Particles flew through the air. The guy thought that in the end he returned safely to the hostel. The guild skyscraper gleamed in the sun. Peace jumped on the chick and bit it, causing it to squeal. The guy sat with the chicken under the scratch door and thought that, as it seemed to him, everything was fine, but he was wrong. A grinding sound was heard from behind the door, and Eugen was frightened and wondering what to do, because Peace was furious. He remembered how his pet, with a chick in his mouth, had made a mess of the room, and wondered how he had not thought about keeping cats and birds together since he had almost become Peace's prey. Eugen held an exhausted chicken in his hands and thought that it was in vain that he brought it home, but, on the other hand, he could not just abandon the baby. In his fantasy, Eugen imagined that a huge piece with a pumped-up body was standing on the other side of the door and was hitting the door, after which he thought that perhaps he could calm him down and explain everything in words. While he was looking at the chicken, Yun came up to him and interrupted his thoughts about how he couldn't keep them apart on his own. His weakness intuition skill activated and warned him that an S-class hunter was approaching, causing him to scream in fear after his brother asked him what he was doing there. The chick fell to the floor and Yun looked at it with interest. Eugen quickly covered it with his hands, after which his brother said that it did not look like an ordinary chicken. Eugen replied that it was a monster. The brother exclaimed in shock, asking what this meant. He took his brother by the shoulders. Eugen began to sweat while his brother asked him how the monster ended up here. The guy awkwardly replied that he picked him up in the corridor. Eugen looked at him with his mouth open, listening to his brother say that, apparently, someone had abandoned him, and that he himself was in complete shock, because abandoned pets are a very big problem. Asking for the sake of appearances what people were thinking about, Yun sighed heavily. Eugen quickly took his brother's hand. Without listening to his brother, he said with a smile that he was very glad that his brother had come, and that he would help him calm Peace. The angry pet stood in a stand while the owner told him to be a sweetheart. Yuhayan watched silently as he fearfully held the chick in his hands, telling Peace that it was not food, but his little brother and not to hurt him. The animal again rushed at the chicken that Eugen was holding, thereby interrupting Yuhayan, who was talking about what he came for. The The guy turned away from what was happening and, not paying attention to his brother's screams, continued to say that he wanted to ask something about the kidnapping. He opened his eyes. Peace jumped from behind him onto his lap while the guy said that he could not decide to have this conversation because it was a traumatic experience for him. Yuan sternly grabbed the animal by the scruff of the neck, adding that he still needed to make sure. Yujin watched in shock as his brother threw Peace to the ceiling, the animal screaming at the top of his lungs. The guy swallowed his tongue in shock and squeezed the pet in his hands, while his brother, rubbing his hands, said that now everything was fine and they could talk. Yujin suddenly shouted at his brother in rage, asking what he meant and what the hell he was doing. Yuan listened to his brother in surprise, without saying anything in response. The white tiles of the room reflected the bright light. Yujin furiously asked his younger brother why he abandoned such a little when the main character grabbed his younger brother by the shirt. Glaring at him with his evil gaze, Yujin told Yuan not to act like he didn't see anything wrong with it. Yuan told his older brother that Peace had C-class chow. Peace jumped from the ceiling to the floor, looking at the main character with widened eyes. Peace and Yuan looked at the angry protagonist in confusion. Yujin asked Yuan what he considered a compelling argument and that now everyone should be thrown around if their characteristics are high enough. Yuan told his older brother that everything was wrong and asked him to calm down first. Yujin opened his mouth wide, scolding his little brother furiously. Yujin told Yuan to quickly sit down on the sofa and look down at the floor, but not quite at the floor. Yuan and Peace sat on the couch looking guilty. The main character mentioned So Young in conversation, telling his younger brother that she said that her pet would be her companion for life, and the main character extended his hand, pointing his finger at Yuan, who looked at his older brother in confusion. The protagonist told Yuan that he is its owner, but at the same time allows himself to throw it, adding that he does not care about Peace at all. Yuan turned his gaze to the confused Peace. Yuan told his older brother that he couldn't say that he didn't care about Peace at all. The main character opened his mouth wide in bewilderment, clutching the back of his head. Yuan told Yujin that of course he is happy that he has a high-class beast and it is a very valuable device, adding that from now on he will try to be more gentle with it. Yujin was in slight shock, asking Yuan what he considered Peace to be a device. The protagonist angrily widened his eyes. Pointing his finger down, Peepo sat on the protagonist's shoulder, spreading his wings to the sides. The main character told his younger brother that this is why Peace does not listen. The main character clenched his fist in rage, opening his mouth wide. The protagonist told his younger brother that it was not about that at all, but about his attitude, asking if he had done anything for Peace. Yuan sadly lowered his head. Looking at the floor, he told his older brother that he Washington. The main character looked like an angry cat baring his teeth. Yujin stated to Yuan that he actually decided to pay off with food, asking where he was when he put all his efforts into raising Peace. Yuan drooped slightly, lowering his head. The protagonist put his hands to his side, glaring at his younger brother. Yuan told his older brother that he was to blame. Yujin thought that it was clear from him that he did not understand at all what his fault was. The main character closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Yujin told Yuan to hug him at least once. Yuan stood up from the sofa, happily looking at his older brother and spreading his arms to the sides. The protagonist told his younger brother not to hug him, but to hug Peace. Yuan sat down on the sofa, and with a downcast face, hugged Peace without touching him. The main character told his younger brother that this was a completely different matter, and he was positively delighted. The protagonist plopped down on the sofa, closing his eyes. Yuan and Peace quickly jumped away from each other. Yujin told Yuan to hug him more often and try to be friendlier with Peace. Peace approached the main character, raising his paw. The protagonist turned his attention to Peace, holding Peepo in his hands. Peace pressed his paws against the main character's leg, looking at him guiltily. Yujin thought that Peace looked upset because he realized that he would also be scolded for his attitude towards Peepo. The protagonist extended his hands to Peace, holding Peepo, and then Peace extended his paw to Peepo. The main character asked Peace if he would hurt people anymore. Peace closed his eyes and licked Peepo with his tongue. The protagonist asked Peace if he was trying to eat him. The main character stroked Peace on the head, causing him to wag his tail contentedly. Yuhyun noticed that Peace understood him, telling him how cute he was. Peace stood on the floor, stretching out his paws towards the main character. The protagonist, with a wide smile, extended his hands to Peace. Yuhyun told Peace that he would still need to house them separately. Yuhyun told his older brother that at least one check should still be done, adding that Yuhyun turned his head, looking at his younger brother with a smile. Peace sat on the protagonist's lap, licking his paw. Yujin asked Yuhyun if he had free time next week. Yuhyun looked at his older brother with a serious expression. Pursing his lips, the protagonist suggested that Yuhyun go to the dungeon to have a look at his skills, adding that Peace should be taken with him so that they could get closer. Yuhyun opened his mouth slightly. He told his elder brother that he would prepare everything. People sat on the protagonist's shoulder, looking to the side indifferently. Yuhyun looked at his older brother leaving with a serious face. Yuhyun thought that dodging and making excuses with a lie was so obvious that anyone would notice it. Thinking that his older brother was hiding something, Yujin thought that since that day he had gone to the dungeons twice more. The main character ran away from flying beetles into a dungeon in a panic. The protagonist recalled that he went to any class underground cave. The protagonist sat with his hand extended towards the water serpent. The main character recalled that he also went to the D-class lake dungeon. Yujin looked attentively at the system windows, raising his eyebrows. The main character noticed that every time he visited the dungeon, the system greeted him. Yujin dropped a lot of stones and rewards, system notifications, an incredible achievement. You managed to successfully complete any class dungeon alone with F-class characteristics and skills. Using less than 5 items in the process, veteran F-class, you are a superhuman who has reached the peak of. The protagonist stared furiously at the system window. Yujin asked the system if they were normal there at all, because he did not have a single attacking skill, and for him it was useless. The protagonist put his hand to his face and knitted his eyebrows as he looked at the achievements given to him. The main character thought that he was indignant like a grandmother at the market, and next time he was given something more or less suitable. System notification: you managed to successfully complete any class dungeon alone with F-class characteristics and skills. Using less than 5 items in the process, achievements have appeared elusive. You must be a master of stealth to be able to complete a D-class dungeon while being an F-class find. The protagonist sat on the floor with a thoughtful look and crossed his legs. Peace ate deliciously from the bowl. Peepo stood near a jar with magic crystals. The main character thought that it would be nice to use the bonus to double the attack skills of Yuhyun or Yerim, but he would only be able to SH. The main character raised a small bottle upward. Peepo happily looked at the crystals, tightly grasping the bottle. Yujin told Peepo that it was not meant for him. The main character thought that maybe it was because of that system error, but Peepo had a lot of strange things. The protagonist recalled how he studied Peepo by placing him on a scale. The main character noticed that the skill of the tamer brought by Yuhyun did not work, and that even he could not check either its growth conditions or activate it on it. My baby is the best. Peace closed his eyes and opened his mouth wide, yawning. Peepo quickly ran to the lying Peace. Peace opened his eyes wide and turned his head to look at Peepo, who jumped on him. Peepo happily sat on Peace's head. The main character suddenly rushed out of his phone, photographing Peace with Peepo. Yujin asked them to freeze so he could take a photo of them. Peepo stood on his paws and spread his wings to the sides. Peepo could not stand on his head and began to roll down Peace's face. Peepo fell under Peace's paws, lying on his back. The protagonist looked at the photographs taken on his phone. Yujin said that the photo of Peepo standing on Peace's head could be the new profile photo. The main character thought that he had finally created an account on a social network, which he had wanted to do for a long time. The protagonist Widin. The main character was surprised that he had so many subscribers. Yujin thought it was because his babies were too cute. Dokibai suddenly appeared from the TV, smiling widely. Dokibai told the main character to follow him back. Dokibai extended his finger with a sharp claw towards Peepo. Dokibai told the protagonist that everyone was going crazy over how cute he was, noting that Peepo was the new gluttonous rice cake. Dekubai held out a large magic stone and people immediately grabbed onto it. The main character was shocked by what he saw. Dekubai offered people a mana stone. The protagonist noticed in surprise that this was an A-class stone. The protagonist grabbed Kipo, angrily swearing at Dekubai with an innocent face. The main character called Dekubai a hooligan, telling him not to give anything so easily and not to throw away such valuables. Dekubai clasped his hands together, blushing slightly when he saw the swearing granny in the main character. Dekubai told the protagonist that he would remember this and called him Granny. Yujin thought that he didn't have time to understand anything, and Akubi was already under the influence of high. It was raining heavily outside the window. It was said on TV that a building for breeding animals would be built right next door to the Abyss Guild. There was news on TV from the construction site of the building. According to the news, thanks to the hiring of a team of awakened builders and an excess of building materials, the building is pla. The main character watched the news with an amazed look and folded the washed clothes. The protagonist was surprised that this was even possible, noting that he had heard that they had invested a lot of money in it. The main character raised his thoughtful gaze upward, pursing his lips. He thought there would be a lot more work to do after construction was completed. Yujin imagined a huge number of animals and images of Manhwa with Han. The main character thought about calling Manhwa and hiring Han, because more baby monsters would arrive soon, and thought about other hired workers. The protagonist threw things out of his hands and suddenly fell to the floor. Yujin said that he didn't understand what the hell he was doing, because he just wanted to enjoy life. The protagonist peeked out from under his arm, looking dejectedly to the side. He thought that he should deal with everything in order, and first he needed to contact the system in a few days. The main character remembered the moment when the system contacted him, showing him the wishing stone. The protagonist thought that this really bothered him, and that he could still close his eyes to the fact that they changed the description of the wishing stone, since he did not lose anything in TH. The main character slightly opened his mouth with a serious expression on his face. He said it wasn't his fault. The protagonist remembered the moment when the system told him that it was not his fault. Vagan thought that the more important thing is that isn't something that is usually said when something goes wrong. The main character with a serious face began to pack his things again. He thought that the system was talking to him as if something had gone wrong in his return in time. The protagonist fell on the sofa and began waving his arms and legs in displeasure. Fujin said that he does not know anything, and from thinking the answer will not appear in his head. The protagonist closed his eyes and put his hands behind his head, pursing his lips. He thought that he would have to make sure to ask the system when he went to the dungeon next week. The main character thought that he should have been more careful. The entire area was burning with a purple flame. A sharp blade was pointed at the main character's body, causing him to look ahead in bewilderment. Yuyun furrowed his eyebrows and glared at his older brother. Yuyun with sparkling red eyes looked at Yujin, holding a sword to his neck. The main character thought that before things turned out this way, he should have been more honest with his younger brother. The table was set with delicious dishes and snacks. The main character thought that he should have guessed earlier how this could all turn out. Myungwoo turned with a smile to the protagonist, who was holding a frying pan with scrambled eggs in his hands. Yujin told Myungwoo that he didn't have to cook so much and asked for his forgiveness, saying that all he could do was fry the eggs. Myungwoo told the protagonist not to worry, as he was. Yuyun, Yerim and Myungwoo gathered at the table with the main character. Yujin thanked Myungwoo for the food. The main character recalled that that day he gathered everyone together so that they could get to know each other better. Yerim closed her eyes and smiled widely, clutching a spoon in her hand. Yerim said Myungwoo is the best as always. Yujin closed his eyes and smiled widely, pointing at the food with his hand. The protagonist told his younger brother to try the food as it was very tasty. Yuyun knitted his eyebrows and looked at the food with a serious face, holding chopsticks in his hand. Yuyun said that everything is fine and his older brother's scrambled eggs are enough for him. There was a tense energy at the table. The main character looked slightly downcast from this situation. He thought that Yuyun could at least try halfway to be like Yerim. The protagonist narrowed his eyes slightly and looked displeased at his younger brother. Manhwa looked at the main character with a slight smile. Yujin asked his younger brother to stop behaving like that. Manhwa told the main character that there was nothing wrong with this, since they did not end. Manhwa looked at the food with satisfaction. Smiling slightly, Yurem asked Manhwa to stop. Yuhayan turned his head towards his older brother, who was bringing the spoon to his mouth. Yuhayan clarified with Yujin that Manhwa will leave the abyss with him. The protagonist told his younger brother that Manhwa was going to leave with him, although his guild begged him to stay. The main character imagined Samayong sitting on one knee, holding the hand of Manhwa, who shook his head negatively. Yurem moved closer to the table with a joyful smile, widening her eyes at the protagonist. Yurem asked Yujin what it meant that the new building would have both a nursery and a forge. The main character told Yurem that this place would become a gathering place for talented people. Yuyun, with a downcast face, raised a glass of water to his face. Yuhayan said dissatisfiedly that this would not be certain. The main character chewed his food and glanced at his younger brother. The protagonist thought that Yuhayan had finally realized that he would lose a capable person. Yujin and Manhwa smiled happily as they clinked their food with each other. The protagonist thought that he brought them together so that they could get to know each other better, and Yuhayan could be a little friendlier with Manhwa and praise him. The main character told Manhwa that when the protagonist opened his eyes wide, beaming with happiness, Yujin was surprised to ask Manhwa if this was true. The main character thought that Manhwa already promised free equipment. The main character couldn't decide what to choose, armor or skill. Yuyun looked with an embittered look into a glass of water, which he squeezed tightly in his hand, causing it to crack. The main character thought that Yuyun was really that stubborn or just clueless. A huge mountain of dirty dishes lay in the sink. Yujin said that he didn't think he could digest so much. The protagonist and Yurem were washing dirty dishes with downcast faces. The protagonist did not understand why his younger brother was like this. Yurem told Yujin that his younger brother has been a bit distant these days. The main character recalled how Yuyun stood up from his chair at the table, holding his phone in his hand. Yujin thought that even if he was embarrassed by Manhwa, he thought that he would be glad that no one would bother his older brother anymore. Yujin widened his eyes as if he understood everything. Yurem narrowed her eyes at the main character. Yujin thought that Yuyun was jealous that he was becoming more successful. Yurem understood his thoughts from the protagonist's face, answering him that she didn't think so. Yurem closed her eyes, holding a plate in her hands. The protagonist looked at Yurem in surprise. Yurem told the main character that Yuyun must be upset because he became independent. The protagonist told Yurem that it was Yuyun who stopped depending on them, because he is his older brother. Yurem wiped her plate with a thoughtful face, remembering a conversation with Yuyun where she thought that the main character was hiding something. Yurem told Yujin that for some reason, Yuyun could feel that they were growing apart. Yurem smiled nervously, looking at the main character and closing her eyes. Yujin asked Yurem for some reasons. Yurem told the main character that these were just her thoughts out loud and she didn't mean anything specific. Yurem awkwardly looked away, pointing her finger upward. Yurem told the protagonist that maybe this is all due to the fact that after his abduction, security at the entrance to the guild was strengthened, but for several days it has not been working, and he may be on edge because of this. The main character widened his eyes, looking at Yurem in bewilderment. The kitchen was brightly lit with lamps. Yurem asked the main character if he was okay. Yujin told Yurem that he was not okay and was tormented by his conscience. Yurem told the protagonist that it was not his fault and that the leader was simply too worried, suggesting that they leave him and go to he. Yujin's conversation with his younger brother was open on the phone. The main character asked Yuyun to buy him some tasty food. Yuyun replied to Yujin that he would buy everything. The protagonist wrote to Yuyun, asking him if he was free next week, and if not, he would go to the dungeon with Yeren. The main character closed his eyes and smiled joyfully, holding a beautiful flower bouquet in his hands. Holding it out to Yuhayan, the protagonist told his younger brother that this was a gift for him. Yuhayan looked at the bouquet of flowers indifferently. Knitting his eyebrows, he asked his older brother what it was. Yuhayan took the bouquet and handed it to his guard. The main character watched the actions of his younger brother with bewilderment. Yuhayan told the guard that he would pick them up later and that he should hold the bouquet for now. Yujin thought something was wrong. The main character was sitting in the front seat of the car with a downcast look. Peace lay on the protagonist's neck. Watching him closely, Eugene thought he bought them to make Yu-Yun relax a little. The main character imagined himself giving flowers to Yu-Yun, which made him smile with happiness. The protagonist thought that he would be happy with such a surprise. Yu-Yun sat behind the wheel of the car with a serious look, carefully looking at the road. The main character did not understand what could make him so angry. The protagonist awkwardly looked out the car window, raising his hand to his face. He thought they really should talk. The weather in the dungeon was beautiful, clear, and the sun shone brightly on the island. The main character noticed that in the end, something happened in the dungeon. Peace approached the grass with curiosity. Raising his paw to it, the protagonist told Peace that this is called a dungeon. Eugene put his hands to his side, looking at Peace with interest. Peace looked at the main character with a questioning look. Eugene asked Peace if he remembered living in a similar place. Eugene pursed his lips and gazed intently at the area of the dungeon. The main character told Peace that maybe it was for the best that he didn't remember it. Peace reared up, eyes wide. The protagonist looked sideways, raising his eyebrows. The main character told Peace that these are probably not the best memories. Monsters jumped out of the bushes at the guys, baring their teeth. Peace bared his teeth, rushing at the monsters with rage. Peace scattered monsters in the air, rushing at him. The main character and Yu-Hyun watched Peace closely. The protagonist was surprised by what Peace was doing. Yu-Hyun looked at Peace indifferently, his mouth slightly open. The main character looked at his younger brother in surprise. Yu-Hyun told his older brother that this was quite normal. Peace tore monsters apart with his sharp claws. Yu-Hyun told the main character that most monsters see each other as enemies, which is why they fight among themselves, noting that this makes them feel better. Yu-Yun turned around and walked away from the main character. Eugene was happy that Peace would at least increase his level a little, as before he was worried that he had not been growing lately. Eugene told his older brother that he should also raise his level, because that is what they came there for. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, looking indignantly at his younger brother. He didn't understand how long Yu-Yun would continue to act like this. The main character ran after his brother along a forest path, holding a weapon in his hands. A monster suddenly appeared out of nowhere and jumped on the protagonist. Eugene widened his eyes while standing in a fighting stance. The monster was suddenly grabbed, with a rope wrapped around him. The main character said that this was another monster, calling him to him. Yu-Hyun closed his eyes, and with a pathetic expression on his face, raised his hand, exploding the monster above. The main character pulled his spear forward, defending himself from the monster, and suddenly Yu-Hyun grabbed him again. Yu-Hyun fried the monster, causing the main character to cover his face with his hand, looking at what was happening in bewilderment. Yu-Hyun covered his brother's eyes with his skill, looking away with an indifferent gaze. The protagonist twisted his face with displeasure, frowning his eyebrows. The main character looked furiously at his younger brother, who threw the monster in his direction. Eugene asked Yu-Hyun told his brother Fathian why he was constantly trying to stop him. Yu-Hyun told his brother that he was helping him because it was dangerous there. The protagonist pierced the monster with his spear. Looking displeased at his brother, Eugene told his brother that he perfectly understands that he has some grievances against him, since it is written on his face, and if he is upset about something, he can simply tell him the reason. Yu-Hyun looked at his brother with a displeased face as he swung his blade, killing the monster. Yu-Hyun told Eugene that he would not talk to him openly. The protagonist knitted his eyebrows and looked at Yu-Hyun with confusion. Eugene extended his hand, pointing his finger at Yu-Hyun, looking at him furiously. The main character confronted his brother that he wasn't telling him anything either. The protagonist bared his teeth, clenching them in rage, and furrowed his brows, remembering the image of Semion and Hyuna. The main character told Yu-Yun that he heard everything about how he caused chaos everywhere, slightly distorted rumors. Eugene threw his spear over his shoulder, pointing his finger at his brother with displeasure. The protagonist told Yu-Yun that instead of sharing with him, he constantly keeps everything to himself. Yu-Yun threw his sword towards his brother, killing the monster behind him. The protagonist widened his eyes in fear. The main character looked warily at the killed monster. Leaning on his spear, Yu told Yujin that this was all to protect him and also to increase the guild's influence. Yu lowered his gaze. Frowning in displeasure, he told the main character that, however, he had his own big business. Yujin looked at his brother in confusion as he pulled his sword out of the monster. Yun told his brother that he knew very well that he was crossing a line, but he had to admit that it was beyond him and he was extremely upset. Yujin was slightly upset and opened his mouth slightly. He didn't understand why his brother was saying such things. The main character leaned down slightly, stabbing his sword into the monster behind Yu. The protagonist told his brother that the family can worry about each other as much as they want. The main character looked at his brother with a serious expression. Throwing him his sword, Yujin told Yu that he was telling him that he didn't need to be overly concerned since the leaders of many guilds wouldn't lay a finger on him. Yun looked at his brother with displeasure, catching his sword with his hand. Yun opened his mouth slightly. He told his brother that this was not the problem at all. The main character looked with confusion at his brother, who extended his palm to the ground. Yujin asked Yun what was the matter then. Yun swung his sword and slashed his fire at the advancing monsters. Only the red eyes of the monsters were visible in the fire. Yuhan asked his brother why he couldn't just stay. The main character raised his hand, shielding his face from the fire. Yuhan told Yuhan to just stand there and do nothing, adding that he would do everything for him. Yuhan looked at his older brother with a serious look, his eyebrows knitted together. He told Yujin that he doesn't ask questions, and he shouldn't, and that at the very least, he doesn't need to go to the dungeons. The main character widened his eyes, knitting his eyebrows in surprise. The protagonist recalled how his younger brother sat against the wall with a downcast look. Yuhan in the memories told Yujin not to go to the dungeons. The main character asked his brother that he had a reason that he couldn't tell. Suddenly a system window appeared with a message, ready to talk. Yujin looked at the message window in surprise. He didn't understand what was happening. The protagonist looked in horror at his hand, which was being absorbed by the system. He asked the system to stop. Yuhan looked behind him, turning his attention to Yujin. The protagonist became covered in pixels, gradually disappearing. The main character's hand practically disappeared into pixels. Yuhan watched in bewilderment as his older brother disappeared before his eyes. Yujin thought that this all happened at a very bad time. Yuhan looked at the remaining spear from his brother. The black spear lay on the ground. Yuhan didn't understand what happened. Yuhan turned his head, looking around the dungeon. He turned his head to the side, his eyes widening in horror. Yuhan called his brother. Yujin moved to another space surrounded by blue light. The main character opened his mouth wide and widened his eyes in panic. He did not understand where he was being dragged and why at that moment. The protagonist suddenly hovered in the air and widened his eyes in surprise. A pixelated emoticon appeared in front of the main character's face, which made him perplexed. The system said to the main character, "Welcome," calling him sweet. The system looked like a pixelated pink smiley smiling widely. A lot of pixelated emoticons appeared in front of the shocked main character. The system contacted the protagonist, asking if he could see them well. The main character looked at the systems in shock, his mouth open. He asked her that she was a system. The system smiled happily at the main character. The system's yellow smiley told the protagonist that he was right and they were pleased to meet him. Noting that he connected just fine, the blue emoticon of the system asked the protagonist that he must have many questions. Yujin asked the system to why. The system covered the main character's mouth with a pixelated hand. The system told Yujin that names were not allowed. The protagonist widened his eyes in surprise. Looking at the system, the blue emoticon of the system told the main character that if the amount of information reaches the limit, the connection will be interrupted, adding that the name is an important fact and they need to hide it from him. Yujin opened his mouth in bewilderment. He asked the system who they were talking about. All the emoticons in the system smiled sarcastically and covered their eyes, saying that this is the one who cannot be named. The main character joked that it could be Voldemort. The main character looked anxiously at the pink smiley with his hand raised. The system noted, apologizing in advance, that there was a reason why the description of the wishing stone was wrong. Eugen told the system that everything was fine. Eugen looked away displeasedly, clutching his neck. He noted that in the end everything ended well, and all the guys were fine. The pink smiley smiled widely. The protagonist told the system that his younger brother was waiting for him and asked them to get to the point. The protagonist asked the system how they knew about the events that happened before time turned back, and if there was any problem because of it. Enlarged image of a smiling pink emoticon. The system began to form glowing trees around the main character. The system noted that the most important thing is what will happen in the future, adding that, to put it simply, he is the one who turned back time. The main character looked in surprise at the resulting forest, resting his hand on a tree. Vagan looked up in surprise, looking at the tree on which he placed his palm. The system told the main character that if you imagine, then each tree symbolizes the universe, and for example, this is his world. The wishing stone appeared in front of the tree, emitting its bright magical energy. The system said that when the wishing stone was activated, it became like this. Eugen watched in shock as a small sprout formed in his hands. The sprout emitted bright blue energy from itself. The system noticed that only his world had returned 5 years ago. Eugen looked up, eyebrows raised. The system noted that for those outside this world, everything remains the same, adding that this also applies to the number and difficulty of dungeons. The trees emitted a blue magical light from themselves. The system told Eugen that they were also increasing their numbers and strength faster, adding that they were trying to slow down the process, but they were spreading their influence through the dungeons. An open thick book appeared in the air, with a skill icon appearing above it. The system told the protagonist that this is why he should do something. Signs with numbers appeared above the book. The signs surrounded the shocked protagonist, who began to examine them. The system told Eugen to use the code word on 50 as class people to influence them, noting that if he did this, he would be able to protect his world. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, remembering the album with drawings of chicks. The protagonist asked the system what exactly that strange list was for. The system imagined a game world with a main character. The system told Eugen that she made it to seem like something from his world, like in game systems resembling a status window, adding that she thought long and hard about the best way, even down to the Oracle Warriors. The protagonist held a glowing book in his hands and looked in surprise at the pink smiley face. The system said that all this becomes unnecessary as soon as people get used to it. Eugen asked the system that the status windows would disappear. The system showed icons with different characters from the life of the main character. The system told the protagonists that they were needed only to help beginners. Although convenient, they still drive people into limits.